our driver. But even the mighty have fallen victim to crushing blows to the concrete here at Dover Downs. The road to victory lane becomes but a boulevard of broken dreams.
TNN Motorsports proudly presents live exclusive coverage of the Split-Fire Spark Plugs 500, presented by Pep Boys from the Monster Mile at Dover, Delaware. It is a beautiful day for racing. It's nearly 80 degrees, a lot of sun. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Joy. I'm standing on the straightaway, the flattest part of the racetrack. Now, I'm standing vertically. The camera is now level with the racing surface. The straightaway is that steep, never mind the corners. Joining me on today's coverage is Chuck Bound, and Chuck used to be able to run all up and down the corners of this racetrack. Not anymore.
Well, that's true, Mike. This racetrack is not known as one of the narrowest on the circuit, but the racing groove is one of the narrowest. It's only about 8 feet wide and 150 mile an hour plus average speed. If you get out of that 8-foot groove, you might find that concrete wall in a hurry.
And yesterday in the Busch Grand National race, a number of drivers did. Buddy Baker, what's the most treacherous part of this racetrack, of this race?
Well, Mike, in my opinion, coming out of the corners here, the degree of banking in the corner, you pop up out there with a tremendous amount of speed, and there's a blind spot coming out of the corner where you really can't see anything. If a car wrecks up against the wall, you have to totally depend on the guy upstairs there that's spotting for you to tell you what to do. He better be right or you're in it.
How steep is this straightaway? He's really 6 inches taller than I am. Let's go to the starting grid. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Mike. Jeff Bodine has put his Ford on the pole for today's race. 3rd super speedway pole in a row, 5th overall a year. But a pleasant surprise on the outside pole, Dick Trickle. But really at Dover, not so surprising. What is it about this place? You always run well here.
Well, you know, the track must fit my style, you know, and it just seems like it's easier here. But, you know, I got to give the Active Motorsports crew, you know, Mike Hillman, all the guys, they've really worked, you know, TNL, McClary did my motors, and we got a good stout motor here, so that's a lot of it.
Well, he's always a threat here, runs well. Good luck today, Dick. Now let's go way, way back in the field to Randy Pemberton.
Glenn Jarrett, you're not kidding. Row 19, that's where 6-time Winston Cup champion Dale Earnhardt will start. The 37th position. As a matter of fact, it's his worst starting spot since 1992 in August at Michigan, 65 races ago. Dale Earnhardt, what is the early race strategy to get through this traffic?
Be careful, really. It's I don't know, we qualified bad and got a slip qualifying yesterday in the second round, so ended up back here, but we'll just be smooth and sort of sort this stuff out. I think we'll be okay.
Okay, good luck. Well, Dale Earnhardt's the man everybody's chasing for the Winston Cup championship, and for more on the points battle, let's take a look at this week's Haviland Update.
Last year's 2 prime contenders for the Winston Cup championship have picked up just where they were same time last year. In the season's second half, Earnhardt is winless but has 5 top 5s and a top 10. Rusty's been to victory lane but only has 3 top 5s and 2 top 10s. Last Saturday night at Richmond, Wallace was poised to eat into Earnhardt's lead, but a sour engine with just 1 lap to go allowed Earnhardt to pick up an additional 5 points. Mark Martin knows he has a grim task ahead of him to close the gap on Earnhardt, though second's a strong possibility. Martin has a win, 2 top 5s and 2 top 10s since New Hampshire. But the big winner Saturday night, Texas Terry Labonte driving Rick Hendrick's Kellogg Chevrolet. Labonte posted his second victory of 1994. The points look like this. Earnhardt has a 232-point lead. Mark Martin 71 back of Rusty. Ricky Rudd 4th. Ken Schrader 5th. We'll be back to Dover after this.
Splitfire earned a United States patent. Splitfire doesn't look like any other spark plug. And the patented split fire doesn't work like any other spark plug.
5 extra horsepower by merely installing these plugs. Quicker in the quarter mile. A 4.8% gain in mileage.
There's nothing like a split fire. You'll get more power and more mileage, or your money back.
You'll get more here, and you'll spend less here. Guaranteed.
The Miller Genuine Draft Rusty Wallace stock car. See it. Hear it. Feel it. Catch it, if you can.
What is it about Ford Taurus that makes it America's best-selling car? Is it the number of ways it finds to protect you and your passengers? Its confident feel on the road? Or the fact that we improved it over 50 ways to make it the best Taurus ever? Whatever the reasons, you've made Ford Taurus the best-selling car in America. Again.
When you're driving in the rain, water on the road can make you feel like you're riding on marbles. It gets under your tires and you can lose traction. So, Goodyear created the award-winning AquaTread. Its deep groove aqua channel moves over a gallon of water away per second to help keep more tire in contact with the road for outstanding wet weather traction, especially in braking. The all-season AquaTread, only from Goodyear. We say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Splitfire Spark Plug 500 presented by Pep Boys on TNN is brought to you by Splitfire, the patented performance spark plug. It only costs more till you use it. By Goodyear, #1 in tires. By cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft and Miller Genuine Draft Light, taking the country by storm. By Ford and your Ford truck dealer. Ford Trucks, the best never rest. And by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car.
Let's take a look at the starting grid for today's race, brought to you by Die Hard. On the pole, 35th career pole. 5th of the year, new track record for Jeff Bodine on the Exide Ford. Dick Trickle, best start since his pole here in 1990. Row 2, Ward Burton, 3rd top 3 start. And Mark Martin, who has 3 second-place finishes here. Row number 3, Brett Bodine, 6th time this year. He started in the top 5. And Jeff Burton, the leading candidate for Rookie of the Year. In row number 4, Kenny Wallace makes his 4th start for Robert Yates. Rick Mast has started in the top 10 in 5 of the last 7 races in his Ford. Row number 5, Todd Bodine has 6 top 10 finishes this year. And Rusty Wallace, who's won the last 2 races here at Dover. In row 6, Bobby Hamilton has 2 top 10s at Dover, and Jeff Gordon, a 2-time winner this year. Bill Elliott has won 4 times on the Monster Mile. Ken Schrader won here in 1991. Kyle Petty, runner-up here in 82, and Ricky Rudd, a 3-time Dover winner. Derek Cope won in 1990. Sterling Martin, the Daytona winner. Dale Jarrett, 2nd here in the spring of last year. And Morgan Shepherd with 3 top 5s at Dover. Joe Nemechek, the rookie, has 3 top 10s this season, and Lake Speed with a 3rd at Bristol, his best ever. John Andretti, his 5th ride in Richard Petty's Pontiac, and Dave Marcus, who finished 2nd here in 82. Mike Wallace won the Busch race here in June, and Ted Musgrave has 5 top 10s. Jimmy Spencer won at Daytona and Talladega. Michael Waltrip, 2 top 5s at Dover. Terry Labonte ran 2nd here in his championship season, 1984. Harry Gant, a 4-time Dover winner, makes his last start on the Monster Mile. Bobby Labonte and Hut Strickland will share row number 16. In 17, Jeremy Mayfield and Steve Grissom, who had his best finish last week at Richmond. Darrell Waltrip, a 2-time Dover winner, and Greg Sachs will start a backup car in the rear. Dale Earnhardt hasn't started this far back, as Randy said, since Michigan in 92. Michigan youngster Tim Fedewa makes his Winston Cup debut. Brad Teague makes his 7th start of the year. Loy Allen has 3 front row and 3 last row starts this year. He'll go 40th. That's the lineup. Today we'll ride along with Rusty Wallace in a Miller Genuine Draft Ford, 2nd in the point standings as he gets ready to go to work here at Dover. And also the DuPont Chevrolet of Jeff Gordon, who had a strong run here in the June race. Lined up right behind Rusty. Mark Martin in the Valvoline Ford. Set to go from the outside of row number 2 as we'll go racing in one lap as they approach that steeply banked front straightaway. Finally, Jeremy Mayfield driving for Cale Yarborough from the 33rd position. We'll ride along in the Finger Hut Ford. And our 800 numbers at work today, so if you have questions about this race, we will do an update on silly season, who's going where and all the movings around. But give us a call. What's on your mind as this race unfolds? The call is free at 1-800-451-7331. Operators are standing by in Nashville. And they'll forward those questions on up to us here in the booth. We'll pass them along to the pits and get them answered. 40 cars will start today's race in front of nearly 90,000 fans. You know, it was just 10 years ago. I remember announcing the largest sporting event crowd in the state of Delaware, 45,000 people here at the Monster Mile. That's now the Saturday race crowd. It's doubled for Sunday.
Yeah, and we're all waiting to see when they tear this. This is the last race on this particular topping on the racetrack there. The asphalt will be torn up and it'll be replaced with concrete. Everybody's waiting to see what happens, but meanwhile, this is very treacherous here, and everybody's really going to have to watch themselves on the restart and also on the start of the race here.
Yesterday, one car in the Busch race, Joe Bessie, caught a gear, got the car sideways and into the wall before even taking the green flag. Holding the speed down for the start as Jeff Bodine brings them across, and the green flag waves for the first of 500 miles at Dover Downs. 6 races to go in 1994. He's on the outside. Dick Trickle is not going to give up that front row without a fight. Here comes Ward Burton. Thinks better of it.
Mike, you can see how fast Trickle tried to get down on the bottom of the racetrack. The preferred line is right on this white line that you see around the bottom of the racetrack. Anywhere else, you're in trouble pretty much.
And because it's Dover, I think Dick was lucky to get down to the 3rd position, because it takes a little, or the 2nd position, takes a little guts to hang out in that outside groove around turns 1 and 2 at the start of the race.
Heavy rains last night washed whatever rubber accumulation there was from yesterday's race and practice. So it's likely to be, I think, buddy, a one-groove racetrack for a while.
You know, I was talking to Darrell Walter yesterday. Oh, we have a car in the wall. Bill Elliott in turn 3, and now he's coming off turn 4 down towards the front straightaway.
Bill Elliott's car just shot up and into the wall at turn 3, and may not have done terminal damage to that car.
Although I think it hit it pretty hard. May not be terminal, but it's going to put him down some laps.
The one thing it did not do is bring out a caution. They're still under green as they come by the flag here.
3 laps complete. Look at the lead Jeff Bodine has as now Trickle battles with Mark Martin and Brett Bodine.
You see Ward Burton there in 2nd place. It's a very good run for this young man. And I tell you, in practice yesterday, he was one of the fastest cars here.
Brett Bodine of the Quaker State Ford and Jeff Burton, the circuit's leading rookie. Let's show you what happened to Bill Elliott as Trickle gets back in line.
Okay, he's in that wide side of the racetrack there, out of the groove. The car just takes off towards the wall sideways. Right there, he might as well throw the steering wheel away for the good he'll do with it. You see the back get in the wall, then the front comes around and slaps it in the wall. Tremendous amount of damage there.
Elliott on pit road. Glenn is there.
Well, Mike, there's pretty serious damage to it looks like to the right side of the car. I can't see it all from here. And I can tell you that it hit hard enough that it shoved the left side out of alignment, too, on the rear of the car. So I got a feeling they might have a bit rear end in that thing. I think he's going to be here for a little while. They changed right side tires. There's a wreck on the racetrack.
Bobby Labonte spun coming off turn number 4. Everybody scattered to miss him, and caution has come out. The Maxwell House Pontiac of Bill Davis. Bobby Labonte at the wheel. Spinning off turn 4, Jeff Bodine leads them back to the yellow.
Mike, that was incredible. I don't know how everybody got by him there on the front straightaway without making contact. That was something.
But, you know, we've only run 6 laps, and we've already seen 2 cars in the wall. I guess it's going to be another Monster Mile day.
Well, Labonte may or may not have had a little help.
That looked like his brother coming by there. I'm sure Terry didn't do it on purpose if there was any contact, but that was Terry Labonte, his brother, right behind Bobby Labonte there on the front straightaway.
I think the car behind him at the time might have been Steve Grissom or perhaps even Dave Marcus. They were all pretty close there.
Look at Dave Marcus down on that grass. Oof. There was a lot of rain here yesterday. He's very lucky he didn't get an inside wall.
Here's another look as Labonte comes spinning down the front straightaway. And Marcus just misses him.
See the mud fly. He was lucky to save that car.
We're under caution here at Dover Downs. Jeff Bodine leading Ward Burton, Mark Martin, Brett Bodine, and Rick Mast.
I bought my car new in 1970. I drove a hockey team a 190-mile round trip 3 times a week.
Haviland Formula 3 from Texaco.
And when I reached 300,000, I thought, I've got to be a pretty good car.
No other leading motor oil offers more complete protection to help your car run better, last longer.
At 600,000, I thought, maybe it could be the Haviland.
Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car. Get a free Haviland racing cap of your choice when you buy a case of Haviland.
Monroe Sensatrack, road sensing shocks and struts. Designed to give you extra control during a swerve. Extra control over rough roads. Monroe Sensatrack gives you both extra control and ride comfort automatically. Monroe Sensatrack, like 2 shocks in 1. Call 1-800-STRUT now for a Monroe Sensatrack dealer near you.
Fuel. It's got to be the best, especially when you fire up. It's got to provide efficient turnover. It's got to be lean and have some rare qualities. A WD brand steak from Winn-Dixie. It'll definitely get your motor racing. Oh, the car? It takes high test.
When anything needs lubricating, you can use new non-flammable liquid wrench with Teflon, or you can use WD-40 and dress accordingly. New liquid wrench with Teflon, the only non-flammable aerosol lubricant. Hey, nice threads. To a squeaky hinge or a rusted bolt, they look the same, but to a lighted match, they look... oh. New liquid wrench with Teflon, the only non-flammable aerosol lubricant. Seems WD-40 has met its match.
Getting ready to go back to green. Bill Elliott has taken his Budweiser Ford to the garage. The report is they've broken the upper A-frame on the right front suspension when he caught the wall. Look from our Ray Bestis aerial camera. Ray Bestis, best in brakes, giving you these views of the Monster Mile, and you can see that grandstands virtually ring this 1-mile facility now. There's a look at the new stands up in turn 4, and there's a new VIP box just at the head of that straightaway. Great view from up there. Green flag. Jeff Bodine has led all of the 9 laps so far. Single file restart. Ward Burton, Mark Martin, Brett Bodine, and Jeff Burton. The cars in front, 4 Fords and 1 Chevrolet.
You see Mark Martin coming out of that corner. He has tremendous straightaway speed. That Roush motor really gets him up out of the corner. You can watch him. He drops back from the second place car, and just out of the corner, he'll start really gaining up on Ward.
Front straightaway. Looks like Ward's kind of diamonding the racetrack there. He sweeps up just a little bit between turns 1 and 2 and cuts the car back down to the bottom.
A lot of times that might mean your car is just a little bit tight in the middle, doesn't quite want to turn like you want it to, and I'm sure Ward would love to get up there and race Jeff for the lead here. He's new at this, and it's fun to lead.
Well, I'm not going to bring the tire war into this race yet, but the first 2 cars are on Hoosiers right now, and Goodyear's, they say they have the best tires that they've had here ever. It does not drop off in a 30-lap run at all.
In fact, Darrell told us yesterday, most of the drivers qualified on scuffed tires. Usually they'll take brand new or sticker tires out for qualifying. Dick Trickle in the active racing, number 32, battling Kenny Wallace, and the Robert Yates, number 28, and Rusty Wallace and Todd Bodine riding with Rusty.
Rusty's car is handling so well, he has a hard time not running off the racetrack on the inside there. It's sticking right on that white line. You see the left front right there go right across the ribbon strip there.
He's following little brother.
3 Wallace and 3 Bodine brothers in this race.
Of course, at just 13 laps in the race with already 1 caution, I think they're still kind of feeling things out. They had a rain last night, washed the racetrack clean, so they didn't practice since this rain, and they're just kind of, they got a long way to go. They're kind of feeling things out.
You can see Earnhardt right here. He's moving up on the back bumper of Jimmy Spencer. Just in front of him is Michael Waltrip. I'll get it out here in a second. But Earnhardt, it really, wherever he starts in a race, that's just somewhere to launch that piece from, because he really gets going as the race goes.
Spencer dives to the inside on Michael Waltrip. Not that time. Starting in the back hasn't hurt Earnhardt this year. 24th at Bristol he started, he won. 24th at Michigan, finished second. 28th at New Hampshire, and 27th at Darlington he started, finished second both times.
Chuck, you can see that Earnhardt's trying to get on the inside of Spencer, because he is really, really tough to pass on that outside. Spencer runs the corners as hard as anybody on this racetrack.
Yeah, he really does. And with that groove, like we talked at the start of the show, being so narrow, you have to be quite a bit faster to get an advantage and outrun somebody off the corner to have the spot when you get to the end of the straightaway. So you really got to work at it. You've got to just miss them with that front bumper as you're trying to get run at them up off the corner so that you can beat into that next corner.
Well, a good example of that, Rusty Wallace just passed his brother Kenny there, and he couldn't get by him. And when he did get by, he's got about an 8 or 10 car length lead there in just one lap.
Rusty moves up to 7th. Kenny Wallace now to 8th. That's Todd Bodine in 9th. Luke Mast in 10th, part of that pack. Rusty comes in here 232 points behind Dale Earnhardt. But as we saw yesterday in the Busch race, where that point battle can change in a blink. David Green lost nearly half of this point lead yesterday to Ricky Craven.
That's a good sight there. That was always my favorite sight from the inside of race cars. Look in the mirror and see a bunch of cars behind me.
Mike Wallace, Jimmy Spencer, Michael Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt.
Looks like Spencer was able to get by Michael Waltrip, and Earnhardt wasn't quite close enough to follow him through the hole. Now he's going to have to do it by himself.
Michael has a couple of Busch wins here. As Spencer looks to the inside on Mike Wallace. Takes the groove and the spot.
There's a good example. When you get on the outside there, you just have to slow down to hold control of the car, and everybody on the racetrack that's on the bottom will go by you.
Earnhardt, now Ted Musgrave. Second Jack Roush car.
Whoops.
And Morgan Shepherd fights for a little running room, and Mike is not going to give him any.
Yeah, you see Harry Gant there moving in. I'd love to see old Harry run in the top 5 today. This is his last time here in Dover. Run a great race yesterday and ended up second in the Busch Grand National race. Had a chance to win.
Presently, Shepherd in 27th, and Gant in 28th. And Jeff Bodine leads here at Dover.
At AutoZone, most of our customers are folks who like to work on their cars themselves. But the ones who come in most often are those who work on cars for a living. Guys like Ed Graven. Now, Ed's garage is in Ogden, Utah, where most of the time you'll find him pulling an engine or sliding under a car. And just about every day, he drives past a half dozen other parts stores on his way to AutoZone. Because Ed knows that when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Here's another split fire breakthrough. The twin core wire set with the dual firing path to every plug. Other brands have just one core, just one firing path. Split fire has 2. So, will you get double the ignition power? No, split fire gives you 15 times the ignition power. Supercharged ignition means more power at any RPM and more miles per gallon. More power and more mileage, or your money back.
The cowboy's business is a business of silence. 100 miles of fence gives a person time to think, to wonder about who he is, what the world is coming to. Talk to a cowboy long enough and you'll get an opinion on everything. That's because he's had time to think about everything. Yeah, at Wrangler, we know cowboys. Our genes were invented by them. That's why the West is in us. Wrangler, the Western original.
In New Britain, Connecticut, people know how to make a home worth more.
The Hummels are doing a new deck.
Because New Britain is also the home of Stanley.
Frank is redoing his roof.
And nobody has more innovative ways to make a house more livable.
Liz is redoing her bathroom.
Or more valuable.
And the Sandelskis are redoing everything.
Ever wish you had a better house?
So, Arnold.
Why not get started on the one you've got?
What are we doing?
Jeff Bodine leads here at Dover Downs. 15th race that Bodine has led this year. Dale Earnhardt just picked off a spot from Michael Waltrip after about 20 laps of trying. And we'll check down in the garage area where Randy Pemberton's with the Bill Elliott car.
Well, just to let you know what's going on down here, Bill Elliott sits patiently in the car, windowing it up, didn't really care to talk to anybody. About 11 guys working on this car. They're going to change the A-frame, the right front of the car, new shock, new spring, front brake rotor, just a bunch of things they're doing to Bill Elliott's car. He was 9th in points coming in, but it won't help him today.
They've been in there, Randy, for 9 minutes. That is 24 laps that Elliott is down right now. Napa, we keep America running. Here's how they're running. As Ward Burton closes it up on Jeff Bodine.
And Ward, he's going to give that car just as hard of a run as it'll go. He's like that. He's a real racer. I run fenders a lot with Ward. He's going to dig and try to get up there and take that lead from Jeff.
The big question is, how long will these Hoosiers last? That is the question right now. It's a bit cooler today, and it's been all weekend. The wind's blowing quite well, and these cars are sticking well, so you shouldn't see a lot of problems right now. I mean, they're moving right away from the third-place car. Ward Burton could take the lead here pretty quick. That car is really working through the corners.
And I would say they've already run about a third of a fuel load out of the car, and they're still setting the pace. They're still showing the way. So if they're going to back up, they're not going to do it real early.
Interesting dynamic has developed between Bodine and Burton as they both have been testing and developing these Hoosier tires. Burton came up to Jeff yesterday morning. Bodine had been faster than anybody in practice. Burton says, if I could just win one pole, he says, man, he says, I'd draft you the whole Busch Clash and run you up to the front. And Jeff kind of laughed and he says, hey, he says, I'm not moving over. He says, but you might just win one on your own. And Ward didn't come but a couple of hundredths of a second from doing it. Jeff Burton goes past Mark Martin on the bottom of the racetrack.
You can see this telemetry here. We'll see what it turns down the back straightaway. 8,400, I see. That's getting on with it. That piston's got to go to the top of that cylinder and stop and go the other direction every time it turns one lick over there. 8,400 times a minute is turning.
Wow. Randy?
Well, different problems for different drivers out here in the early going at the Monster Mile. As far as Jeff Burton goes, car's a little tight.
Trouble. Michael Waltrip has slammed the wall in the front straightaway. Slides back up the racetrack in turn one. An incredibly hard hit for Michael Waltrip down the front stretch, and he is trying to drive it back to the garage.
Not only is he trying, he is bringing it back. That's incredible. I didn't think that car would ever move again once he hit that inside wall like he did.
I think the way the impact happened and the way the car spun off the impact will give you an idea just how fast they go down these straightaways here at Dover, Delaware.
You can see the right front is not even turning. It's locked solid against the frame there.
When he comes around, I want to show you on the right front of that car, you'll see a little yellow rod, which is the stay rod or strut that goes out to hold the fender away from the tire. That is what broke off on Ernie Irvin's car at Indy and got back into and cut the tire. And he lost that race from Jeff Gordon. Just a little piece of rod and a little stay for that fender. That was what cut the tire on Ernie's car. But
he's got a little trail of fire behind there. He's got a little fuel leakage there.
Now finally gets it to pit row.
That's a lot of damage right there.
I don't think he needs to bother stopping in a stall. I think he can just head on to the garage with that one. It's going to take some major work to get the 30 car back in the race.
Okay.
Jimmy Spencer got together.
They didn't touch very hard, but it was just enough to send Michael right out of control. And that banking that we showed at the start of the show just funnels you right down to that inside wall, and you hit it hard.
You can see the flaps on the roof of that car. They did employ themselves. Even though racetrack is where you run 160 miles an hour, when you turn around backward, those flaps go up. That nails that car right back on and keeps it from getting up on the top.
Now here's one reason why Earnhardt has done so well starting way in the back. He still gets that champion's choice of the first pit stall. Glenn is in his pit.
Well, Ward Burton is in now. They're changed the left side tires. Already got the right side. I'm looking at some of these cars. Mark Martin made a chassis adjustment. He was loose, as was Jeff Burton. Big chassis adjustment on Dick Trickle. Now let's go down to Randy.
Well, Dale Earnhardt is in 4 tires. Came over the radio, said, guys, chassis feels real good. Just give me 4 skins on there and let's go. And he's out.
Earnhardt will pick up a few spots that way.
Boy, Ward Burton got a terrible break there in the pits. He couldn't get out of his pit stall, and he must have lost 15 spots or better.
Yeah, he was right behind Dick Trickle's pit, and apparently a tire was left out after Trickle made his stop, and so Ward Burton could not quickly exit the pits. They had to go and chase that tire. Cleanup continues here at Dover. We're under caution for the second time today.
Kathy's kicking it into high gear.
Have you always been a show-off?
What do you think?
Go on the road and behind the scenes. Full access on tour with Kathy Mattea on TNN Wednesday night.
Well, hi, I'm Lori Ann Craig.
I'm Charlie Chase, and you have a front row seat for 90 minutes of nonstop entertainment weeknights right here on Music City Tonight.
Next week, our special guests include Martina McBride,
Kitty Wells,
the Kentucky Headhunters,
Freddie Fender,
Darren Norwood,
Doug Kershaw,
John Hartford,
the Letterman.
Plus, you never know who else might just stop by.
So be sure and join us for all that and much more next week on Music City Tonight with Crook and Chase.
Weeknights here on TNN.
A platinum gold country singer, Lori Morgan meets hip songwriter Chris Christopherson on her video shoot in 1993. She admires his songwriting. He likes hers too, even encourages her to write more. Hear his and hers on the American Music Shop Tuesday on TNN.
Cleanup continuing as they haul Mike Waltrip's car, the Pennzoil Pontiac, to the garage. You look back from the Trans Am safety car at Tim Fedewa starting his first Winston Cup race. There you can see Michael is okay. Told the crew on the radio wasn't a lot I could do about it. He was trying to make a move on Jimmy Spencer at the time. Kenny Wallace took on just 2 tires and will be in second place in the restart. Scoring is showing Greg Sachs at the head of the field. Apparently Sachs did not stop during this caution. He had to go to a backup car after crashing heavily in practice yesterday. Kenny Wallace at the wheel for Robert Yates. Let's give you an update on Ernie Irvan, who has been moved now from Michigan home to Charlotte.
This is a very complex injury, but he has a lot working in his favor. I think it's obvious in the brief time that I've dealt with him that he is approaching this process with the intensity and vigor that any trained athlete would. He's very enthusiastic about being here. He's anxious to get started. He also has a wonderful sense of humor, and I think another big plus in his favor is his family and his extended family, which has been supportive through this entire ordeal.
Ernie is at the Charlotte Institute of Rehabilitation, and there is a hotline number that you can call for updates. There it is on the screen, 704-355-2828. They ask that you please do not call the hospital for information. And also the Robert Yates team was contacted by relatives of a young fellow named Rick Rock, who sustained an injury with results similar to Ernie's. And Robert Yates and the team asked that we say hello to him as his rehabilitation appears as if it will be a lengthy one. He's at Woodrow Wilson Rehabilitation Center in Stanton, Virginia. But I think the good news is Ernie is back in Charlotte, and things are progressing.
Yeah, I'd like to say hello to Ernie, and man, we miss you, and I'm thinking about you a lot. You know, this was my first year full-time in Winston Cup this year in 1994. And there was a few tracks I went to that I hadn't been to before, and a few things that were different from the Busch cars that I had to learn about. And Ernie was a guy I could always rely on to go up and get a quick, straight, honest answer. And he really helped me out a lot. Ernie, I miss you.
Well, he's tight with everybody, especially TNN. We really like Ernie Irvan, and it's got to be satisfying to him as we're speaking the 28 cars leading the race here at Dover, Delaware for the restart.
That'll come in one lap. Now Dale Earnhardt, after pit stops, is in 20th position. Started the race deep in the field, and there's how he's moved along after beginning today back in 37th position.
Greg Sachs must have just wanted to lead a lap because he's dropped off into the pits since this caution period began, so he's no longer leading the race, and now Kenny Wallace, with his fast 2-tire pit stop, is at the front of the pack.
Here's Randy.
Well, Michael Waltrip overlooking this damage. Wow, you killed it, but obviously you're okay. What happened?
Well, I was passing the 27 car, and he just got sideways, you know, when I was up under him, and came down and nailed me in the right front and sent me spinning. It's a shame, you know. It seems like when stuff starts to go bad, it snowballs. We just had some bad luck the last few weeks. The car was super today, you know. We were moving up pretty good, but you know, the Pennzoil Pontiac won't be around at the, well, it'll be around at the end today. It just won't look the same as it did when we started.
Oh, look at Bodine go underneath Kenny Wallace in the center of the corner. Those Hoosiers are really hooked. Mark Martin coming right along with him.
Plus, that's 4 new tires against 2 new tires. It's going to take Kenny a few laps to settle in here. The 4 new tires are going to probably outrun him.
Well, the whole thing is track position here means so much to be able to get in that preferred line, but taking on 2 tires here, that's just like having a slick side on a race car. It will not go through the corners as fast as the car will with 4 tires.
Ward Burton caught up on the outside, as is Derek Cope. Joe Nemechek, the Meineke car, going underneath Ward.
Now Ward was running second and running really well. You see Earnhardt just go right on by as Bobby Allison's car makes a move there with Derek Cope right on trying to get by Ward Burton.
Brad Teague will go to the garage with a broken timing chain. There's Jeff Bodine and a look at his lead. Jeff Burton, now the second place car. Ray Vestas Ford.
You see Rusty Wallace sitting there in third place. He needs those 5 points, so he's going to try to make a move right now. He's real close to the front of the race. If he can catch Bodine, he would love to lead one of these laps to get that 5 extra points.
Wallace has won the last 2 races here at Dover Downs.
In the early stages, Jeff Bodine was looking in his rearview mirror seeing Ward Burton. Now he's looking in his rearview mirror and he sees his brother Jeff Burton.
Got to look a little further back though right now.
Rusty Wallace really is hooked up. He's right on the bottom of the racetrack. Looks to me like Jeff Burton might be just a little bit loose in the center part of the corner, but it really comes off the corner strong. See him wiggle right there? Now he plants his foot back in and made up almost a car length, but now off the corner, that 8 car is really getting on with it.
They took half a round to wedge out of the left rear of Rusty's car on the pit stop. Kenny Wallace has fallen all the way back to 23rd. Todd Bodine, Kenny Schrader. Schrader, a former Dover winner, and Todd has won twice here in Busch competition in the factory store as number 75.
Dick Trickle is really fast too. He's moved right up on the back bumper of Schrader's car there. He had moved past Wallace just a second ago before the caution come out, so he's hooked up pretty good too. Trickle is really pumped up about this race.
Sterling Marlin and Kyle Petty trying to become part of that battle. They're back about 9th and 10th place.
You heard Trickle say he was pretty excited about the motor he has. I guess they got a little brake on the motor here, and this thing is really churning up out of the corner. You can see everybody knows that Schrader has one of the better power plants, and he seems to close just a little bit from the center of the corner of the straightaway.
This battle is from 6th through 10th. Todd Bodine 6th, Kenny Schrader in 7th. Was asked about the situation with the tires here at Dover.
Well, I think the guys are just cheating the air pressure so bad, you know, and Goodyear comes with the recommended air pressure, and that's really what you need to run for the tire to be safe, and you can affect the car's handling so much by the air pressure you put in the tires that it abuses the tires, rips it apart from the inside out through no fault of the tire.
We had reports on that first round of pit stops of at least a couple of teams deflating tires by a pound or two, trying to get a little better hold to the racetrack.
Yeah, that's a real fine line. Like Kenny Schrader just explained, you're really flirting with disaster when you do that. But to be competitive in this kind of racing, you have to flirt a little bit, I guess, to get the job done and get your share of trips to victory lane.
All right, you've seen the battle 6th through 10th. Let's look a little further back. It's way back at 24th spot, Kenny Wallace, Darrell Waltrip.
Now, Kenny was one of the front runners, and he just took on 2 right side tires, and you see he's dropping back through the field, Mike.
That track position was lost in a hurry. You know, you gain it from the fast pit stop, but when you're getting that outside, they start freight training you on the restart. You give it right back awfully quick.
Now they've got to hope to hold on to the lead lap. How many times this year have we seen this car flying in the early stages of the race? Jeff Bodine. Wasn't much question, was there, that he'd be the pole sitter?
No, I mean, he was really flying around this racetrack the whole time in practice, and then when he went out to qualify, I had several crew members tell me what he was going to run. He ran exactly what they said he'd run, so he really had a good qualifying run, too.
The Bodine has led almost every lap here at Dover so far. 52 complete.
This is the perfect time to try my new Polaroid Captiva. Smile!
Hey, where's the picture?
There's no picture?
Did you see the picture come out? How can that be a Polaroid camera if there's no picture?
It doesn't look like a Polaroid camera.
It's not a Polaroid camera.
Presenting the Polaroid Captiva. It's sleek, it's stylish. Its pocket-sized pictures stay in a special compartment till you take them out, so you're free to shoot and shoot.
Maybe if you shake it.
Yeah, shake the camera.
The Polaroid Captiva. The pictures stay in till you take them out.
Hey, you know my crew spends hundreds of hours building those 5,000 horsepower motors. I can explode one in 5 seconds. And when that happens, nobody eats. That's why my guys won't run anything but Fram fillers. You know, Fram gets the nasty stuff out of the oil, so I can go to the other end with my candles lit. And you know, that's in about 5 seconds, nearly 300 miles an hour. You can look at these guys and see they eat pretty near every day.
Every day, we all find a way. A promise made, a promise kept, giving it our best.
Napa, we're the most complete source for auto parts. And all Napa parts are backed by a nationwide warranty program. No wonder more Americans trust Napa to keep their vehicles running.
We keep America running. We keep America running.
Monday, from Nashville's hottest dance club. Cut loose with Radney Foster.
Just call me lonesome.
Plus, comedy country style with Bill Engvall.
Do you know that on a tube of Preparation H it says do not take this orally? That's sad.
Wild Horse Saloon concerts with Radney Foster. TNN, the Nashville Network, Monday.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Splitfire Sparkplug 500 on TNN is brought to you by Napa. We keep America running.
58 laps complete. Sterling Marlin jumps underneath Todd Bodine as they battle. That'll be 9th place. And that one's been going on for about 6 or 8 laps.
You can tell that when they went in the corner there, that 75 car of Todd Bodine should have backed off, but these young guys, they just go on anyhow. They don't worry about it being slick on the outside. That was a tremendous move. My foot would have broke my jaw when I went in that corner trying to back off that thing.
Todd Bodine back off? Come on, buddy. Todd's a racer. Like you say, he's young and hungry.
Look who's coming, though. Here's Earnhardt. He has already moved up into 12th place.
Trails the leader by 9.8 seconds.
Taking a look at Rick Maston. I think he's going to get the spot.
Yep.
Bring Joe Nemechek with him. That pack's been putting on a pretty good race here for the last several laps.
See Ward Burton there. He just hadn't got back up to speed like he had at the first part of the race. Maybe they made a chassis adjustment and made just a little, tried to tighten it up just a little bit too much.
Now Dale Jarrett makes a dive underneath. And Rick Mast is caught on the outside. .61 laps complete. Got to change further up, but Jeff Gordon's gone up to 3rd place.
Dale Jarrett was extremely loose getting off that corner just then. The back end of the car was just flirting around back there. I tell you, that's not any fun to run Dover when you have a car loose off the corner like that.
Yeah, give Rick Mast a break to get back down to the inside, too, and hold those next cars coming. But he seems to be sliding back a little bit. I don't know if he'll be able to hold him off or not. Gary Cope just getting by Dale Jarrett. So Dale must be, his car must be giving up just a little bit at this point of the race.
It's never fun trying to go left and you have to turn right to go left. There's just no fun in that.
Especially here at Dover. You enter these corners so fast when things are good. And if you're loose getting in the corners here, it's very difficult.
See late speed there in the 15 car, moving by Dale Jarrett. I imagine Dale would say, right now, he said, I'd like to have a caution, but I don't want to be the caution.
Right. Darrell Waltrip under Jimmy Spencer. Right behind those two, and Darrell completes the pass. Harry Gant, Bandit's last ride at Dover. He's currently 23rd.
Yeah, and an update on the 3-car of Earnhardt. He has now moved in the 10th spot, so it's a steady move towards the front.
Here's Gant looking at Spencer. Makes the pass.
That pack work we've been watching for the last few laps here, they're already a half a lap behind. Jeff Bodine is really setting the pace.
That's Kenny Wallace and Mike Wallace coming off the corner there. Bodine. But let's see. Yeah, that's Bodine. The other Bodine. That's Brett Bodine trying to get under Wallace there.
Let's get word from Glenn on the Robert Yates car.
Well, Mike, I checked with crew chief Larry McReynolds to see if it were the fact that they changed 2 tires that upset the handle on the car. Larry McReynolds said yes, it made the car extremely loose, and he assured me that they would not try that strategy again today here at Dover.
Thanks, Glenn. So Kenny Wallace is presently in 29th position, but still on the lead lap. At the front, it's Jeff Bodine and Jeff Burton. Jeff Gordon followed Mark Martin, past Rusty Wallace, and then Jeff Gordon moved up into the 3rd position. 67 laps complete at the Monster Mile. Jeff Burton keeping very close tabs on Jeff Bodine. We'll be right back.
You've got the winning color.
My vehicle is the most important part of my business. Without it, I can't work. I change the oil every 3,000 miles or so. Engine has been flawless, 170,000 plus.
Now with the revolutionary Penn-Star molecule, Pennzoil clings to moving parts, works like liquid ball bearings.
I've always used Pennzoil. It's a quality product. I'm going to drive this thing till it drops, and then I'll just park it on the side of the road.
At Advance Auto Parts, we stock over 50,000 name brand parts for most makes of cars and trucks. Everything from spark plugs to ignition modules and half shafts. In fact, just about the only thing you can't get at Advance Auto Parts are tires.
Why should you insist on Raybestos brakes? Just ask NASCAR driver Jeff Burton. He drives a race car that travels at speeds up to 200 miles per hour, weighs over 3,000 pounds, and takes an extraordinary set of brakes to stop. But there is one person with even more confidence in Raybestos brakes. Roger. Raybestos, the best in brakes. For the professional installer near you, call 1-800-4-RAYBESTOS.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy. Don't you think? Skin Bracer Aftershave.
By Menon. Right.
Kathy Mattea kicks it into high gear.
Have you always been a show-off?
What do you think?
Full Access on tour with Kathy Mattea offers a rare glimpse into the hectic life of this Grammy-winning singer-songwriter.
I'm not quite ready yet. I need a little more hairspray. Walking away.
Full Access on tour with Kathy Mattea. Wednesday night on TNN, the Nashville Network.
We've just gone under caution. Sterling Marlin took a long slide down the back straightaway and ends up at the infield grass. Look at how flattened up the right side of the Kodak Morgan McClure Chevy is.
Yeah, he's talking to the guy there. He's not hurt, but I tell you what, he hit pretty hard.
You seen him moving the shifter around trying to start it.
Okay, you see the car's in trouble right there, sideways, and it's fixing to go towards the outside wall, but with look at Burton here.
Oh, that's close.
Whoa. Now, that was some good driving on Sterling's part. Had he released the brakes right there, he would come straight across the racetrack and got Burton.
Look at that bank. He just sucked you to that inside wall. It's just pretty good impact. He'll maybe get it back in the race, but he's going to lose a lot of time.
And the car is stuck now in the mud there from yesterday's rain last night.
Would have been quite a thrill for those people standing right on the inside of that wall there, wouldn't it?
Well, that's why that's not a spectator area.
Sure not.
The caution flag saved Kenny Wallace. He was only 1.2 seconds from going a lap down.
I'll bet they put 4 tires on Kenny this time. What do you think?
And every time. Yeah. Pit stops order of the day, lap 75. And there you see the leaders on the left, Bodine, Burton, and Martin. And a look at pit road on the right.
Making a chassis change there. Not but 1 round in the right rear.
On Jeff Burton, and also a change on Mark's car.
Mark looked like about 3 rounds on his car.
Rusty Wallace got out first, no surprise.
Boy, oh boy, you talk about an asset. To have a team that can take you from second or third and put you in the lead, that's at 5 points he needed also.
Sterling Marlin is okay. Caution number 3 at 75 laps. We're under yellow. We'll be right back. John Andretti did not pit. He leads here at Dover.
Racing legend Richard Petty gave us an incredible challenge to try and start his toys.
All my toys.
All at once with a single diehard. So we hooked up all 9 engines, and the diehard started every one.
All at the same time.
But would it still have the power to start this big toy? Sears diehard. More power when you need it most.
New car, huh?
Yeah.
Nothing's too good for it, right?
Right.
So that's why you're going to Jiffy Lube and ask for Pennzoil.
Jiffy Lube?
Yeah. Jiffy Lube service with Pennzoil meets all the requirements of your warranty, just like the dealer. But there's one big difference.
What's that?
You don't need an appointment.
Hey!
Jiffy Lube, America's favorite oil change. For new cars, too. Remember to bring your car to Jiffy Lube every 3,000 miles.
Leave it to Peerless Faucet to create a shower so smart, it can not only sense when a toilet has been flushed, it can also adjust the water temperature accordingly. Scald Guard technology by Peerless. Get more out of your faucet than just water.
Napa, we're the most complete source for auto parts, and all Napa parts are backed by a nationwide warranty program. No wonder more Americans trust Napa to keep their vehicles running.
Keep America running.
Road and Track says the latest and best Mustang hits the ground running. Auto Week says the all-new interior is nothing short of a design triumph. Motor Trend says its first-class styling, dynamics, and performance make it the most significant new American car this year. The all-new Ford Mustang. It is what it was, and more.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Splitfire Spark Plug 500 on TNN is brought to you by Ford and your Ford truck dealer. Ford Trucks, the best never rest.
Welcome back to Dover. 77 laps complete. On pit road, they're still trying to recycle Bill Elliott's Budweiser can. And once again, let's give you the phone number. This update hotline on Ernie Irvan will remain up throughout much of Ernie's convalescence. But please, when you're dialing, not just during the race today, but all through the week and in the weeks to come, this number will be up and available to you. But please be careful dialing. 704-355-2828. Please make sure you're dialing the correct number. One lap will go back to racing. John Andretti has made his pit stop, and Rusty Wallace, thanks to quick work by Buddy Parrott and the crew, have the lead. Now, as you see the bottom right of your screen, that very first pit, that is the choice of pit at almost every race for the Winston Cup champion Dale Earnhardt. And it is a tremendous advantage. Almost everyone else who qualified where Earnhardt did starts way back, or pits way back at the turn 4 end of pit road. This is a NASCAR rule that the champion picks his first pit, and I'm sorry, it's strictly my opinion, but I think it's like starting a baseball game, if there were any baseball games, with 3 runs on the board already. It can be quite an advantage. Randy?
Well, just to update you on Dale Earnhardt, he's picked up 32 spots. He picked up 4 in the pits the last time. To give you an idea how hard this team works on this car, as well as he was coming up through the pack, they decided to take a rubber out of the right front. Dale said, well, it's loose just once in a while, so let's try and see if we can tighten it up here. Team is constantly working. That's why he's 6-time champ.
Agreed. Lines up alongside Dave Marcus there. And we're back under green.
Well, this will be interesting to see if Jeff Bodine can pass now that he has Rusty Wallace up front like that. See if he can pass him and move off like he's been doing.
I'll be surprised if he doesn't. That 7 car has really been running these first 8 laps.
First time that a car on Goodyear tires has led under green today.
We're riding with Jeff Gordon there. He gets a little bit high there. I don't know whether he's going to lose a position or not, but yeah, here comes Earnhardt going right on by. That's how crucial. One little move on the racetrack, you see Earnhardt get under him and go right on by.
That might just be having the air pressure on the low side, and when you take off and get that green flag, they don't hold till they get a little heat. Build that air up just a little bit.
Schrader looks low. Martin looks lower.
Here comes that 7 car right on by Rusty Wallace like he's tied to a stick.
He did let Rusty lead one green flag lap. That was nice of him, wasn't it?
3rd place now is Earnhardt.
You know, you can wonder, is there inter-team strategy at play there? I don't think you have much time to worry about who's in a Ford, who's in a Chevy, or who's on Goodyears, who's on Hoosiers when somebody leads somebody else.
The interesting part is Rusty is not losing a lot of ground to Bodine there, and if he can ride along here, I'm sure he'll be happy. He's got his 5 points now. He'd love to just sit there and ride along in 2nd place and not worry about anything right now and just wait on somebody to make a mistake.
Look at Kyle Petty move up under Jeff Gordon.
There's another, well, I don't know what's wrong with Jeff. He's made a chassis change. He's not able to stay down low, and if you can't run low in the corners here, you lose some spots.
Jeff Burton moving past the DuPont Chevy.
Yeah, he lost a little bit of time on the racetrack during the pit stop, but he's going to try to get back up there and race with Jeff again.
Puts Burton up to 7th. Mark Martin takes a spot from Kenny Schrader. There they are. Now Kyle Petty trying to put his Pontiac underneath Schrader's Chevy.
See Kyle Petty there at Rockingham. That's one of the most dominant cars that's ever been there, is Kyle Petty's car. This racetrack is very similar to the racetrack in Rockingham. You see him moving up there. Earnhardt has taken over 2nd place as we're talking about Petty there.
Jumped underneath Rusty going into turn 3. And you know, that's about the 3rd time today I've seen Rusty Wallace do some big picture racing. Somebody starts to get down underneath. Rusty gives him plenty of room. 3 cars jumped underneath them earlier in the race, or 2 cars, Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon. And Rusty said, you guys go ahead. You guys go ahead. There's still only 2 digits up on the scoreboard. We got a long time to go here.
Exactly. They still got 400 miles to think about it.
Right.
And when somebody takes a look under you down the straightaway and you get to that corner and you decide to take the risk and shut the door on him, I tell you, if he's not a nice guy and if he doesn't let off, you're going to the fence and you're going in it hard. So Rusty knows how to finish these races. He knows you can't win them if you're not running at the end.
Dale Earnhardt, 232 points ahead of Rusty Wallace. Of the top 10 drivers, 2 of them, well, 1 is out of this race and 1 is way back. Bill Elliott, 9th in the points, slapped the wall in the opening laps and lost some 30 minutes in the pits. Michael Waltrip crashed hard and is out of the race. Michael's a 10th place point man.
You know, I was watching through 3 and 4. They're right down on the white line, but they're starting to move the groove up just a little bit in 1 and 2. As you see the cars go into 1 here, they'll go in and then kind of diamond the radius in the center of the corner there and go up just a little bit and then come back across the racetrack, come off low.
Jeff Gordon's been on the horn with Ray Evernham talking about how they want to change that car on their next pit stop. Let's get an update from Randy.
Well, the bottom line is, he said it's loose, guys. It's very loose. And Ray Evernham, being the great crew chief that he is, just tries to calm him down, saying, don't worry about it. We'll adjust it on the next stop. And as soon as he was done talking about that, Jeff Gordon came back over and said, well, it's starting to tighten up a little bit. So it's just what Chuck Brown was saying, that possibly the air pressure taking a little while to build up. The car's coming to him now.
And coming to the leader, Jeff Bodine, is that other black car, Dale Earnhardt.
Dale's the first car that we've really seen be able to stay with he's the first Goodyear car we've been able to see it stay up with a Hoosier car.
Yeah, you can tell when Earnhardt starts running good. We can't see out the booth up here. Everybody stands up in front of us, so we go back to the monitor, which we're supposed to watch anyhow. Forget about looking out.
Kyle Petty just made a move on Rusty.
We hadn't noticed Kyle a lot early going there, but he's starting to really make his presence known now.
Kyle Petty has not led a race since Rockingham in February, but he is coming toward the front. We'll pick up his progress when we come back. 91 laps are complete. Here at Dover Downs, Richard Childress.
The most explosive 30 minutes on television. NHRA Today, Saturdays and Sundays only on TNN Motorsports.
Start with a little of this, and a lot of that. Mix in some of this, and what have you got? The most exciting vacation you could ever ask for in the heart and home of country, Music City, USA. This year, Opryland's Nashville on stage has the biggest names, the hottest new stars all season long.
We'll be at Nashville on stage for over 100 shows. So will the old possum. See you there.
Come and stretch your stuff at the new Wild Horse Saloon.
But to see us, you've got to call us now.
See a tribute to Patsy Cline at the Ryman.
Catch me and all my friends at the Grand Ole Opry. And then there's all the rides, shows, and fun of Opryland. Plus, there's the magnificent Opryland Hotel. So pick the stars you want to see and come to the real country, Opryland Music City, USA.
I'm telling you, this is one vacation you don't want to miss.
For more information, call 1-800-SEE-OPRY.
Book it.
95 laps complete. The gap remains constant between Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt. Our two leaders. Mark Martin is third. Kyle Petty moving up on Jeff Burton, fourth and fifth. Kenny Schrader and Rusty Wallace ahead of Jeff Gordon. Gordon wants to look underneath and take Dick Trickle with him. Napa Field standing update. Napa, we keep America running.
See Rusty falling back there. I don't know whether he has a problem or whether he's just looking at the big picture and waiting on another caution to make a chassis adjustment, but he's moving right back through the field right now. The car is not handling the way he wants it to.
It looks like if he did make an adjustment on the last pit stop, I don't think it was the way to go. He's slowed up a little bit from what he was doing earlier.
You notice, especially down in 1 and 2, they're starting to build in that second groove. A lot of the cars are working their way well up the racetracks between 1 and 2. They're not down on that white line.
Well, Mike, what happens in a race here, you see them start to move up just a little bit. What they're trying to do is not put a lot of pressure on that tire and put too much heat in it so it'll run fast for a long run.
Jimmy Spencer's just dropped about 3 or 4 positions. He's definitely off the pace. McDonald's Ford.
It's hard to say what's wrong. It's not smoking or anything, but he may have lost a cylinder, or he may think he has a flat tire, checking it out. Something's wrong, though, that's for sure.
Well, a while ago, we could see the telemetry inside the cars, and they're turning 8,400 here. It's very easy to pull a valve head off of one and have a problem.
Yeah, Mark Martin was ticking 8,400 at the end of the straightaway. And for a push rod V8 engine, it's a lot of revolution.
Jimmy Spencer looked like a mad little kid when that's a picture of him.
I'll bet he is right now.
Yeah, I'd
with
say.
a car that won't run like he'd like it to. Cheryl from Florida called in. Why do the numbers on the roofs of the cars face the infield and not the grandstand?
The reason for that is when they go in the corner, they're right for the people all the way around the racetrack. Where the track is banked there, if you notice, it's right for everybody except the people directly in front of them. When they're in the other corner, it shows up.
I think they also do that for NASCAR scoring. Almost all the scoring stands are located in the infield, and those scorers have to write a number down each time the race cars go by, and they can find them a little bit quicker with that number facing them the correct way.
And as these cars go to the backstretch, so the officials up in the tower can read those numbers. When the car is far away on the backstretch, the numbers face them.
Mike, Earnhardt has already caught Bodine. I'm going to tell you, he's got to move on right here. You see him moving to the inside?
He thought about it.
Boy. Welcome to Winston Cup, Tim Fedor.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. This is his debut, isn't it?
Yep.
His first Winston
Yes,
Cup
it is.
race.
He said he just wanted to run all day, just have a good solid race and see what he could learn.
Chuck, that's the first car that's been able to run with Bodine after about 5 or 6 laps on green flag run. So Earnhardt's really got the wick on right now. He's trying to get 5 points because Rusty's already got his.
Yeah, that's for sure. He's kind of searching around this racetrack, doing some different things, experimenting a little bit. I think he's finding something that suits his car a little bit better. He's able to keep up with Jeff real well.
Darrell Waltrip just went past Ricky Rudd. Todd Bodine just behind. They are 14th, 15th, and 16th at 104 laps.
And they are just a little less than a half lap behind the leader.
Jimmy Spencer's lost a timing chain. That car goes to the garage.
I don't think they'll be able to fix the timing chain problem. I would say Jimmy's going to get off early today.
You see Rick Mass working on Rusty Wallace, and right behind him is Greg Sachs. Greg Sachs had a horrendous wreck here yesterday. That's a backup car. They had to transfer everything, you know, vents and everything for the brakes, to cool the brakes and the whole bit. But it's a really good race car. He says it's better than the one he wrecked.
Well, we might see Spencer back. Now they're talking about a possible valve spring or valve problem. We've seen a number of drivers go around here on 7 cylinders all day. And
I was just fixing to say, he run around here slow for 4 or 5 laps. When you break a timing chain, it's all over. That's like the clock getting hit by a brick.
yeah, it sounded kind of funny when I heard it, but that was what they said.
Does that happen at your house?
Only if I speak back.
If the clock gets hit by a brick, it's because he ducked.
See Jeff Gordon going by Schrader there. Dick Trickle is really running a fine race. He goes right on by too.
Now, that cable you see hanging down there, that is the cable for the roof flaps on Jeff Gordon's car. When those flaps pop up, that cable keeps it from flopping all the way over when the flaps come up.
When I was in the garage area yesterday, Dick Trickle told me, he says, you know, when I run well, they just don't talk about me. And I said, I'll make you a promise. You put it up front today, we'll talk about you. And he's doing a great job out there.
There are those cables that anchor those roof flaps when they pop up at speed. And right behind Jeff Gordon there is Dick Trickle.
You see those little end tabs down there? That keeps the cable from popping out of there and going all the way flat. That keeps it from opening up over 45 degrees.
And you can see Ward Burton at the end of that line catching Ken Schrader down into turn 1 and putting the Hardy Chevy up a notch.
According to our sponsors, or spotters up here, they say he is one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. He's just way back in the field after his pit stop, so he's coming towards the front.
I would believe that. The way he ran in the opening part of this race, he got way behind with the pit stop. Must have had a problem in the pits, but he's picking them up and putting them down now.
Well, look at how fast Ward's going, and now look at the lead that Jeff Bodine has built up on Earnhardt. The Hoosier tire seems to respond better to a long run. Earnhardt was right with Bodine, but now that they've run, well, let's see, about 30 laps on this set of tires, Now Bodine's pulling up again.
Well, one or two things can happen. You see Earnhardt making that hard run like that. He might have heated his tires up, and he's letting them cool a little bit to make another run on him.
112 of 500 miles complete here at Dover Downs. Jeff Bodine has led most of the way.
This is the place. Told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy. There they are.
Cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft. The cold one. So get out of the old and get into the cold.
There's one thing that a racing engine and a straight engine have in common. You want them both to last.
Haviland Formula 3 from Texaco.
To build a race engine that holds up, you have to use the best of everything, and Haviland does that job.
No other leading motor oil offers more complete protection to help your car run better, last longer. Good enough for Robert Yates. Haviland Formula 3. Why add just any motor oil? Add more life to your car. Get a free Haviland racing cap of your choice when you buy a case of Haviland.
You know, working at AutoZone is more than just looking up parts or ringing up sales. Most of all is listening. Because my customers know more about their cars than I'll ever know. They know every rattle by heart. I mean, that car is their baby. So when they got a problem they're going to fix themselves, I'm going to do my best to help them get whatever they need, no matter what it takes. Because people like that, they don't deserve anything less than the best I can give them.
I never park up front of the parking lot. That's how door dings happen. The towels bug my wife. She calls me a tightwad, but I'm not a tightwad. I just don't want to scratch the upholstery. No, if people took care of their cars, they wouldn't have to keep buying new ones.
Pure oil now.
I change my own oil and use Purelator filters.
Pure oil later.
Have to watch the dog up there. Tell
legends live on Purelator.
Oh, look, a nickel.
Welcome back to Dover Downs. You see the harness racetrack inside of the 1 mile super speedway. That light gray cinders of the harness track here at Dover Downs as you watch from our Ray Bestis aerial camera. Ray Bestis, best in brakes. In the wall, Greg Sachs. No caution as yet as Sachs comes down off the banking in turn 4. He's not going to make pit road. I don't think he's going to make it much further.
The yellow is out. Oh, he's got a little fire on the left side there. It looked like a little fuel might have been left in the left exhaust and went right out.
That is the second hard hit in turn 3 this week for Greg Sachs.
The second race car, he's pretty well banged up too. Not a good weekend for Greg.
And again, Kenny Wallace gets a break on the caution flag and avoids going a lap down.
He was 3 car lengths from going a full lap down then.
Report is the right front tire cut down on Greg Sachs' car, sending him into the wall. Jim from Texas wants to know if the driver doesn't own the car, say Dale Earnhardt, who do they send the check to after the race?
That depends on who's. At the first of the year, you sign a little waiver to send it to the car owner usually because they make out your percentage. Every driver drives for a little different percentage. I'd say Earnhardt, he may have the check sent to him and he sends the rest to Childress.
Well, I wonder.
If the waiver's not signed, I think they actually send them to the driver.
Yeah.
But if provisions are pre-made, then they'll send them to the car owners. But if they just have to send them off, they'll send them to the driver.
Okay. Here's a look at what happened to Greg Sachs.
Okay, you could see the tire smoking before it ever got to the wall. It went straight up and hit on the right front corner. Now, right along here, he's along for the ride. The steering is not really working on that car.
Now, when you pop a tire at Dover at these speeds, you know, there's just nothing you can do. Just hang on and hope it doesn't hurt too much when you hit.
Yeah, you can see the right front is all the way back against the chassis there.
It's not spinning either. It's in a locked position. Its impact is so hard. So.
And as pit stops are underway, Jeff Bodine at the top of your screen, Rusty Wallace, Jeff Burton.
Well, that's got a lot of good race cars.
Here's Glenn.
Mike, Rusty Wallace already down and away. They changed 4 tires. They did raise the air pressure back up because the car got pretty loose on him the last time out, and they put about a round of fight in it. So they're hoping to tighten things up. One of the problems they're having is the cloud cover here. First, for a while, it's real cloudy. It cools off. The cars get tight. Then when the clouds go away, it gets real sunny, real hot down here. I think it's changing the temperature probably a good 6-8 degrees. It's really playing havoc with the way these cars are handling. When that sun's out, they get loose in a hurry.
Now, a lot of drivers really had to check up from Greg Sachs coming down there into turn number 3, and were able to do so as we went to caution. 120 laps have been completed. Let's see, that's how they count the money.
There's no place on earth that I'd rather be than out in the open where it's all plain to see. If it's gonna get done, it's up to you and to me. And there's no place that I'd rather be. Come on along and head for the mountains of Bushmere. Head for the mountains, it's cold and it's smooth, and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bushmere.
I went from probably 300 miles on a full tank to almost 400.
America is talking about split fire.
I'm probably getting, I would say about 20 miles more per tank full, and that's a lot for me.
And when you're driving a four-wheel drive vehicle, you need all the extra gas mileage you can get.
I have them on my motorcycle, my boat, and my car.
I love them.
Split fire. At $5.99, it only costs more till you use it.
It's good. I guess it's everywhere by now.
Spam burger hamburger. California spam burger. Cajun spam burger. Minnesota spam burger. Texas spam burger.
It's made with ham. You just cut it like this, and you get 3/4 pound burgers. You can't beat that.
Get Spam Lunch and before Spam Light, and you've got the Spam Burger. It's one great tasting hamburger.
Now, when you buy a case of quality Valvoline motor oil, you can send away for a Valvoline hat.
Honey, I'm going out.
Okay.
And become a member of the Valvoline Performance Team. Join the Valvoline Performance Team, and you'll feel like you're right in the middle of the action. So buy a case and get a hat, plus great deals on Valvoline racing gear and a lot more.
Honey, where have you been?
Just out for a little spin.
People who know use Valvoline.
Sunday, only on TNN Motorsports. All the speed, all the power, all the drama. For up-to-the-minute motorsports news and information, turn to the leader. Race Day, with 2 live editions before and after all the day's racing events. From IndyCar to AMA to NASCAR. Catch it on Race Day. Sunday, 11:30 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. Eastern, only on TNN Motorsports.
Coming up on 1/4 distance here at Dover, 123 laps complete at the moment of the 500 they'll run today. When Greg Sachs hit the wall in 3, this group of people kept that from being a multiple car collision. They're the Winston Cup spotters. Each team provides their own, and they're atop a billboard up between the middle of turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, and a lot of people have spotters other places around the racetrack.
That's Jack Roush, who owns the Mark Martin and Ted Musgrave car. And where's Jack? It's like, where's Waldo? There's that. I believe that used to be the NASCAR control tower.
I guarantee you one thing, he can see it all. His drivers can't tell him anything he don't know already.
He can see what that steering wheel's doing in turn 1 from his location.
That's true. 30 cars still on the lead lap. As you call our 800 number and have questions about this race, please don't ask us about what driver's going where, because later in today's broadcast, we'll tell you everything we know for sure with an update on the silly season, as we call it.
Absolutely maybe.
Right. Jeff Gordon had to make an extra pit stop. Glenn can update us.
Mike asked Ray Evernham what was the problem. He said they weren't sure if they got the left rear lug nuts tight. At a place like Dover, you don't take any chances unnecessarily or necessarily. This place can hurt you in a hurry. He said just to make sure, they brought him back in, retightened those left side lug nuts, sent him back out. Got a lot of time left. He's got a good car. He can make up that ground they lost.
1 lap to go, and we'll be back under green. Randy, give us an update on Dale Earnhardt.
Well, not on this pit stop, but the one before. Remember we said that Earnhardt's team removed a rubber from the right front. Well, he's constantly searching, and now that this cloud cover is moved in, the cars are going from tight to loose. They're constantly battling. So on this one, he said, I'll tell you what, let's take a round of bite out, or let's mess with the track bar. About 2 turns of the track bar. Of course, that's used to be a major adjustment in the Winston Cup Series, but not so anymore. Chuck, buddy, you can elaborate as to what the track bar does for these teams. Of course, Dale trying to tighten it up a little bit or loosen it up.
Well, Chuck, I usually do this. I'm going to turn it over to you on the track bar.
Well, okay, now they've got them down to where they can adjust them to about a 1/16 of an inch with a ladder bracket instead of having to remove the entire bolt and move a full inch. You can make fine adjustments on it, and it's paying off for them.
Green flag restart. Lap 125. Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt ahead of Jeff Burton, Mark Martin, and Kyle Petty up in the top 5.
Well, now we see if the adjustment they made on the car 3 made any difference. He's trying to get this 5 points if he can get underneath Bodine getting in the corner. Don't look like he's going to be able to do that right away.
Off turn 4 under green, and it'll be interesting to see in the early part of this green flag run how the Goodyear and Hoosier cars perform against each other, and then what will happen later on as they get a few laps run.
Well, as we look right here, that's Hoosier, Goodyear, Hoosier, Goodyear. That's Mark Martin in 4th place, just out of the picture there. You see him coming into focus there. We'll be able to see. You see Jeff coming underneath Earnhardt, coming off turn 4. Looks like he's got him.
Yeah, I think Dale just went a little hard through the middle of the corner, slipped up just a little bit, and then opened the door for Jeff Burton.
Streak of oil over the roof of Mark Martin's car. We saw that roof cam there. It was probably from somebody ahead of him at some time.
That's what you always tell yourself when you see that little flick of oil coming up the windshield. Oh, that's somebody else, not me. It looks like the whole edge, leading edge of that top right there, has got a little oil splatter on it.
That's actually the roof of the car there, isn't it?
Right.
At the top of the windshield.
Right.
Well, Mark can't see that. He won't worry about that.
Nope. Probably a little out on the windshield as well. 8,400 RPM.
173 miles an hour down the straightaway. That is getting around the mile racetrack.
It really is, because you know, from the beginning of the straightaway to the end of the straightaway, it's just not that much difference. You really notice it when you stand by the side of that wall and they come zinging by you. Boy, you can really appreciate how fast they're going.
Okay, they said they took a little bite out of Earnhardt's car. You see, he's dropping back. It's so critical here that that car be balanced so you can get through the corner. See Mark Martin gaining up on him in the center of the corner. That's where that car would hang the back end out.
And I think they really have to do some guessing as to whether it's going to stay cloudy or the sun's going to come back out, because the asphalt is very sensitive to whether it's overcast or bright and sunny. But, you know, next year, as you talked about earlier, they're going to concrete this track. That should make those problems a little bit easier.
Wow. Mark Martin wanted in that corner first, it looked like.
And again, big picture racing.
Yeah.
You know, Earnhardt knows that he'll get back in the pits and they'll make that car better if they possibly can. So he gives up 3rd spot to Mark Martin.
You just said a very interesting part. This team's been together so long, Earnhardt can say, I need just a little bit of bite. They know exactly what he's talking about. They don't know if they put another driver in that car, it'd take them forever to know what a little bit was. They'd probably put too much or take out too much.
Behind Kyle Petty and Kenny Schrader, here's Rusty Wallace and Dick Trickle. It's one of the best runs we can remember Trickle having in some time. Of course, he runs really well at this racetrack. He's had a pull here. Started 2nd today.
Look at that car come off the corner. It is really strong.
He said that's a Lloyd McCleary engine in that car.
Well, the stock in Lloyd just went up. I can tell you.
I think so.
Lloyd's originally a West Coast guy. That's where he cut his teeth and learned how to build these engines. He used to build a lot of engines that I used to race against on my early days in this sport, way back when.
Yeah, I can remember racing in the West Coast. You'd go out there and some of those cars were high enough you could walk under them, and down the straightaway, they'd just overhaul you down the back straightaway. Then you pass them back the corner and they come buzzing back down by the straightaway on you.
Trouble, turn 4. Oh, John Andretti is in the wall with Hut Strickland. Caution is out.
Wow, look at the nose of that car. Chuck, there's very little left from the windshield out on Hut's car.
Yeah, I missed most of that accident. I hope we have it on replay. I'd like to see what happened. I'm really not sure there.
Leaders coming past.
Didn't look like many cars had to get on through when the cameras picked it up live, though, so they must have been quite close to the back of the pack when that happened.
And the leaders were at turn 1 and 2 when this happened, up in 3 and 4. And the Travis Carter car has the right front wheel shoved pretty far back into the fender well.
The nice part, you can see Hutt moving around in there, so he's okay. Probably just a little, this thing will stun you just a little bit right when you first hit, but you see him trying to shift the gears to get it to move.
I'll show you part of what happened here. Well, Lake Speed was there. Ooh, so was Jeff Gordon.
I was down in the garage area yesterday, and John Andretti is really getting a lot of coaching from Richard Petty. I mean, they had diagrams and everything else. Pit road is closed right now because of this accident.
There's the damage to John Andretti's car. As we're under the 5th caution of the day. TNN's live coverage from Dover Downs continues after this.
At Pep Boys, we'll fit this Ford Taurus with a top-quality Niapco half shaft for about $191. Your dealer could charge around $400. Once again, deal? Dealer. Come to Pep Boys and drive away happy. At Pep Boys, top-quality Niapco half shafts come with our lifetime warranty. At other places, you may only get 90 days. Let's see, lifetime or 90 days? Get a lifetime. Come to Pep Boys and drive away happy.
Fuel. It's got to be the best, especially when you fire up. It's got to provide efficient turnover. It's got to be lean and have some rare qualities. A WD brand steak from Winn-Dixie. It'll definitely get your motor racing. Oh, the car? It takes high test.
I bought my car new in 1970. I drove a hockey team 190-mile round trip 3 times a week.
Haviland Formula 3 from Texaco.
I took good care of it. And when I reached 300,000, I thought, I've got to be a pretty good car.
No other leading motor oil offers more complete protection to help your car run better, last longer.
At 600,000, I thought, maybe it could be the Haviland.
Haviland Formula 3. Why add just any motor oil? Add more life to your car.
Welcome back to Dover Downs. 137 laps have been completed. Here's Glenn.
Mike Kenny Wallace just pulls away in the 28 Ford. They changed 4 tires. They made a chassis adjustment. Again, they're adjusting air pressure. I tell you, that air pressure adjustment is really critical now with this overcast sky. Like I said a while ago, it changes so frequently. When they make a change, it seems like they go out in the sun or the clouds do the opposite, exactly what they want it to do. They're really having a problem catching this 28 car. Still been real loose. Tried to tighten it up again that time. We'll see what happens on this green flag run.
Hutt Strickland walking back to the pits. He's okay after the incident in turn 4. His best finish of the year was here in June. He ended up in 9th place. That car is being towed to the garage area. And they did repair John Andretti's car sufficiently to get him back on track. 5 cautions so far for 23 laps. Let me update something because they've been ringing the phones off the wall in Nashville on our 800 number. When I talked about Dale Earnhardt being able to choose his pit position as being champion, my comment had no reflection on Earnhardt. I said the same thing when Rusty was champion, when Allen was champion, no matter who's champion. I think the champion should have some privileges. But I don't think they should extend to the running of the races during the races to give an advantage in those races next season. Doesn't matter who the champion is. And as I say, my opinion, and welcome anybody to disagree.
You going to give up while you're ahead?
No, I'm going to give up while I'm behind. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a break and sort it out. 138 laps complete. We are under caution.
Start with a little of this, a lot of that. Mix in some of this, and what have you got? The most exciting vacation you could ever ask for in the heart and home of country, Music City, USA. This year, Opryland's Nashville on stage has the biggest names, the hottest new stars all season long.
We'll be at Nashville on stage for over 100 shows. So will the old possum. See you there.
Come and stretch your stuff at the new Wild Horse Saloon.
But to see us, you've got to call us now.
See a tribute to Patsy Cline at the Ryman.
Catch me and all my friends at the Grand Ole Opry. And then there's all the rides, shows, and fun of Opryland. Plus, there's the magnificent Opryland Hotel. So pick the stars you want to see and come to the real country, Opryland Music City, USA.
I'm telling you, this is one vacation you don't want to miss.
For more information, call 1-800-WSM-OPRY.
Look it.
Welcome back to Dover Downs. We're working the 5th caution flag of the day for Hut Strickland and John Andretti, who have crashed up at turn 4. If you look at the 2 lead cars, Jeff Bodine and Jeff Burton. Jeff Burton driving for the Stavola brothers, Bill and Mickey, out of Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Their car finished 2nd here in May of 1986. Bobby Allison was the driver of the Stavola car. Who beat him that day? Man who's right in front of that car right now, Jeff Bodine. Greg Fields finds us these things.
You see the flagman with one finger out there, that means next time by the green flag.
1 to go.
Means tighten the belts and get ready.
That's it.
Doug from New York wants to know, when Harry Gant retires, who will be the oldest driver on the circuit?
Dave Marcus, I guess.
Or Dick Trickle.
I don't know. That'd be a toss-up, but
I'm not
both
sure.
of them are in real good shape. Harry Gant's just quitting because he's been gone from home too much.
Morgan Shepherd is 52 now. Dave Marcus is 53. And Dick Trickle is 52. So it would be Marcus. You're right. Randy?
Real quick on Dale Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace. Dale said that track bar adjustment, car's still just a little tight. They'll work on it again. Rusty, they think they got too soft a right front spring, so he said yank out pull a rubber out of the box and let's stick it in the right front next stop.
Getting ready for the restart at lap 141. Jeff Bodine hauls him down to turn 1. Dave Marcus on the inside there, just a lap down.
Boy, Jeff Bodine got a tremendous break on that takeoff there. He had Marcus there right under him, and he jumped out and got track position. You see Dave Marcus there, Olive Garden special there. Good to see him with a sponsor. I hope they stick with him.
And Jeff Burton making the move around.
It's a strong move. Jeff's car is just able to go anywhere he wants it to go. I'm not sure in the long run that he won't be able to run right up and catch up with Bodine.
First 2 cars on Hoosiers. The next few back on Goodyears. Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, Kyle Petty, Kenny Schrader. Rather, Dale Earnhardt, Kyle Petty, Kenny Schrader, and then Rusty Wallace are all Goodyear cars. That tube on Rusty's car, we had an 800 call about that. That leads to his drink bottle. He likes to keep that out of over there where it's not in his view. It is in ours a little bit, no big deal. That's okay.
But, I've always wondered how that stays attached to the roll bar, though. Does he have some Velcro on that, or what? Just what holds it there to where he can grab it and take a drink on it? We'll have to check that out someday.
But he can reach over, grab that tube like a straw, and get a drink.
The advantage of that, most of the people hook it to the shoulder harness. When you have it away like that, you can change the whole bottle and get fresh, cool water instead of having to run the same bottle of water all day long and just taking a sip now and then.
Darrell Walter just moved up into the top 10 after starting deep in the field.
Yeah, old Walter, he's just like an old river. He just keeps rolling along, and he'll end up near the front. Before the day's over, he's had a tremendous run in the top 10s in the past 7-8 races now.
There's Darrell and Ward Burton trying to work his way back to the front. They are 10th and 11th right now.
Ward is not getting out of the pits first every time by any means. He has passed more race cars during the race than anybody here, but he just cannot seem to get in and back out in good position. See?
Drafting off Darrell. Let's show you how Darrell's day has gone. 32nd at 10 laps. Finally up into the top 10 at lap 145. Start of 35th.
If he continues that in the next 145 laps, they'll be right in the thick of it.
Yeah. Patience. Easy to say, but hard to practice, though, right?
Does that face look like a man that is up to something? Yesterday, we had him on the broadcast. He was so much fun to work with. You talk about somebody that has a different way of looking at the world. He has a different way of looking at everything.
He knows you have to run hard. Can't let yourself get behind, but you can't wear it all out either. 500 laps is a long way. So.
You see
pretty good.
You see the 41 car there just behind Burton. That's Joe Nemechek. He seems to really be going well right now. They made a chassis change on the last stop, and you see him going by Ward Burton like he stopped.
That's another Hoosier tire car. And another rookie candidate. Oh, here comes Ward. Oh. Yep, nope.
You know, at 173 miles an hour, there's a lot of draft out there down the straightaway. So when a car gets behind there, it's an advantage down the straightaway. But starting in the corner, you get that updraft towards the outside wall, and it makes the car want to push a little bit. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I don't think if Ward Burton could ever get up to the Jeff Bodine, he could probably hang with him again, but can't get there.
Now that battle was for 11th. Let's look back to 18th place. Jeff Gordon made 2 pit stops. A caution ago, that put him all the way back to 29th on the 4th caution. He's now scrambled back up into 18th position. He just went by Steve Grissom in the Diamond Ridge Racing Chevy just a couple laps ago.
I think at this point we're still looking at the top 29 cars as being on the lead laps. So we've had some cautions.
You know, every time we go in, this is the front battle right here. I told you I thought Jeff Burton could move in on Bodine. You see him, he is really putting the heat on him right now, but look who's in here. Mark Martin, Goodyear, has moved right up on the back bumper. They are making changes. Every time they stop, they're making adjustments on these cars to make them better. Here comes Mark Martin on the inside of Jeff Burton.
That's that same move he used on Earnhardt. Into the back straightaway, all those RPM, and shoot the flume right down the bottom of the corner like that.
I'd say.
And for the guy that knows he's going to get past and he's on the outside, I think it's just kind of a wise move to go ahead and roll out of that throttle and turn him loose and get back to the inside and not lose too much position, not lose too much track position on the racetrack.
154 laps complete. Well, will these two be able to run down Jeff Bodine? He's about the only car that's led under green today.
If Mark Martin keeps coming just like he is right now, he's not going to be the only one that does that. And Mark is really pulling down on him.
We'll be right back as TNN's coverage at Dover Downs continues.
What, is this your idea of excitement? Let me tell you about exciting, okay? Driving around a racetrack at over 200 miles an hour, that's exciting. These are just flakes.
Well, what do you think?
These are really good. They're crispy, too.
Really?
Yeah, they're mighty good even with nothing on them. What are they?
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah. Kellogg's Corn Flakes? How could I be so dumb?
You got 500 miles to think about it.
Kellogg's is proud to sponsor NASCAR champion Terry Labonte.
My business is brakes. I've been repairing them for 24 years, and I take a lot of pride in my work. Ever since I opened, I've used the best, Raybestos. It's because I care about my customers' safety. Recently, though, I'm seeing some inferior brake parts coming on the market, and that annoys me, because brakes are so critical to your safety. When I open a Raybestos box, I know what I'll find. The best made.
Raybestos, the best in brakes. For the professional installer near you, call 1-800-4-RAYBESTOS.
The time has finally come for the cordless power roller from Wagner. Now you control the flow of paint, so the Wagner power roller can cut jobs in half. Smooth smoothly and evenly, it can cover areas twice as fast. And cleanup is a snap, so you can finish one job and do another. Get your hands on a real value, because the value of Wagner keeps on rolling.
Monday, from Nashville's hottest dance club. Cut loose with Radney Foster.
Just call me lonesome.
Plus, comedy country style with Bill Engvall.
Do you know that on a tube of Preparation H it says do not take this orally? That's sad.
Wild Horse Saloon concerts with Radney Foster. TNN, the Nashville Network, Monday.
Back to Dover Downs, and Dale Earnhardt has just made a pit stop, had a tire going down. He took it around the track an extra lap to make sure. They decided to change right side tires only. He thought it was the right rear. Dale Earnhardt, 1 lap down.
12-second stop. They added fuel while he was in. James in Nova Scotia called to ask about pitting under green with the speed limit on pit road. Is that a big disadvantage? You just saw how big a disadvantage it was for Dale Earnhardt.
Oh boy, you can go down a couple of laps without any trouble at all.
Dropped to 29th position.
Right now they just took on the right side tires. I hope that was the problem, because if he'll have to come back in for left sides, he'll really be behind. He's almost 2 laps behind right now. He's going to have Earnhardt stay ahead of Jeff.
You know, Mike, when you have a driver like Earnhardt who has a lot of experience, he didn't talk himself out of a problem. He slowed down and went around the racetrack. He did not go in the next corner real hard. Had he done that, he'd been in the wall. So a real experienced driver can really help you get to the end. That's why he has 6 national championships already.
Earnhardt moves underneath John Andretti. He just passed Tim Fedowa. And then here come the leaders. So Earnhardt, he is 1 lap down, plus the distance around the racetrack. In danger of going down 2.
I think that's the first time, this is going to be the first time John Andretti's going down a lap. I'm sure his car suffered some damage in that tangle up with Huff Strickland. He managed to stay in the lead lap, but it's not as fast as it was. In fact, he's going down a lap right now.
You see Mark Martin trying to move in, but I tell you, Bodine's car is so good that it just seems like he'll spurt about 5 or 6 car lengths and more or less just sit there.
8,500.
He's not on the brake long, no. He's not using much brake. Here, with all this bank, what you try to do is get in the corner as smooth as you can. All you use the brake for is just slow the speed down just enough to make the car turn well.
And way up ahead in the upper left, you see Earnhardt moving away from Jeff Bodine with those fresh tires.
He's got to go. He don't want to go another lap down, I guarantee you.
Remember New Hampshire, where Earnhardt got lapped in 50 laps and came back and nearly won the race. Don't count him out.
We've seen that a lot. That team never gives up. They know how to do it.
See Kyle Petty there. He's moved up into 4th place already. He's really got a good run going today.
Best in a long time.
Yeah, he's having a good race. Kenny Schrader, Rusty Wallace, and Dick Trickle.
You know, this is quite a run for Trickle. He's standing right there with Rusty Wallace, and that's a well-financed team. And Dick Trickle, those guys are doing the best they can. This is a great run for those guys.
Yes, it is. Here's your Napa Field standing update. Napa keeps America running. Talk about laps down. Richard Petty made up 7 laps here in 1975 to win.
I remember that race. Every time he would get by the lead car, the caution would come out. Somebody would knock the wall down. Or I'll rephrase that. Nobody's ever knocked this wall down. They've hit it a bunch, but nobody's ever knocked this wall down.
It doesn't budge, does it?
No.
Was it you or Neil that said that wall is concrete backed up by the state of Delaware?
I think I said that. But Neil and I both knew it. I guarantee you. Those marks going up there, I think there's some of mine still there.
You knew that first head?
Yeah, I did. The bad part, you had time enough to whimper and everything else before you got there and brace up, and it still knocked you out almost.
Well, that's something we talked about earlier. Looking in the corners, how low they run on the racetrack now. Back when Harry Gant was winning races here, he'd run way up the top of the racetrack, that if you had a problem, it wasn't so far to go and maybe not so much damage once you got into the wall. But here you go from the bottom of the racetrack and shoot right to the top.
Yeah, it's like a half-inch punch in a roundhouse. That's how much difference there is. When you go all the way across that racetrack, man, you really hit a ton. Look at Schrader moving up on Petty there. Schrader has won this race before, so he knows how to set a car up for a long run. He's very competitive.
And those 4 cars seem to all be quite equal. They've been staying together, dogging each other here for quite a while.
And they're about 5 1/4 seconds behind the leaders.
You know, since the radial tire days, though, you really haven't seen the Harry Gant groove here at Dover. These radial tires seem to like that bottom lane down there. And you're real lucky on a track like this if you can just get 2 lanes down at the bottom. But running up at the top against the wall, we just haven't seen that in quite a few years now.
Well, and two, the racetrack itself is worn out, so they had to go to the bottom of the racetrack. They used to run in the center part of this racetrack, and it wore out. They put a lot of sealer down on this racetrack and really changed the complexion. You see Schrader going by, Rusty Wallace, here comes Trickle up underneath. That's just moving out one time and see what trouble you can get into.
Trickle tries the bottom on Kyle Petty. There's room.
He's going to make it too. It looks like Joe Nemechek's coming with him.
Boy, somebody lit a fire in Joe Nemechek. He's flying up through this field.
He's about to be the 7th place car. Back up front, Mark Martin has closed it down on Jeff Bodine. Some of the concrete patches they did in turns 1 and 2 here in June, they resealed here Friday night. Tapping Jeremy Mayfield, the Fingerhut car. Let's go down to Mark Martin's pit. Here's Glenn.
Well, Steve, we have seen you make some adjustments to the car today. Looks like you finally got it right. He's caught that number 7.
Yeah, we were too loose. We were afraid the track was going to be tight. We got them tied up now. Right now, the Valvoline car is probably the best Goodyear car here. We just want to make a few more adjustments and try to win the race. The 7 is awful good.
Looks like the cloud cover is in your favor right now.
Yeah, we hope something's in our favor. You know, the longer we run, the better we'll get. We're thinking those other tires will go away after a while. If we get some long runs, make one more adjustment, we should be in pretty good shape.
He's in pretty good shape right now.
That he is.
Yeah, that's definitely I think the longest stretch that we have yet seen a Goodyear car keep up. He's going to make Jeff work. And Jeff Burton is just barely behind both of these. We've almost got a 3-car race for the lead.
Mark trying to get under the low side there, but Bodine, he's just running fast enough to stay in the lead right now. He's really taking care of that race car. You don't see him in any trouble whatsoever. When he goes in the corner, he goes right down on this white line, picks the throttle up. See Mark's car moving out right there. He's diamond in the corner just a little bit more.
Coming up on Kenny Wallace. This time it appears there will be no caution to save Wallace from going 1 lap down as Bodine makes the move past. Let's check with Randy.
Well, you heard Steve Neal talk about maybe those other tires will go away. On the 7 car of Jeff Bodine, when they ran 45 green flag laps, a little bit of blistering in the left rear for the Exide batteries forward. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see if he can go further than that if the caution is not brought out.
Boy, that is a big, big if. Last week, the same thing happened. Bodine was the only car that wasn't tearing the Hoosiers up, and about 3/4 of the way through, when he really needed to pick up the pace, he started blistering tires. So we'll keep our eye on this for you.
Now Mark Martin makes the dive down the front straightaway on Bodine, and doesn't have quite enough room, or does he?
Easy.
That's close.
He got that position.
And Jeff Burton carries through on the bottom for 2nd.
If you're going to have a tire blister, though, I think I'd just as soon be in the left side of the race car than over there in that right side. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Except for the 3 laps that Rusty Wallace led after the restart, this is the first time anybody but Jeff Bodine has led today. Mark Martin in front, and here comes Jeff Burton after him. Jeff Burton takes the lead from Mark Martin just 2 laps after Martin put it to Jeff Bodine.
Well, you seen Jeff Burton a while ago. That looked like about 30 years of experience. He could not get by Bodine. He dropped back. The 6 car got under him. He followed the 6 by Bodine. Then he went right back by Martin.
And he's a rookie.
That's the scary part. He's going to get better.
Buddy Barnes, the new crew chief on the Jeff Burton car after Ken Wilson resigned following the Swiss cheese roll cage fracas at Richmond last week. A heavy fine for that team. They brought an old car to Richmond, one that apparently had the top part of the roll cage lightened, and suffered a fine. And Ken Wilson has now left that team and will be building engines in his own shop for various Winston Cup teams.
The reason that looked so easy there, Mark Martin went up and Burton was right down on the bottom. He got that good forward bite coming out of the corner and drove right by Mark Martin. Mark was real close to getting in trouble. He was so high on the racetrack.
I kind of think Jeff Burton was back there following the two of them and finally realized, you know, I think I can pass these guys and go on. I think I'm going to do it. Even though he's a rookie, not supposed to do that, but why not get up there and lead? If the car will do it, let's do it.
Mark Martin, who is in third in the Winston Cup standings. Mark did pick up 5 points for leading a lap here.
And Dale Earnhardt hasn't.
I think Jeff Bodine might have thought, well, some of these tires have already showed some, trouble. I'm going to drop back here and let somebody else be the rabbit.
The rabbit right now is Jeff Burton. He leads Mark Martin, Bodine, Kenny Schrader, and Rusty Wallace.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Red ball of fire. You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. But your love drives a man insane. You broke my will, what a thrill. This is raising red balls of fire.
You could win a trip to the Fast Track Driving School with Bosch Platinum Plugs.
What is it about Ford Taurus that makes it America's best-selling car? Is it Taurus SHO with its amazing handling and 24-valve, 220-horsepower performance, its driver-oriented interior, or the unique ways SHO finds to reward the driver like no other performance sedan? Ford Taurus SHO, another reason why Taurus is the best-selling car in America. Again.
Peerless Faucet didn't come up with the idea for a spout long and high enough to reach over and into large objects. We merely adapted it for the kitchen. High-rise faucet designs by Peerless. Get more out of your faucet than just water.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy. Don't you think? Skin Bracer Aftershave.
By Menon.
This bench gets a professional finish with Krylon spray paint. No runs, no drips, no errors. Dries to the touch in minutes. The other brand's still tacky. Wow! What a game!
Good game, Mr. Euchre.
He's a lot tougher than he looks. For a fast, smooth, professional finish, get Krylon.
Right.
A heart-stopping crash into the turn 4 wall has knocked Jeff Burton's car out of this race. Burton was coming off turn 4 with the lead and apparently cut down a right front tire, as Greg Sachs had earlier, and slammed the wall.
Oh boy, it's already let go. Ooh, it hit hard. Look how close he come to the back of Martin's car, into the inside wall. The car's on fire. That's a hard lick right there. The whole car jumps up in the air.
He was really at full steam down there in the very inside of the 4th turn. And when it lets go like that, there's just nothing you can do but hang on. It hit very hard on the outside and inside. Now it's a ball of fire. They have gotten him out of there.
Here's another look at it.
Look at it just take off. You can see it smoke in the right front. It's going straight to the wall. You can see the black marks he's leaving from having the brakes on, but they don't slow it down very much. Pretty good impact there. He comes across the track. Luckily, everybody else misses him. And then he slams. Look at that fire. Wow. Slams the inside wall just about as hard as the outside wall.
Yeah, one thing you don't do when you start across this racetrack, you don't slow down going down the racetrack.
And now where he stops is quite a ways from where the emergency crews are stationed. And the other race teams came quickly running with extinguishers to his aid. That's a lot of the fellows from Jeff Gordon's team right there on the scene.
There are many different teams there. That's the family part of this sport. Everybody's pretty tight.
Getting him out right there.
They just airlifted him across. One of the first guys there was Ray Evernham. Evernham was involved in a horrible fiery crash in a modified in Martinsville, Virginia that kept Tony Siscone out of a race car for more than a year. Glenn Jarrett's right in the middle there.
Well, Mike, I'm standing right behind Jeff. His wife Kim's with him. He is okay. He's banged his right leg up. They pulled his trouser. In fact, they cut the leg away. He hit his knee pretty hard right now. He says other than that, he's okay. He's taking some oxygen. He's drunk about a half a bottle of water, but he's disappointed, bruised a little bit, banged up, but other than that, he's okay.
Good news. Hard hit.
I think he means they've cut the uniform away to take a look at the leg.
Boy, it's good to see him moving around and everything. They take him in and check him over because the race car driver will tell you he's okay, and a lot of times have, you know, a broken bone and not know it. So they really check him over well in the infield hospital, and if they need to, they take him right on to the hospital.
They get a little oxygen and then take him to the care center.
He's pushing the oxygen away, so he must be feeling pretty good.
Rusty Wallace in for a pit stop. And he will restart at the tail end of the longest line. NASCAR ruled that he pitted before pit lane was open. We're at 192 laps. Michael Waltrip has crashed. Sterling Marlin has crashed. Greg Sachs has crashed. John Andretti with Hutch Strickland, and now the leader, Jeff Burton.
My truck has 99,000 miles on it, and it's like a brand new engine.
America is talking about split fire.
I feel like I have a new engine.
No hesitation. You hit your passing gear, you're gone. Right now.
Split fire won a United States patent. It doesn't look like any other spark plug. It doesn't work like any other spark plug.
I love them. I have them on my motorcycle, my boat, and my car.
Love them. Love them.
Split fire at $5.99. America knows it only costs more till you use it.
I can say I've saved at least $3 to $4 a week.
Probably getting, I would say about 20 miles more per tank full, and that's a lot for me.
They'll pay for themselves basically in the first 6 months you own them.
Split fire. It only costs more till you use it. Here's another split fire breakthrough. Twin core wire sets with a dual firing path to every plug. More power and more mileage or your money back.
Hey, you know my crew spends hundreds of hours building those 5,000 horsepower motors. I can explode one in 5 seconds. And when that happens, nobody eats. That's why my guys won't run anything but Fram fillers. You know, Fram gets the nasty stuff out of the oil, so I can go to the other end with my candles lit. And you know, that's in about 5 seconds, nearly 300 miles an hour. You can look at these guys and see they eat pretty near every day.
Road and Track says the latest and best Mustang hits the ground running. Auto Week says the all-new interior is nothing short of a design triumph. Motor Trend says its first-class styling, dynamics, and performance make it the most significant new American car this year. The all-new Ford Mustang. It is what it was, and more.
Pit road is now opened. It was closed for a long time because of the ambulance being there for Jeff Burton. Randy's in Jeff Bodine's pits.
Well, Shane Parsnow and Ed Leslie go to work on the right front and right rear. Done already. A little limp out of Parsnow. He might have hurt his leg a little bit. This team has got to be awfully nervous. Left side tires are on. Hoosier tires seem to be possibly having a problem. Glenn?
Randy, I'm up in Jeff Gordon's pit. Jeff has got a problem getting out. They push him backwards to get him out. He was blocked in by the 40 car, and just as they pushed him backwards, the 40 car took off. But this is the pit that they had put Jeff Burton in, so it took him a while to scramble around, get everything squared away, get the pit cleaned out, but everything went okay.
The hood was up on Rusty Wallace, and only now does he pull away. Now, they had plenty of time. NASCAR had already informed them that he was going to have to start at the end of the longest line for pitting before the pits were open. Let's show you what happened to Jeff Burton from Mark Martin's car in second place.
That thing was scary enough without seeing this. Wow. Right there.
Oh.
You can see the tire blow.
Well, Mark just barely got by in front of him without getting collected. Oh. There's not but a split second from the time that tire blew to the time it crosses clear across that racetrack and slams that outside retaining wall.
And it's also quite a stroke of luck that that was but a single car accident, the way he came off that wall. Dale Earnhardt gets 4 tires and heads back out. lot of questions on our 800 line about Richard Childress, the owner of the Dale Earnhardt team, and whether he might buy Texas World Speedway. The Speedway was put up for auction. Apparently, we're told that Childress was the only potential bidder who sent in the entire bid package preliminary fee, and he is negotiating with the track's owners now about a possible purchase. 195 laps are complete. Pit stops continue under this, the 6th caution flag of the day. We'll be right back.
Next week on TNN Country News, the Canadian Country Music Awards big winners, and Winona joins Tammy Wynette for a girl thing.
TNN Country News, weeknights. A platinum gold country singer, Lori Morgan meets hip songwriter Chris Christopherson on her video shoot in 1993. She admires his songwriting. He likes hers too, even encourages her to write more. Hear His and Hers on the American Music Shop Tuesday on TNN. She's the first lady of country music, a legend. She's Tammy Wynette. Now comes an exciting new series showcasing the emotions with her old friends from yesterday and her inspiring talent on the hot rising stars of tomorrow. The Legends of Country Music with Tammy Wynette. Thursday, September 29th at 8 on TNN, the Nashville Network.
Highway transportation provided by Cedar Ridge RV Center, Branchville, New Jersey, featuring Winnebago Motorhomes. Call 1-800-988-4884 to find out why Cedar Ridge is the choice of champions. In one lap, we'll get the restart. Jim from Kentucky asked about the rookie points and how they're given. Here's how they stand. Jeff Burton, Joe Nemechek, Steve Grissom, Mike Wallace, and John Andretti are the leading rookies. Max Race Card sponsors that competition. That's how they stand after 24 of 31 races this year.
This will be Dale Earnhardt's first real opportunity to try to get back onto the lead lap. He had that tire problem, went down almost 2 laps, but only 1 lap. And that caution's enabled him to get side to side with the leader and see if he can get himself back on the lead lap.
Earnhardt officially in 25th position, 1 lap down. Kenny Wallace also hopeful of getting back on the lead lap. And Bobby Labonte raced the leader to the flag, but they ruled he did not get back on the lead lap before the caution.
Ooh, Mark left on the, that looked like John Force going down that front straightaway. He says, I'm going to keep Earnhardt down as much as I possibly can. They don't want him back in the same lap, I guarantee you. Look at Earnhardt coming through there. Whoa, whoa, wee.
That's close.
Yes, it is.
Earnhardt slices down to the bottom, and Mark says, you want the lap back that badly?
That's right.
You can have it.
I think he could see our camera position or something. That was really
I think
close.
you could feel him back there. That's what I think.
Jeff Gordon in trouble. He was in the wall coming out of turn 2. Bounced off it, keeps going. Well back in the pack. See if there's any damage on the right side of that car. Here comes Rusty.
You can see the tires there, concrete dust all over the tires. He got in it pretty hard. He'll have to really be careful there.
To check it out. The right rear quarter panel was flattened somewhat.
Yeah, he just pushed up coming out of turn 2 and slapped the wall with the right side of the car. Here comes Schrader in the Kodiak, number 25.
Look who's in 3rd place. The Old Man River. Here comes Darrell Walter. Steady on the move.
Old VW.
Schrader's turned up the intensity just a little bit too. He couldn't touch Martin just a little while ago. He seen Mark Martin's car is just a little bit off. It might be just a little loose getting off the corner. You see it moving around just a little bit towards the straightaway there.
If you joined us late, Dale Earnhardt not leading this race. He's on the tail end of the lead lap. Cut down a tire, took a green flag pit stop, went almost 2 laps down. And on this caution, caught back around, and now he's ahead of Mark Martin on the tail end of the lead lap.
You see You see Nemechek here. He's in the battle now, trying to get by Darrell Waltrip down the front straightaway. He's on the low side. Darrell knows where he's at. You see Darrell will not make it too tough. Now, the 41 car there of Nemechek is on Hoosiers. I'd have to be thinking, man, I don't know whether I want to really extend too hard right now.
And he's looking at those leaders just right in front of him. And Joe would like to get up there and lead this thing, but it's, I don't know if it's just bad luck or if the tires aren't taking it today. But,
and of the 4 single car crashes, 2 of them were Hoosier shod cars, 2 of them were Goodyear.
That's
Michael
true.
Waltrip and Sterling Marlin, so we can't really generalize. Now, Jeff Gordon's pit reports that that car is okay. Here's what happened.
He's on the outside there. Ricky Rudd just starting by. He starts off the corner here. You'll see him about, oh man, he got loose there.
He was passing, or Derek Pope was underneath him at the time. The car's okay, they say.
When you're on the outside coming off that second corner, it's just not very difficult to do something like that.
It looked to me like he might have had a little nudge there because he was coming off awfully smooth, and all of a sudden it was very erratic as far as the steering. So he might have got touched just a little bit. That was Lake Speed up under him there.
Joe Nemechek pushing Kenny Schrader along. Schrader the leader.
Well, that car, Nemechek's, is checked out. Now, I'm telling you, he's up to second now and put all the pressure he can on Schrader. Comes Schrader up on Earnhardt, trying to get him that lap down. One thing you don't want, look at Nemechek making a move for the lead here.
Here we go. Now Earnhardt may be in jeopardy going back down a lap, because right now Joe Nemechek is flying.
We noticed a while ago he really gets up off the corner extremely well. He seems to go in a little high there. He'll turn it down. Watch this dig off the corner here. I mean, he really gets off.
Really picked that throttle up early.
There goes Earnhardt, a lap down again.
Second rookie to lead today.
There's about 20 guys in the lead lap that'll all want to buy Joe a beer afterwards for keeping Earnhardt a lap down.
If I was his spotter, I'd say, look in the mirror. You see the lead you have right now. Let's try to keep that lead. Don't extend yourself and try to build a lap lead or anything like that, or get these tires in trouble.
Second time in his Winston Cup career that Nemechek has led a race. Here's how Ken Schrader's done today. Started 14th. Moved up to the lead and now second place.
Did Jeff Gordon have a slow pit stop and make some adjustments, or he's been dominating this race, you know, pretty much? Although I did fall back just before they pitted, I guess, a couple of positions before the Jeff Burton's crash. But,
and he's in 6th place.
6th position.
There's Bodine. Behind the lap car of Bobby Labonte, the Maxwell House Pontiac.
I suspect he's just going to kind of ride along for a while. We've got a long way to go and make sure everything's okay.
You see him going by Bobby Labonte there, but you're right. He's not driving quite as hard as he was before. I guess everybody knows that they have a problem if they push these tires too hard. So they'll start pacing themselves a little more as far as the Hoosier tires go.
The radio transmissions between Joe Nemechek and his crew confirm our speculation. They just told him about running just enough to stay in front. Doug Rickards, the crew chief, Larry Hedrick, the car owner. There's Bodine. And right behind him, Dale Jarrett, who is the 7th place car. The Joe Gibbs Interstate Battery Show.
It's a good run for Dale today because earlier in the race he had an extreme loose condition. They seem to improve that car, and he's able to stay down low on the racetrack. It's not switching around quite as fast as it was.
Pulling up on Bill Elliott, who hit the wall in the first and second lap of the race. And Elliott, trouble. Whoa. Mike Wallace, Terry Labonte way down in the grass as Mike Wallace spins and catches a piece of the outside concrete. Loy Allen.
Oh, he got into the inside wall there with the left rear quarter.
Loy Allen got way down in the dirt. Race to the line. Earnhardt, I think he got his lap back.
You got to be an opportunist. And it's there, right. You got to go for it.
That's right.
You know, that's as close as I've ever seen to that clip in the Tom Cruise movie Days of Thunder, where you just go flying off into the cloud and stuff happening and come out the other side.
Well, that's Dale Earnhardt. I mean,
yes, it is. All right, let's show you what happened here. Mike Wallace.
He come across in front of Grissom there. I think there was a little bit of touch there. He goes out to the outside wall. Now here's where the real trouble starts. He goes back across the racetrack and everybody starts coming at him. Look at Loy Allen. Whoa! And then he gets into the mud there and gets in the inside wall. That could have been ugly.
He might be lucky on that. That might have been a light enough brush on the left side for Loy Allen not to be big problems.
Here's Glenn.
Well, Joe Nemechek has brought his car in. He's one of the only of the few leaders that have done so. Of course, Earnhardt's coming down pit road. He's got nothing to lose. But Nemechek is having a 4-tire change. I guess there was some debris on the racetrack. Didn't want to take any chances. He's down and away. He is on Hoosier tires. Let's go to Randy.
Well, if you don't think this team was breathing a sigh of relief when Earnhardt crossed that line, you're wrong, because they were. And then a big smile. They're on the right-hand side. They're going to take their time. They're going to make another adjustment on the track bar. They continue to work on this car. They're on the left-hand side. Andy Petrie, no troubles in this 4-tire stop. Gas totally full. Earnhardt nice and easy. Back out on the track.
And back on the lead lap. Here's how it happened.
Well, you see Nemechek sees the yellow. He checks up right there. Here comes Earnhardt.
That's heads-up driving, and Dale had the trust that Michael Waltrip saw them both coming and would get out of the way to give him room to run 3 wide down that straightaway. He doesn't have to do it again. He's got her back on the lead lap, and that's the main thing.
We have an end car here. You can see everything that's fixing to happen here. Coming off the 4th turn. A little contact there. Now, can you imagine having to make a decision that quick to go low? Of course, the spotters, sometimes when all that smoke's up like that, the spotter has to guide you through there. Go low, go high, whatever.
And that time Jeff Gordon got through, as Mike Wallace has brought out the 7th caution of the day. We'll be right back to Dover Downs.
Sorry, guys.
Where do you find a pit crew this good? At a Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer. Quality care, where the quality continues.
Category.
Music.
Deep Purple, man. Classic.
Born.
Huh?
Yeah, man.
First album.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Paradise by the Dashboard Light.
Ah, Meatloaf. I wonder what his friends call him. Me?
Mr. Loaf. How about My Sharon?
Beechwood aged Budweiser.
Supertramp.
Crisp, clean, classic.
Frampton comes alive. Moment of silence, please. Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, all right. All right. Hold on.
The car on the right was filled with Castrol Syntec, a synthetic oil, the other with conventional oil. They were then drained and started without oil to prove a point. You see, Syntec has a unique molecular structure that bonds to engine parts. Lab tests show it leaves a layer of protection far stronger than conventional oil. And if Syntec protects this well now, imagine if you leave it in. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't.
If you think this is a broad selection of tires, wait till you go to Pep Boys. Get $40 back on a set of 4 Michelin, Uniroyal, or Futura tires. $20 back on any 2. Come to Pep Boys and drive away happy.
This bench gets a professional finish with Krylon spray paint. No runs, no drips, no errors. Dries to the touch in minutes. The other brand's still tacky. Whoa! What a game!
Good game, Mr. Euchre.
He's a lot tougher than he looks. For a fast, smooth, professional finish, get Krylon.
We have just restarted the race as Ray Bestis, Best in Brakes, gives you these aerial views of Dover. See the pack streaming around out of turn 4 and back down the front straightaway once again. Kenny Schrader out in front of Mark Martin, Darrell Waltrip. Brett Bodine has moved up into 4th, and Jeff Bodine is 5th. Coming up on halfway. The
Looks like they made some chassis adjustments on the 6 car, Mark Martin. A while ago, Schrader was able to just move off. Here comes the 6 car taking a look on the inside down the front straightaway. Mark's car is working very well. There's DW right in 3rd place there.
And again, it's on how gutsy they get with the air pressure and what kind of things they do to where some cars will outrun.
We have a pass for the lead here. Here goes Mark Martin under Schrader. He has track position there. He should
like
make
he's
the
going to get
pass.
it down and bring DW with him.
And bringing Darrell. Well, Darrell will take it easy right now, I think. Yeah, see what I mean?
Really.
Boy, do I know what I'm talking about. You watch me. I think Schrader will get back by Darrell. I think Darrell's very happy to sit there in 3rd place and ride along. Schrader wants to lead every lap if he can.
Schrader in 3rd, Waltrip in 2nd. Mark Martin, the leader.
That's interesting. They're running both corners different now. 3 and 4, they're right around the base of the racetrack. But several cars are even starting to move out just a little bit. As you see Mark Martin there, he's no longer hugging that white line like they were in practice and all. Maybe the racetrack itself is getting better as you move up because it is worn out down low now.
They may run one groove for a couple laps, you know, with 10-lap tires, and then as they go to lap 10, lap 20 on a particular set of tires, they're going to move up, search around a little bit.
2 of 3 Bodine brothers, Brett and Jeff, battle behind the leaders. In 4th and 5th place. Brett in the Quaker State 26, Kenny Bernstein. Jeff driving his own Exide batteries, number 7.
And Dale Jarrett right there behind him.
Yes.
Well, you notice Jeff Bodine now. He's running a very, very conservative race. He knows he has a lot of race car. Anytime he wants to, he can really make a move on everybody. But I think he's going to be very, very careful not to extend and overextend his tires.
Mark Martin opening up an advantage on these 2.
Whoa,
Trouble in 2.
Joe Nemechek hard into the wall.
Harry Gant almost collects Nemechek as he comes back across to the inside concrete. Lining him up for Chevy. Hard in the wall at turn 2.
Well, we've been fortunate with these accidents that the field is getting by without collecting each other and running into the spinning car. It's been pretty clean in that respect, but we've had some tire failures. We've had some spins.
Now, they'd only been on this set of tires 9 laps.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Joe's upset.
Not a happy camper. He's right by himself there. It looked like he just got around backwards. That didn't look like a tire problem there. It looked like he just maybe got in there real hard, lost control, went to the outside. Now he's going into the inside wall.
He's okay.
Ooh. Good thing that door opened. I think he'd have went through it the way
he was walking fast.
He didn't look too happy.
Well, it's a shame. He had a good car today, and he knew it.
Very good. There's DW. Well, Darrell's luck's been pretty good lately. The first 19 races, he only led 2 of them, but he has led 4 of the last 5 races on the circuit.
Look at that pit crew, man. When you put that race car up front like that, they really go to work for you.
Randy Pemberton's in Mark Martin's pit.
Well, Steve Neal works on the right front, the crew chief for Mark Martin. It's just standard 4 tire stops. As Earnhardt goes by on the racetrack, he will stay out. Mark's team going around the left-hand side. Everybody on pit road, it appears, with the exception of Earnhardt. But we're going to see who gets out first at this point. Mark's down and away. Darrell comes down pit road. Oh, it's very tight getting out. Brett Bodine, Ward Burton, and there goes Jeff Bodine. Rick Nash by as well.
And the leader of the next lap will be the man who did not stop. Dale Earnhardt will get his 5 bonus points, and a crash on pit road as Dale Jarrett sought to get out of his pit. He got Harry Gant. It appears.
That was a peculiar parking position. I'm not sure what happened there.
Somebody might have turned Jarrett.
It's hard to say. Boy, it's awful close on pit road here. And anytime anybody pulls out of the pits and you're coming by, if you don't get slowed up, you go right into them.
Randy was there. Randy?
Well, you could see it. It was 3 wide. Kyle Petty pulled out of the pit. I'm not sure who had the clear lane. He got into Dale Jarrett, or Dale got into him. Dale spun into Gant, and there they sat. Dale was sideways. That's how it happened.
Kyle's already gone by, and that may have turned Dale Jarrett into Harry Gant. Steve Grissom sneaks past there. Well, they're wrecking all the way around the track today, including on pit road. We'll be right back.
Racing legend Richard Petty gave us an incredible challenge to try and start his toys.
All my toys.
All at once with a single diehard. So we hooked up all 9 engines, and the diehard started every one.
All at the same time.
But would it still have the power to start this big toy? Sears diehard. More power when you need it most.
You want to know the secret to choosing a motor oil? You wait till the sun goes down. You take a ride to your local garage and then get a real close look at what the mechanic puts into his own car. Fact is, more top mechanics in America choose Valvoline over any other brand. Valvoline can help keep cars on the road for 100, 200, 300,000 miles and more. So before you buy a motor oil for your car, know the one more top mechanics put into theirs. People who know use Valvoline.
You let Vince drive your new Bonneville just to the game. Guy's a wild man.
He wanted to see how the Bonneville stacked up to his BMW. I got his attention when I told him I had traction control, dual airbags, and even more horsepower than his BMW, and for thousands less.
So you think he'll like it?
Well, I suppose he does.
Where is that guy?
The time has come for the cordless power roller from Wagner. It's so quick and easy, it can cut painting time in half. So get your hands on a real value, because the value of Wagner keeps on rolling.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy. Don't you think?
Skin Bracer Aftershave.
By Menon. Kathy Mattea kicks it into high gear.
Have you always been a show-off?
What do you think?
Full Access on tour with Kathy Mattea offers a rare glimpse into the hectic life of this Grammy-winning singer-songwriter.
I'm not quite ready yet. I need a little more hairspray.
Full Access on tour with Kathy Mattea. Wednesday night on TNN, the Nashville Network.
For information on Featherlight trailers, call 1-800-800-1230. Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR. Somewhere out on the Delaware Bay, they're cruising. And they're cruising around Dover Downs here. Or was that the Chesapeake Bay? No, it's the, well, it's the water, folks. It's somewhere not the Atlantic, okay? There's the monster of the Monster Mile.
I'd say. Monster Mile. That's a mean-looking hat, isn't it?
Yes. This is the 17th race that Dale Earnhardt has led this year. Earnhardt, Lake Speed, Todd Bodine did not pit. And they are the first 3 cars in line. Rusty Wallace and Ernie Ehrman have also led 17 races this year. 1 to go. 44 laps of caution in this first half of the race. Double file restart, lead lap cars on the outside, and Dale Jarrett is back in. Glenn?
Mike, the hood goes up. That little altercation on pit road has knocked the toe end out on the car on the right front of the car, so they're trying to adjust that. They said they thought about a quarter to a half turn ought to do it. They've got a big pair of channel locks in there turning that thing, so Dale's sitting there very impatient because this is going to put him way behind. They worked all day on the car to get it right. They finally had the car up in the top 5, and this happens on pit road. It just doesn't.
Jarrett comes back out. Harry Gant there at the tail end of the pack on the lead lap yet. And And there's Earnhardt, who comes from a lap almost 2 laps down, now leads this race.
He'll always get those 5 points. Somehow he seems to always do that.
So the top point man, 4 of the top 5 have led a lap here today. Ricky Rudd, 4th in the points, has not as yet.
Boy, he better go hard. I tell you what, he didn't take on tires just then. He better go like lightning.
Neither did Lake Speed, and now Speed is side by side with Bobby Labonte.
Or Todd Bodine in the 3rd position. I think the first one out of the pits was the 4th position with Mark Martin.
Correct. Stop and go penalty on Harry Gant.
Uh-oh.
Trouble.
Oh, Ward Burton up into the wall coming out turn 4. Stay up there.
Wow. He joins Jeff Burton and Joe Nemechek as 3 rookies that have met with the concrete here at Dover. Caution is out. 9th time today. Run back to the flag. Bobby Labonte thought he might have a chance to get a lap back, but no. A foreshortened Chevrolet for Ward Burton. Here's what happened. Look at the right side of your screen.
Looks like he's going into a slow broadslide, and it's just going to get in the slippery part of the track, and it's going to. What happens here? He does a 360. Does his 360. He's going to come around and catch the wall with the front of the car. Luckily, his impact was not nearly as great as his brother's. So, I mean, he hit. I'm sure he's done for the day, but. It wasn't that tremendous impact that Jeff Burton had a little while ago.
Ward said it just came around on him, he told the crew. Hangs up the helmet on the roll cage and gets ready to climb out. Coming up on halfway. We'll be right back.
We've won more races in the history of Trans Am. We've won more races in the history of NASCAR. Fact is, we've won more races over the last 30 years than any other automotive company. Have a nice day.
At AutoZone, most of our customers are folks who like to work on their cars themselves. But the ones who come in most often are those who work on cars for a living. Guys like Ed Graven. Now, Ed's garage is in Ogden, Utah, where most of the time you'll find him pulling an engine or sliding under a car. And just about every day, he drives past a half dozen other parts stores on his way to AutoZone. Because Ed knows that when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Budweiser welcomes you to the Voodoo Lounge. Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge Tour, live. Only one band is rock and roll, and only one beer can bring it to you. Budweiser, king of beers.
In New Britain, Connecticut, people don't need a Wall Street genius to tell them where to put their money. After all, New Britain is the home to Stanley. And even a modest investment in Stanley tools, painting equipment, doors, and hardware can pay handsome dividends down the road. So before you sink a nickel in municipal bonds or soybean futures, how about a new Stanley garage door?
Welcome back to Dover Downs. 9th caution of the day coming out for Ward Burton's crash between turns 3 and 4. And Dale Jarrett is back in trying to reset the tow out on the front of his car. Well, it's silly season, and that means the annual scramble is on to figure out who's going where next year. Ken Schrader stays with car owner Rick Hendrick and trades Kodiak Green for Budweiser Red, while Bill Elliott leaves Junior Johnson for the family car down in Georgia and the Golden Arches. Jimmy Spencer climbs out of the Hamburglar seat. He'll be in the Smokin' Joe's ride next season. Brett Bodine will leave Kenny Bernstein's team and may go to Junior Johnson. That's not definite. Bernstein, meanwhile, pulls out of the Cup ranks to put Steve Kinzer, the World of Outlaws champion, in his car. Kenny Wallace and Phil Martossi moved from Busch to Winston Cup with Red Dog Beer as the sponsor. Bobby Labonte and Bill Davis lose Maxwell House. They're looking. Lake Speed will climb out of Bud Moore's car and run his own family team next year. Everything else so far is undecided or subject to the best rumors you hear. If we get further word, we'll pass them along to you. Caution continues, and we'll be right back to Dover.
The most explosive 30 minutes on television. NHRA Today, Saturdays and Sundays only on TNN Motorsports. Monday, from Nashville's hottest dance club. Cut loose with Radney Foster.
Just call me lonesome.
Plus, comedy country style with Bill Engvall.
Do you know that on a tube of Preparation H it says do not take this orally? That's sad.
Wild Horse Saloon concerts with Radney Foster. TNN, the Nashville Network, Monday. A platinum gold country singer, Lori Morgan meets hip songwriter Chris Christopherson on her video shoot in 1993. She admires his songwriting. He likes hers, too. Even encourages her to write more. Hear His and Hers on the American Music Shop Tuesday on TNN.
You're riding over the shoulder of Mark Martin, backseat driving the Valvoline Ford. As he gets ready for this restart, he's lined up next to Dave Marcus. A little bit of fresh air tube going into his Simpson helmet there.
Yeah, he's got one on the B-pillar just beside his left shoulder there, and another one down on his feet, because your feet get as hot as any part of your body, so you need air just about all the way around on your body.
Dale Earnhardt has not been in the pits these last two cautions. He leads this race. Lake Speed, Todd Bodine likewise. Then Mark Martin, Darrell Waltrip, Rick Mast, Brett Bodine, Jeff Bodine, Kenny Schrader, and Morgan Shepherd. That's your top 10. 22 cars on the lead lap.
See, Darrell dropped back a little bit on that pit stop in. He didn't get back out, and he come in running second. Now he's back to about fourth or fifth. So, yeah, he's running fifth now.
The three of them didn't pit, so I think it's a little bit better than it looks, actually.
Dale Earnhardt today started 37th. And now leads this race. He has been nearly 2 laps down. Made up a lap on a caution flag. And came running back to the front.
Dale's car is moving out a little bit in the center part of the corner there. I can just notice that he's dropping a little bit of speed in the center part of the corner. He's got good straightaway speed, but he might wish he had those tires. You see Mark Martin are just a little bit lower. He did take on tires, and he's running quite well.
If Earnhardt wins, it'll be the farthest back any winner has started this year.
A lot of racing left to go, though.
Yeah, I was just fixing to say Darrell Waltrip will probably give him a good contest on who moves up. As far as you see Darrell Waltrip right there, he's running a tremendous race. He's right up there with the front cars, doing a great job today.
He's, as he would say, he's where he would like to be.
Mark Martin is headed for where he wants to be as he ducks inside Todd Bodine at turn 3.
Todd, one of those that did not pit and get the fresh tires. This most recent caution. Lake Speed, who we haven't really seen much of today, is hanging in there in second position after his not pitting also. So, and Bobby Labonte, that really had a kind of a quiet day. He's hanging up there. He's down a couple laps, but his car seems to be pretty fast right now. But I think it's just a matter of laps before Mark is going to work by these lap cars and on his way up to Dale Earnhardt to race for the lead.
Now you can see on that shot down in turns 1 and 2 how much the groove is widened up. just the difference in color of the racing surface. See here in 3 and 4, it's still pretty narrow, just barely 2 cars wide. But as they come down the front straightaway down in turns 1 and 2, there's a lot more of that track worn in.
Mike, you watch the cars here that didn't stop. Look how much lower Mark Martin comes off this corner. He's almost a car length lower. So sooner or later, he'll get that advantage underneath Lake Speed and make that pass. You'll watch Lake. He'll move out right here. Mark will move right up under him.
Ooh, yes,
that was
he
break.
did.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mark had to let off the throttle to keep from running into the back of Lake, and look at what it cost him. He lost that momentum. Todd Bodine went by. Darrell Waltrip went by. Now he's going to have to start over and get back up where he was, but thank goodness he cracked the throttle. Otherwise, we'd have had another wreck.
Well, if you think this is easy, think of what you just saw right there.
Well, he knows he has a tremendous car. He's not worried too much. That's better to check up than maybe touch somebody and cause a chain reaction on the racetrack.
You know, what's happening a lot of times, you'll be racing somebody hard up out of the corner here at Dover, and their car may not be exactly right, and you're behind them, and they have to lift off the throttle just a little bit, even though they're exiting the corner. You don't expect that, and I'll tell you, it's hard to not hit them because things happen quick at Dover.
Mark's tires are only about 12 laps fresher, his and Darrell's, than those of the 3 cars ahead of him. Rick Mast is going to come up and join this group as we go to halfway. There's a look at the stall for Richard Jackson car, Rick Mast, number 1.
Yeah, sat on the pole at Indy, had some great races this year. He just does not have the luck, it don't seem like. He gets up where it looks like he's going to win a race, and something always happens.
I agree with you. Rick's had a lot of strong runs, but for some reason, not there when it counts.
Here's Mark going past Darrell Waltrip. A lot easier to lose those spots than it is to gain them back. Takes a lot more time.
You see that, though. There's a lot of patience. There comes Brett. That's Jeff Bodine on the inside there.
And Brett Bodine. You were right.
Yeah, Bodine brothers.
Those brothers stay pretty close, sometimes too close.
And they're going to get Rick Mast along with Kenny Schrader and Rusty Wallace. Riding with Rusty.
Riding with Rusty and chasing Kenny.
You see that tube there? It's basically still down the straightaway. If you notice, there's more air comes in the car in the corner. As I say that, it looks like a woman dancing on that stuff. But you can see there's certain places that are pinned down. There's hardly any air movement in the car at all. And then all of a sudden, they start moving around.
Rusty has a look underneath Kenny Schrader. Kenny comes right back down to the bottom in the middle of the corner, turn 2.
Chuck, do you miss it? Are you ready to get back in there? That's about the silliest question you can ever ask a race car driver. Are you ready to get back in there? Of course he's ready to get back in there, but you're doing a very, very smart thing. You're making sure you're well and not a feeble attempt when you do come back.
Yeah, that's true. You know, you really got to be 100% as fast as these things go today. And I'm still not quite ready for it, but I definitely miss it.
Mark Martin's made the pass on Todd Bodine now.
Trying to get back up where he was, huh?
Moves him up to 3rd.
He has just made up what he lost on that one little time he just hit the brake.
A wreck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Took him half a second to lose those 2 spots and about 10 laps to gain them back.
Being a nice guy.
Yeah. 256 laps complete. We are just past halfway. Dale Earnhardt, Lake Speed, Mark Martin, and Todd Bodine leading.
There's only one beer with pure refreshment written all over it. Cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft and MGD Light. Why so many people are getting out of the old and into the cold.
Buick Regal is winning the hearts of Americans who once drove imports. Now they're demanding Buick quality. And they appreciate Regal's unique features like remote keyless entry, dual-zoned climate controls, and steering wheel radio controls, a combination of features unavailable on Toyota Camry and Honda Accord. In fact, many former import owners now look overseas, only because they enjoy the view.
Monroe Sensitrack, road sensing shocks and struts. Designed to give you extra control during a swerve. Extra control over rough roads. Monroe Sensitrack gives you both extra control and ride comfort automatically. Monroe Sensitrack, like 2 shocks in 1. Call 1-800-STRUT now for a Monroe Sensitrack dealer near you.
Every day, we all find a way. A promise made, a promise kept, giving it our best.
Napa, we're the most complete source for auto parts. And all Napa parts are backed by a nationwide warranty program. No wonder more Americans trust Napa to keep their vehicles running.
We keep America running. We keep America running.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Splitfire Spark Plug 500 on TNN is brought to you by Napa. We keep America running.
Dale Earnhardt enjoys a 1.6-second lead on Mark Martin. Lake Speed now third. Todd Bodine and Jeff Bodine are fourth and fifth. Then Darrell Waltrip, Rusty Wallace, Kenny Schrader, Rick Mast, Brett Bodine. That's your top 10. Then Ricky Rudd, Kyle Petty, Dick Trickle, Morgan Shepherd, and Steve Grissom. Here's the race from about 6th on back. Make that 5th on back.
Yeah, you see Jeff Bodine there. He's got a tremendously fast car, but he is sitting there pacing himself right now. Rusty Wallace is up under Darrell Waltrip getting in the corner here. Rusty will have to check up. He run right up behind Michael and had to back out of the throttle.
Now moves around.
Jeff Bodine is the one on the move here. He's moved up several positions in the last 10 or 12 laps. So maybe he's wanting to go back up there and take the lead again, but I'm sure he is being patient.
And boy, it's been a heavy price to lead in that race.
Still 22 cars on the lead lap.
That was pretty neat when Jeff went up there. He got behind Todd, and Todd just moved over and let his brother go. That's pretty neat to see. You know, when you see a car gain a full straightaway on you in 4 or 5 laps, there's no point in trying to making his life tough out there.
Ricky Rudd drops a spot to Kyle Petty and Dick Trickle. That group is 12th, 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Well, there's some cars out there with some damage to them circling around this racetrack, but Dick Trickle today, the 32, the black car you see there in the middle, that is one of the fastest cars out there. That's Jeff Bodine. Sounds like a valve. I heard something come by here just a second ago. It was missing pretty bad.
Coming directly to pit road.
We'll see what he does here. He's coming in. If he stops in the pits, he's just probably going to let him look at it. If he makes a left turn down here, it'll be a valve and he's out of it.
Well, they're going to try. Jeff Bodine comes
looks
in
like
here.
It just might possibly only be a cut tire. They're definitely jumping on the tire change.
He's 17th in the Winston Cup points.
They looked like they were up on the right side as he was coming down pit road, but I really couldn't see the left sides.
Yeah, whatever I heard out there a while ago just went by again. So.
And Richard Childress just came over for a casual look at the tires coming off of Bodine's car.
Boy, I tell you, they don't miss a trick. Especially Childress. He knows everybody out there. He knows the blood pressure of these other people.
Well, they're pitted right next door, so.
But they are running different brands. So.
Correct. Todd Bodine, Darrell Waltrip, Rusty Wallace. This is now the race for fourth.
See Rusty moving in there. He's got that car handling a lot better. He's made 2 or 3 stops for chassis changes during the race and seems to be able to move pretty well now.
He has driven a really patient race today.
Well, you know, when you get in second place in the points and all, you start getting a little wary of doing things stupid out there. And they get that race car just right. He knows he has a pit crew. If they could make a pit stop on the green that can give him an advantage that might win the race for him, he don't really have to overextend himself.
Well, they worked their way around Bill Elliott, whose car was damaged on the second or third lap of this race. 271 laps complete. He's past halfway here at Dover. We'll be right back.
There's one thing that a racing engine and a street engine have in common. You want them both to last.
Haviland Formula 3 from Texaco.
To build a race engine that holds up, you have to use the best of everything. And Haviland does that job.
No other leading motor oil offers more complete protection to help your car run better, last longer. Good enough for Robert Yates. Haviland Formula 3. Why add just any motor oil? Add more life to your car.
Category.
Music.
Deep Purple, man. Classic.
Born.
Huh?
Yeah, man.
First album.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Paradise by the Dashboard Light.
Meatloaf. Wonder what his friends call him. Meat?
Mr. Loaf. How about My Sharon?
Beechwood aged Budweiser.
Supertramp.
Crisp, clean, classic.
Frampton comes alive. Moment of silence, please. Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
My buddy told me to buy him, that he put him in his vehicle and he got an increase in performance, and I tried it and it worked.
America is talking about Splitfire.
It's incredible, yeah. They really work good. I get better performance, better gas mileage.
Splitfire won a United States patent. It doesn't look like any other spark plug. It doesn't work like any other spark plug.
And I changed over to Splitfire because I get 5 more mile an hour out of my race bike.
But my truck I use every day. And that's where I see an increase in savings.
It's saved me a lot of money, and it's made my response time quicker than Firehouse.
Splitfire at $5.99. America knows it only costs more till you use it.
You do make your money, just saving on the gas.
And the difference in gas mileage has been fantastic.
It's like getting an engine option.
Splitfire. It only costs more till you use it.
It's more fun to drive a car now.
Here's another Splitfire breakthrough. Twin-core wire sets with a dual firing path to every plug. More power and more mileage or your money back.
Dave Marcus coast down into turn 1 on the apron. A big plume of smoke from his car coming off turn number 4, but he took it down to the bottom of the racetrack quickly. And we continue under green. Apparently just smoke off the headers, nothing dumped on the racetrack. He was in 25th position, and that's the back straightaway. I don't know if he'll make it back around to the pits or not. Tough break for the Olive Garden Chevrolet. This would be a break for Jeff Bodine. He just went past Earnhardt to get back to 1 lap down. So if the caution would come out, Bodine would come all the way around, but it looks like we are going to stay green if Marcus can make it off the racetrack.
Earnhardt's looking at the 7 car running really well here, but Mark Martin's moving right in on the leader now.
Let's check and get a tire story update from Glenn.
Well, Mike, we mentioned that Jeff Bodine had gotten 1 of his laps back. Here's the cause of the problem. This circle right here is a little pinhole puncture right here. That's the left front tire. That's the reason he had to come in for that unscheduled stop. And it took him a long time to find it. At first they thought it was a bead leak on the sidewalk, but then eventually they found this little hole. Real small and real tough to find.
Thanks, Glenn.
Very, very lucky.
Caution. Dave Marcus has stopped on the racetrack.
That's the break Jeff Bodine needed.
Yep, that'll put him right back in the middle of the field there.
Come in and get 4 new tires and start right beside the race leader and get right back into contention.
Just as Earnhardt did.
That's right.
To get back on the lead lap. Let's check with Randy.
Well, certainly a lot of traffic down here for the infield care center. The only driver left in there, all of the drivers out and okay. Jeff Burton remains in there. They're still working on a sore knee, very sore knee, and his head obviously a little foggy. So he took a hard lick. One other incident on pit road, Chad Cross, who loses left side lug nuts for the DuPont number 24 of Jeff Gordon, separated shoulder. He's out for the day.
Rough day on pit road as well. 281 laps as Dale Earnhardt comes around behind the safety car. See if pit road will open this time. Now, most of the lead cars have been out on track since lap 218 on their tires, so that's not quite 70 laps.
The green flag is out for them to come into pit, but they're pushing Dave Marcus's car with the wrecker coming in.
I think to see pretty much the whole field come in now. We've had a little green flag stretch here. Make some more adjustments, get some new tires, fill up the fuel.
Most all of the leaders coming in. Earnhardt at the head of that line, taking them down at the speed limit. Everybody peels off for their pit stall. Here's Glenn.
Dale Earnhardt brings the Goodrich Chevrolet in. This will be a 4-tire stop. I don't anticipate any chassis changes right now. Richard Childress shook that off. Cleaning the windshield. Boy, he's had a tough day, but you never count this guy out. We've said that many times. The crew's around to the left side now. No problem so far. In fact, it's a real good pit stop. But here comes Rusty Wallace and Clark Martin at the same time. I believe Earnhardt beat Martin, but Rusty Wallace beat them both. Boy, what a surprise.
Little cleanup down in turn number 1 as we get lined up for the restart. We'll be right back.
Oil. It's the lifeblood of your engine. That makes your oil filter your engine's most vital organ. That's why Fram keeps going the extra mile to make the best protection even better. The Fram Extra Guard oil filter. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter for the best protection ever. Fram Extra Guard. American or import, it's an extra lease on life.
This is the perfect time to try my new Polaroid Captiva. Smile!
Hey, where's the picture?
There's no picture?
Did you see the picture come out? How can that be a Polaroid camera if there's no picture?
It doesn't look like a Polaroid camera.
It's not a Polaroid camera.
Presenting the Polaroid Captiva. It's sleek, it's stylish. Its pocket-sized pictures stay in a special compartment till you take them out, so you're free to shoot and shoot.
Maybe if you shake it.
Yeah, shake the camera.
The Polaroid Captiva. The pictures stay in till you take them out.
Here's to the cowboy, still a modern-day hero, standing up for what's right as he rides across this land. He still earns every dollar to pass through his hand. So here's to the cowboy as he heads for the mountains. No place he'd rather be than right here. So come on along and head for the mountains of Bush.
A platinum gold country singer, Lori Morgan meets hip songwriter Chris Christopherson on her video shoot in 1993.
You go crazy.
She admires his songwriting. He likes hers too, even encourages her to write more. Hear His and Hers on the American Music Shop Tuesday on TNN.
It's a lot of auto racing today. NHRA, IndyCar, NASCAR, and you'll hear all about it on race day. Pat Patterson and the folks will have all the news tonight at 8:30 p.m. That's every Sunday. Same time, same station, TNN. 283 laps complete. Most everybody's been on pit road. Looking for the Ray Bestis brakes. Aerial camera. Over turns 3 and 4. Look at the right side just above the Ray Bestis logo. That's the scorer's stand. It's kind of nestled into the hillside there between the speedway and the horse track. No parking out in front of there, so the scorers get an unobstructed view of each car as they come by. The scorers note the time that each car comes by and then clicks into a computer system every lap.
You know, every lap, there's a white line down in that corner just in front of the scoring stand there. That is where you get your lap leader for the lap, except for the checkered flag lap. And that's done right here on the front straightaway.
And sometimes they have to have a camera there to see who won the thing.
Yes, they do. Let's go to Glenn.
Well, Buddy Parrish looking up at the sun right now. Buddy, as usual, your guys did a great job on the pit stop, but looks like you made some adjustments on that car as well.
I'll tell you what, Glenn, we've been making adjustments all day long. We started out, the car was super loose in the sunshine, and then We got some cloud cover and the car came back, but we made a gamble yesterday to change our setup a little bit because we've pushed every time we come up here. I know we've been a little successful, but you know, everybody makes changes to their cars and get better, so that's what we were trying to do today. And there goes the sun now, so it's working for us.
Well, that pit crew's working for them too. I've never seen a pit crew so consistently beat everybody out of the pits as these guys do. They're fantastic.
They have had a great season. Help stir the pot in this great rivalry between Wallace and Earnhardt. We'll be right back.
Start with a little of this, a lot of that. Mix in some of this, and what have you got? The most exciting vacation you could ever ask for in the heart and home of country, Music City, USA. This year, Opryland's Nashville-owned stage has the biggest names, the hottest new stars all season long.
We'll be at Nashville on stage for over 100 shows. So will the old possum. See you there.
Come and stretch your stuff at the new Wild Horse Saloon.
But to see us, you gotta call us now.
See a tribute to Patsy Cline at the Ryman.
Catch me and all my friends at the Grand Ole Opry. And then there's all the rides, shows, and fun of Opryland. Plus, there's the magnificent Opryland Hotel. So pick the stars you want to see and come to the real country, Opryland Music City, USA.
I'm telling you, this is one vacation you don't want to miss.
For more information, call 1-800-SEE-OPRY.
Book it.
Getting ready for the restart. Now Jeff Bodine now posted on the tail end of the lead lap, just in front of Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, Rusty wants to put him down if he possibly can. They know how strong that 7 car is, but I believe Bodine's strong enough just to run fast enough to stay right ahead of Rusty.
Now, did Bodine not pit under that sequence? He did not, we're told. And that's why instead of lining up on the inside lane being 1 lap down, when you stay out, your lead lap car, everybody else pits, and you come around and line up in front of them instead of down to the inside lane.
Well, ideally, he made a pit stop not too long ago.
Right.
And the other thing, if you're having tire problems, if you can run about 15 laps and cool that tire back down, it'll last longer than a new tire will when you generate the heat up in it.
Second, still getting the job done as far as staying in front of Rusty.
Yeah. Second place battle here.
That's a good one.
Mark Martin dives it in there at turn 3 and takes over second from Earnhardt.
These guys battle week in and week out now. You hardly ever see Earnhardt really give anybody anything. But he respects the 6 car of Mark Martin. They race so hard together that he's seen him coming up. He just let him go. He said, I'll see you later on in the race.
He almost got to respect the whole left side of it as Mark got really loose out of turn 4 that last time.
Yeah, that's about the meanest thing you can have at Dover, Delaware is come off the corner and that back end start towards the wall every time you come out of the corner.
You know, as the laps roll out, though, these cars do have a tendency to try to get tighter and tighter. So they about need to be as loose as you can stand it.
Trouble going into turn 1.
Uh-oh.
2 cars, Todd Bodine and Dale Jarrett. Oh, excuse me, Derek Cope.
I don't see the Todd Bodine car. Did he roll off?
Boy, look at Jeff. He just made that lap up.
Yes.
He's back in there.
And we're under caution once again. The record for cautions at Dover is 16. This is the 11th of the day. And I'm sorry, Todd Bodine was not involved. It was the main and tail car of Bobby Allison with Derek Cope aboard.
Real tight quarters here.
Yeah.
Look at Jeff Gordon there. You talk about a lucky guy.
Again.
Derek
Cope around.
Whoa.
Dale Jarrett disappeared in the smoke. Did he get through? Looks like he did. Oh.
This will be a brief caution. There's Derek Cope. And that Dan and Dale's car, I don't believe that was there from the pit road accident.
I don't think so either. I believe that just happened.
Okay. And in one lap, we'll go back to green.
His right door's caved in. He has problems on the left front corner there. He got in the back of somebody pretty hard and shoved that fender up on the left side.
And giving them one to go, they don't have much time to make repairs. They're going to have to hurry up and get him back out there.
Now Jeff Bodine, now that he's back on the lead lap, he will pit for tires. I think the door damage to Jarrett was from the pit road incident. Here's Randy.
Well, who he got into, they slid right by me. I'm standing in Dale Earnhardt's pen. It was Terry Labonte. It's his left rear damage on that. Now Jeff Bodine is in. He wants to take a half around to wedge out. For a while there, they were speculating they would not come down pit road. Right side tires already on. Fuel is in. Left sides. And Jeff is down and away. Back on the lead.
And we will not go green this time. That's what the NASCAR official was waving. He was waving off the 1 lap to go sign. You saw as he stood on pit road, signaling all the crews that we were not going back to green. Caution waves again. They want to check, apparently check for debris.
Those crews are wishing they had got that message just a little bit sooner, where they could have stayed in there and done a little more work. But I guess that's just the breaks in the game.
Now 1 to go is being given. And again, the light goes out atop the Pontiac Trans Am safety car. 11 cautions so far. Had a number of questions on the 800 line today about where people can write various drivers, express their anger at Buddy, Chuck, or me, or whatever. Most of the drivers' fan clubs, those addresses are published in the various racing papers, and you can write to any of us, care of the Nashville Network in Nashville, Tennessee. Glenn?
Well, Mike Dale Jarrett brought the Interstate Battery Chevrolet back in. Most of this is cosmetic repair. There doesn't seem to be any problem with the frame or the toe end this time. Just dented up the left front of the car. They've got some straps over it, put some tape on it. I think it knocked the hood pin loose. They're just trying to keep the hood and the fender down on the car right now. He is away.
Buddy, we had a couple of timing chains. Like Brad Teague lost a timing chain, and we thought for a while that one of the other cars, I think Jimmy Spencer's, might have. And one of the questions on the line, a fellow from Indiana called in, asked why they don't use a gear drive. Use a chain drive for the camshaft instead of a gear drive.
Well, it's just one of those things. They used gear drives back in the days of the Superbirds and the Hemis and all that. And they found that they really created more problems because when you have a gear drive like that, and it does chafe or start to peel up, it knocks the motor out real fast. You don't lose the timing chain that often.
We are back under green, lap 295. Earnhardt has come from nearly 2 laps down to lead this race. Jeff Bodine has now made up the laps he lost after making a green flag tire stop, as had Earnhardt earlier. Kenny Schrader working around Kenny Wallace there with Ricky Rudd. But it's Rusty Wallace at the head of the pack, and Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt. The top 3 in the Winston Cup points lead this race. Then Darrell Waltrip and Kyle Petty.
You see Kenny Wallace down on the bottom in the 28 car there. He is really having a lot of handling problems. He cannot get the handle today. He's losing position after position. He just can't pick up the throttle. The car's not going through the corner the way he wants it.
Dick Trickle moves around the outside. And there's Morgan Shepherd dropping back a couple of spots, and the Wood Brothers Sitco for it. Ted Musgrave moving fast. And Jeff Gordon.
And Kenny's only 1 lap down, but it's going to be a long day.
Well, anytime you're on the preferred line around the inside of the racetrack and cars are passing you on the outside, you have major problems in the handling department.
Fight for the lead.
Mark and Rusty go out.
Mark Martin has used that dive bomb move into the bottom of turn 3 to pass a lot of cars today. Front straightaway. We'll see if he tries it on Rusty this next time.
Okay, you see Mark and Rusty down the straightaway. They're basically about the same speed down the straightaway. If Mark has any advantage whatsoever, it's as they start into the corner.
Not close enough.
And here comes Mr. Earnhardt to get into this.
Darrell Waltrip's not very far behind him. It's been a long time for Darrell, but not among the top 5. He's going to be good for several laps now.
That's right. And Kyle Petty as well. One of the best runs we can remember Kyle having this season. 200 miles to go here at Dover Down.
As you take a swing at Greg Fieldings up here for reminding you of that.
Rusty got just a little high exiting turn 4 there. Mark was able to really tighten it up on him.
Ooh, Earnhardt's car got really loose in the center of the corner there, but he got her back straight. He never lifts. That don't bother him much at all.
Mark was almost close enough to make the move that time going into 3.
He's starting to get him coming out of the corner. Now he pulls on the inside.
He's got room.
Yeah, I think he's got the line now. Nope.
Lap car.
Lower car.
John Andretti.
Look at who's right behind him.
Look at Earnhardt. On that outside.
A little narrow there. And Mark had to give up second as Earnhardt got up close enough to use Andretti's car as a moving pick.
Now, 15 laps ago, Earnhardt moved over and let Mark Martin go. So Mark remembered that, and he returned the favor right there.
Look at the track distance it cost him just to ease off that throttle a little bit to work his way up around John Andretti. He finds himself 5 car lengths behind, trying to catch up. But you have to survive. That's part of the deal at Dover.
Sure. Ask Joe Nemechek. Ask Jeff Burton. Ward Burton. You know, Mike Wallace, Hut Strickland, Greg Sachs, Sterling Marlin, Mike Waltrip. They've all been in the wall today.
They can tell you all about it.
I knew that before we ever started the race. I've been there 3 or 4 times my own self.
Dover's been like that for years, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Earnhardt's really putting the pressure on Rusty Wallace right now. But like you say, Darrell Waltrip might be the fastest car on the speedway at the moment.
We've still got a lot of cars in the lead lap in contention here. There's still a lot that can happen, especially with these clouds going back and forth and then the sun coming in for a while.
22 cars on the lead lap.
This is a chassis man's nightmare right here. I mean, they're chasing these cars, and you set it right now. You say, okay, what we got to do is this, and then all of a sudden the cloud comes in, and you really messed it up.
Now here, Ricky Rudd's become a player in this race. And that should not surprise anybody who's a longtime Winston Cup fan. Rudd has won here, and he's always run extremely well here at Dover. He got caught up last September in that pile-up when Hut Strickland and Rusty Wallace got together on a restart, took Earnhardt's car out, and to that point it looked like Rudd was a potential race winner. Perhaps again today.
This is going to be very tough for Earnhardt to get by Rusty Wallace. They're running basically the same pattern around the racetrack. He'll have to change his arc going in the corner or coming off one to get by him.
Rusty started 10th, now first, fell back as far as 30th position.
And as Dale's going to try to get by Rusty, we've got Mark Martin going right back up behind him, wanting to get back into it.
Now remember, there's not only 5 points to lead a lap, but there's 5 points to the driver who leads the most laps. So far, Jeff Bodine has led 170, Earnhardt 55, and Rusty Wallace 33. That's still very much in doubt.
I tell you what, Mark Martin's car is kind of like racing when there's horse racing, there's secretariat out there. He just does whatever he has to do. He dropped back a second ago, lost about 15, 20 car lengths. Now he's back by Earnhardt again.
You don't often see somebody fly into the corner any deeper or any harder than Earnhardt, and you just did.
He made it look pretty easy. But look just behind there. There's Darrell Waltrip. He's moving in on both cars, and these are fast race cars, so these guys are getting around this racetrack super well.
Maybe today the phone will stop ringing about Darrell, when are you going to retire, and put somebody else in that car.
Oh, he's a long ways off from retirement.
Oh, I agree.
He's smart. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to set that race car up.
And I'm sure he's having fun. He's out there running fourth. You can see the leader. We're well into this race, and you know he's got it in hand, I think.
Yeah, he's probably the happiest guy in town right now. All right, let's go back and pick up the battle for 5th place. From here, there's a separation from our aerial camera. Kyle Petty in a Pontiac, Ken Schrader Chevrolet, and birthday boy Ricky Rudd in a Ford.
Birthday boy.
September 12th.
Oh.
37.
You know, Ricky's been not quite up on the camera very much today, but he's been in contention, you know, right along. He's never been very far behind. He's been right in the thick of it. He's doing good in the point standings. But I tell you, I'm really impressed with Ricky Rudd to have his brand new team from scratch this year He's really doing a heck of a job.
Yep, 37 Ricky is. Here's the serial on Kyle Petty. From 18th up to 5th.
He comes so close to giving it all away on the pit road here. You know, he's involved in that little skirmish. He is very lucky he didn't get something torn off the car that was going to affect the aerodynamics or maybe even the handling of the race car.
When you're leaving the pits in a hurry, I guess it's no time to be polite, though, and say, oh, go ahead, go ahead. You've got to just jump it right out there and take your chances. When you look, you don't want to drive right into somebody, but you can't be patient either.
I think the happiest man today has to be Dick Trickle. I mean, he's passing some well-financed race cars out there right now. He just went by Lake Speed in the Bud Moore car. That's one of the Bodine boys right there.
That's Brett.
The Brett Bodine, pardon me.
That moves Trickle up to 9th place. He's been a top 10 car all day.
There's Harry Gant going by. We've seen him get some damage a while ago, but he's still running well.
Now this battle's tightened up. I say Ricky just turned 37, and he and Linda new parents the first time.
Oh, he says it's hard to get real interested in the racing team right now for playing with that little baby.
I'll bet.
This is really got to make Kyle Petty happy because they hadn't had a real good run in a long time, but he's getting around the racetrack quite well. Schrader's there, Rudd's right there with him, but he has to really be happy about the way this car is handling today.
Who is happy is Ty Norris, who was with RJR and is the new general manager of Sabco Racing. Morgan Shepherd moves underneath Ted Musgrave, now Todd Bodine and Steve Grissom in the Diamond Ridge car, who earlier led a lap here today, the first one he's led in Winston Cup competition. There's Jeff Gordon pulling up on Musgrave.
Well, here's what it looks about 12, 13, 14, somewhere there.
13th on back. There's Grissom, defending Busch Series champion, who chose not to defend his title and come to Winston Cup. Well, let's
look at this fight here for a second. Look at DW making it 3 wide down the front straightaway. No, I don't. Oh. No, not quite.
He thought better of that.
And then Darrell will sit up here in the broadcast and say, I would never do that. I would never make it 3 wide.
Yeah. Joel McKee, mark that tape, please, because the next time Darrell works with us, we're going to have to show that to him.
The only time he's a lamb, folks, is when he's up here talking. Believe me, he's a tremendous race car driver.
There's a lot of fight left in old DW.
Well, he's got a pretty scrappy fellow right in front of him. They've raced many a mile wheel to wheel, and I guarantee you one thing, Earnhardt won't roll over for him.
But you know, that was an opportunistic move. It looked like Earnhardt had to cut a little to get Mark, and here comes Darrell.
That's a power move there. I bet Darrell wants to just jump up in the seat and do a little dance there. It's been a while since that car has been hooked up like that.
Rusty, you better look out when DW is coming.
Darrell's last win, Darlington, 1992, 62 races ago. Boy, Darrell wins this thing. You know, Dale wins the race and they give discounts on Chevys at his dealership. Darrell wins, they're going to have to give AARP discounts at Western Auto.
Yeah, you know, when you get Darrell's age, people go, when are you going to retire? You know, you've been doing this for a long time. And if he wins the race tomorrow, everybody, I told you shouldn't get out of that car, man.
That's right.
Look how smooth he comes through that corner. That car is really hooked up. If he gets to Rusty pretty quick here, he's going to give him all he wants.
200, Redford. 322 laps complete.
You know, working at AutoZone is more than just looking up parts or ringing up sales. Most of all is listening. Because my customers know more about their cars than I'll ever know. They know every rattle by heart. I mean, that car is their baby. So when they got a problem they're going to fix themselves, I'm going to do my best to help them get whatever they need, no matter what it takes. Because people like that, they don't deserve anything less than the best I can give them.
Now, when you buy a case of quality Valvoline motor oil, you can send away for a Valvoline hat.
Honey, I'm going out.
Okay.
and become a member of the Valvoline Performance Team. Join the Valvoline Performance Team, and you'll feel like you're right in the middle of the action. So buy a case and get a hat, plus great deals on Valvoline racing gear and a lot more.
Honey, where have you been?
Just out for a little spin.
People who know use Valvoline.
After midnight, we're gonna let it all hang out.
Cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft.
After midnight, we're gonna check
the cold one. For those who've discovered its smooth draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
We're gonna call talking.
So get out of the old and get into the cold.
Well, Miles the Monster has crunched another one. This time Dale Jarrett, the Interstate Batteries Chevrolet of Joe Gibbs. Hard up into the turn 3 wall. Now Dale's sitting in the car for a bit. We'll climb out of here in a minute. We can show you the aftermath of what happened. Next angle we'll show you will be from the helicopter. Watch the left side of the screen. Turn 3.
Looks like another cut tire. Just that was a Goodyear car.
Yeah, he was going in the corner, right in the groove there, and just started right towards the wall. He hit pretty hard. Now he's coming across here. He's pretty much lost all
right
steering.
in front of our race leader there, Rusty, who started to think about passing him on the inside. Then he wisely decided to slow down a little bit and pass him on the outside, which worked out fine. No other cars got involved, luckily.
Muffy from Minnesota calls in, wants to know if there's any chance Harry Gant would be a commentator next year. And we've got some interesting surprises coming. In fact, we'll go ahead and tell him about Rocky.
Oh boy, we got the. I feel like he's going to be great. David Pearson's going to join us. Not that you're not, Chuck. Don't get me wrong about that. We think you're doing a great job, but we've been trying to get Pearson to do a race for quite a while now, and he's going to help us at Rockingham. You're going to see a guy that is so funny when he gets on here. I
hope
can't
so.
wait. I cannot wait.
I hope so. Pit road is still closed, so at lap 327, we'll take a break from Dover Downs. Be right back.
Why should you insist on Raybestos brakes? Just ask NASCAR driver Jeff Burton. He drives a race car that travels at speeds up to 200 miles per hour, weighs over 3,000 pounds, and takes an extraordinary set of brakes to stop. But there is one person with even more confidence in Raybestos brakes. Roger. Raybestos, the best in brakes. For the professional installer near you, call 1-800-4-RAYBESTOS.
Fuel. It's got to be the best, especially when you fire up. It's got to provide efficient turnover. It's got to be lean and have some rare qualities. A WD brand steak from Winn-Dixie. It'll definitely get your motor racing. Oh, the car? It takes high test.
Leave it to Peerless Faucet to create a shower so smart, it can not only sense when a toilet has been flushed, it can also adjust the water temperature accordingly. Scald Guard technology by Peerless. Get more out of your faucet than just water.
Every day, we all find a way. A promise made, a promise kept, giving it our best.
Napa, we're the most complete source for auto parts. And all Napa parts are backed by a nationwide warranty program. No wonder more Americans trust Napa to keep their vehicles running.
We keep America running. We keep America running.
Women with spunk.
I love you 'cause I want to.
Women with hunks.
Hanging in, hanging out.
Video PM on TNN. It hits home.
Welcome back to Dover Downs. Mike Joy with Chuck Bound and Buddy Baker. Randy Pemberton and Glenn Jarrett on pit road. Boy, Mike from Canada called in, asked why do they call Dover Downs the Monster Mile? Mike, have you seen the cars they've been hauling in here to the garage area? It's a monster. It is a car-eating monster. That's why.
You sometimes hear it called the Incredible Mile as well. I like to call it the Incredible Monster Mile because it's all of those.
Pit stops are the order of the day. Darrell Waltrip's car is pitted. Remember, he qualified way back, so he has one of the first pits up near turn 4. So he'll be done almost before Rusty and Dale are in their pits.
You see the gold wheels on the number 2 car there. Those are off of Michael Waltrip's car. So everybody helps everybody when they fall out of races.
Randy?
Well, Mark was about the first one to hit. Earnhardt all the way down on pit road, done with his tires. Jeff Bodine in right behind him. If you're wondering about how many tires these teams have used, a lot. Earnhardt has about 6 sets left as he leaves pit road, wins the battle. Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt get together. Darrell Waltrip get together slightly coming off the pit road. Bodine has a bad pit stop. He's out late.
Now it'll be up to the NASCAR official at the end of pit road with what we call the lollipop sign, the stop and go sign, whether to stop and go. Jimmy Cox stands right at that line, and he determines who beats who across it for the restart order. So as far as where Darrell Waltrip and Mark Martin were, that's part of Jimmy's job, and there you see the sign. When the pace car gets to a point on the front straightaway that's marked by a line on the wall, Jimmy flips that sign to stop, and nobody else can exit the pit.
You know, a lot of people at home take these caution flags as a chance to jump up and run to the refrigerator and grab a snack or whatever. But for the drivers of these race cars, these caution flags really aren't much of a break. There's quite a bit that goes on in a short time.
That would be tough to call who beat who.
It looked like Darrell was a little bit in front of me.
Well, we'll let NASCAR sort it out. As we take this break, we'll be right back to the Monster Mile. 330 laps are completed.
Splitfire earned a United States patent. Splitfire doesn't look like any other spark plug. And the patented Splitfire doesn't work like any other spark plug.
5 extra horsepower by merely installing these plugs. Quicker in the quarter mile. A 4.8% gain in mileage.
There's nothing like a Splitfire. You'll get more power and more mileage, or your money back. Get the guaranteed Splitfire advantage at leading automotive stores from coast to coast.
When you're driving in the rain, water on the road can make you feel like you're riding on marbles. It gets under your tires and you can lose traction. So, Goodyear created the award-winning AquaTread. Its Deep Groove Aqua Channel moves over a gallon of water away per second to help keep more tire in contact with the road for outstanding wet weather traction, especially in braking. The all-season AquaTread, only from Goodyear. We say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
The time has finally come for the cordless power roller from Wagner. Now you control the flow of paint, so the Wagner power roller can cut jobs in half. Smoothly and evenly, it can cover areas twice as fast. And cleanup is a snap, so you can finish one job and do another. Get your hands on a real value, because the value of Wagner keeps on rolling.
As your engine revs higher, the oil inside creates a hydrodynamic wedge, a protective layer that builds up and keeps engine parts separated. But as your oil's viscosity breaks down, so can the wedge. That's why Castrol GTX provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. Because if your viscosity breaks down, what's next? Castrol GTX, engineered for greater protection against breakdown. Try Super Clean, the Tough Task Cleaner Degreaser from Castrol.
Welcome back to Dover Downs. The NHRA is in action at Reading, Pennsylvania today. You'll hear all about it tonight on NHRA Today, 7:30 Eastern Time on the Nashville Network. Kyle Petty has had a tough day of it on pit road earlier. He got into Dale Jarrett, spinning him in front of Harry Gant. And here, Kyle tries to get outside and around Jeff Gordon and gets into Darrell Waltrip. See the wheel mark on the right side of Kyle's car from Darrell.
Hopefully that was a light enough tap not to cause any problems for either one of the suspension systems.
Rusty Wallace will restart near the tail end. He had to come back and make a second pit stop, we're told, because of, or rather not a second pit stop, but he had loose lug nuts on his stop, so it took 19.6 seconds. Earnhardt's stop was 16.5. So Rusty came in, retightened those lug nuts, and went back out. There are 21 cars on the lead lap as we get ready to restart.
Oh boy, I tell you what, it don't matter if it's 400, 500, 600 miles anywhere. It's always good racing. The top 3 cars here really put on a show today. You see Mark Martin trying to get under Earnhardt down the back straightaway.
He might just do it. That's that dive bomb move he's pulled all day long, and it works. And Earnhardt goes right back to the bottom.
That was the big picture there. 3 or 4 years ago, Earnhardt would have went right on back up there, and there'd have been a little rubbing going on. But Earnhardt's a very cagey driver, and he wants the point championship.
Big gap back to Kenny Schrader and Harry Gant, who are 4th and 5th, the 2 green cars.
This first time Harry's really made a mention today here. He's running strong in number 5 position right now.
Jeff Bodine is 6th, right back up into contention. Brett Bodine in 7th. Dick Trickle in 8th, Blake Speed in 9th, Morgan Shepherd is 10th.
Darrell Waltrip just moved into 2nd place. He got under Earnhardt. Going in the corner, he's in 2nd. And moving up on the 6th car, Mark Martin.
Darrell is feeling pretty racy today.
Man. He ought to do more broadcasts. He's getting tougher and tougher.
Now, explain this to me. Buddy Baker at age 52. Here's Dick Trickle. No, I say that only to make this point. All of these, what do you call them, half-centenarians or something? When you're 50 or more. Dick Trickle, I'm getting in trouble here, but Dick Trickle, Harry Gant, Darrell Waltrip are all up at the front of this pack.
Well, it just goes to show these guys race every week. They're in great shape, and they have a lot of experience. They walk to the gate and then run across the pasture. They're good boys. They know what they're doing.
Experience.
Harry Gant will hang up his helmet at the end of this year. He's qualified for the Busch Clash, but won't even run in it. He said, they dropped the flag at Atlanta. That's it. I'm done. So, Harry, what will you do next year?
I will be doing appearances and things like that. I'm going to be traveling probably at least, 1 day a week, but maybe 2. But I'll be back home at night most of the time. And it's always going to be in the middle of the week, not the weekend.
Sounds like he has plans, doesn't it?
I think they're going to keep him pretty busy.
Yeah. Sounds like he answered the question we heard about the other day, too. Just then. He's going to be home on the weekend.
That's it.
Driving them nails.
That's
those
it.
saws.
Yep. You heard it here first.
Look at this, tighten up for the lead. Darrell Waltrip.
Oh, that is impressive. Power move. Go Darrell. The whole front grandstand's jumping up here.
Darrell's looking at that scoreboard saying, well, there's about 160 laps to go. It's time to go.
Buddy, did you get any indication yesterday that Waltrip had a car capable of winning this race? From what he told us?
I had a sneaking suspicion that he was pretty happy with the car. Darrell brags a lot. He don't run very well. But he didn't say much. He just said he had a comfortable car.
Mark Martin's feeling pretty comfortable right now. He gets underneath Earnhardt in the backstretch. Zooms down into 3, and Earnhardt's going to hang right with him.
Yeah, that power move, he's watched that 3 or 4 times. I think that was a counter towards that power play he put on him 3 or 4 times.
Kenny Schrader is right behind Mark Martin.
And here again, right behind Kenny.
And Jeff Bodine, he's over 40.
Here comes Harry up under Schrader and down the back straightaway trying to get that inside position.
The youngest guy in that lead pack was Mark Martin at 35, then Schrader at 39. Everybody else is over 40 or over 50.
Anytime you get in the lead, you transfer yourself back to 25 again, believe me.
Kidded Walter about that the other day. He's the oldest 25-year-old I know.
He's showing them how to do it right now.
See Jeff Bodine, that car is really, really strong, but I know in the back of his mind he is setting the pace right now. If they have a caution with 15, 20 laps to go and he's up near the front, boy, oh boy, it's going to make for interesting watching.
There's Bodine just ahead of Bobby Labonte, who is 22nd, the first of the cars, 1 lap down.
This race in the final stages wants to stay green. Jeff has to keep the leader in sight. Jeff Bodine on those tires of his, but
you know, Mike, one thing I've always noticed, people that run extremely well at Bristol run super good here, and these guys right here have won, I'd say 40% of the races ever run at Bristol. Between DW right here, Earnhardt and Rusty Wallace, those guys, and Mark Martin runs very, very well there. So the same people, looking on the outside, something happened to Waltrip. He's off the pace on the bottom there. He might have got loose or don't know what happened.
Mark Martin's going to get him on the inside.
See him, Darrell. Train's going to go by. Maybe he just bobbled a little bit over there in the second turn. I'm not sure.
Schrader went up to third.
Harry Gant's fixing to go underneath Waltrip. I don't know what happened, but it's taking him a few laps to get back to feeling like, well, maybe it was just a bobble, maybe not a tire going slack or something.
You know, these fans here have had a tough day here. You pay all that money for a seat and never sit in it. Standing up most all day.
That's what it's all about.
See, Bodine has moved right up on Harry Gant there. Bodine's got an extremely strong car. But as you notice, he isn't going up there trying to take the lead like he did early in the race.
Well, there's still 150 miles of racing. And I think you're right, buddy. If these two fellas, say Harry Gant and Jeff Bodine, can stay inside of the leaders, this is far from being decided.
Mark Martin making a move on Earnhardt down the front straightaway. Goes right on by.
They're running like there's a lap and a half to go.
Yeah. Look at Schrader come in there, though. We've seen Schrader win here. Very tough.
150 laps to go, and we've had 3 different guys lead the last 3 laps.
That's right.
Well, out of those guys right there, I think Schrader wants to win more than any of them. He's had quite a dry spell and had a great car. Many races just had bad problems.
What happened to Darrell Waltrip there, Glenn? Glenn Jarrett.
Mikey radioed in that he's picked up a vibration in the car. He doesn't exactly know where it's coming from, so he kind of backed out of it a little bit. It scared him a little bit, and don't blame him. He's seen too many cars knock the wall down here, but he's just going to ride it out for a little bit. The crew's talking. They really don't know what it is, so they don't know what to plan on, but, you know, the car's still hanging on the 4th place right now. We're just going to keep an eye on it.
Thanks, Glenn.
He dropped back for about 3 or 4 laps, but now he's moved back in on the lead cars there. He might have thrown a wheel weight off. There's so many things that can make a car vibrate like that.
That's true.
Well, I think he figured out he could lead this race and probably didn't want to scare us too badly.
Probably didn't want to scare himself. I tell you, when you're riding along there and everything's smooth and all of a sudden the right front starts shaking a little bit and you've seen all these cars go in the wall as hard as they have today, that'll make that foot check up just for a second or two.
You're right about Kenny Schrader, though. He's definitely overdue. He's run so good. Just a few weeks ago in Darlington, he came awfully close, but just he can't get the right break.
As we've already reported, Schrader will have Budweiser on that Rick Hendrick Chevy next year. Not known yet what the Kodiak people will do. I believe they may show up on another car.
Well, they've had great success every place they've been. When Rusty Wallace had that on it as the sponsor, they won a lot of races, won a championship for him. And, you know, it's a good company, and I hope they stay in Winston Cup.
Trickle's starting to get a little racy too, right behind the leaders there. You have Jeff Bodine and
Trickle in 7th place, just got Harry Gant.
Wow. You just can't say enough about Trickle. I know we keep saying Dick Trickle's running the race of his life here, but I don't know if anybody's run any harder than Dick Trickle has. He did not get in the pits very well When he goes in, he comes out in bad position, but he is really running down some class cars right now.
145 laps to go. Mark Martin leading Dale Earnhardt, Kenny Schrader, Darrell Waltrip, Dick Trickle, and Harry Gant.
The most explosive 30 minutes on television. NHRA Today, Saturdays and Sundays only on TNN Motorsports. Monday, from Nashville's hottest dance club. Cut Loose with Radney Foster.
Just call me lonesome.
Plus, comedy country style with Bill Engvall.
Do you know that on a tube of Preparation H it says do not take this orally? That's sad.
Wild Horse Saloon concerts with Radney Foster. TNN, the Nashville Network, Monday. A platinum gold country singer, Lori Morgan meets hip songwriter Chris Christopherson on her video shoot in 1993. She admires his songwriting. He likes hers too, even encourages her to write more. Hear His and Hers on the American Music Shop Tuesday on TNN.
Ray Bestis brakes, giving these look at Dover Downs from an aerial helicopter mounted camera down the front straightaway. Back to turn number 1. Get an idea of the steepness of the banking there. And you see the dark part of the racetrack, how that groove has widened up a good bit coming up out of turn 2.
That was an interesting shot. You could see the different styles of driving. Mark Martin was right down on the bottom. Earnhardt was a little higher through the corner. Both of them about the same speed through the corner.
Looks like Mark's stepping it out here just a little.
Well, he's trying to. His car's running awfully good right now. I think that sun's come out and helped him.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to stay out for a little while now. There's not a cloud in sight around here, so it ought to be a good sunny race to the end. Now they can go ahead and make their sunny adjustments on the car.
And hope they guess right.
So Martin leads it. Earnhardt is second. Kenny Schrader, Darrell Waltrip, Jeff Bodine. Then Dick Trickle, Harry Gant, Lake Speed, Terry Labonte, and Morgan Shepherd 10th.
That's incredible to see this car without the front end on it. I would have bet money that Jeff Burton's car, Ward Burton's car, wouldn't have been back out there because the whole nose of that car was pushed back to the windshield. They've done a lot of work getting back out there for those points and rookies on it.
I knew he didn't hit near as hard as his brother Jeff did.
No. Back in 11th, Rusty Wallace. Remember, he had an extra pit stop under that last caution to tighten up loose lug nuts. 12th is Rick Mass, 13th Ricky Rudd, 14th Kyle Petty, 15th Steve Grissom, 16th Jeff Gordon, 17th is Todd Bodine, 18th Brett, 19th that'll be Derek Cope, 20th Bobby Hamilton, and 21st Ted Musgrave. They're all on the lead lap. Here's Rusty Wallace in 11th. Moving on, Terry Labonte and Morgan Shepherd side by side for 9th.
Just looking at Terry Labonte's car there, the left rear quarter on that car is really torn up. That happened very early in the race, so I know the aerodynamics of that car are pretty messed up.
He got shoved into the infield during, I think, the Mike Wallace car coming crossways down the front straightaway. And also, Glenn Jarrett reported he was involved in one of those collisions down the pit road.
Rusty's trying to work his way back to contention. I tell you, that track position takes a long time to make up, even when you're running real strong.
Let's check with Randy Pemberton on some of the drivers that have crashed out of this race.
Everybody seems to be all right. Jeff Burton's still in there. They say he's resting. He's okay. Very conscious, elusive. Dale Jarrett has been taken to the infield care center. Possible fracture in the left wrist for Dale Jarrett. He'll stay there the rest of the day, and they will take him to a local hospital for further x-rays.
Rusty underneath Terry Labonte makes the pass. 9th place for Rusty. And up front, the Bear.
The Bear.
That's 2nd place for Kenny Schrader. Moving up on Tim Fedowa.
And chasing Mark Martin.
You can see Darrell's satisfied there's nothing really wrong with that car now. He's picking the pace back up as he moves up on Earnhardt there.
Like anybody's really gaining or pulling away from anybody. It's just kind of where you're at on the racetrack, you know, circumstances.
DW just took enough look down there. You see Earnhardt giving plenty of room. He thought he had made the move up under. Now he's starting to get even with him down the back straightaway. Waltrip has a really, really nice race car for this track right now.
Slides up just a little bit. Earnhardt comes down to cover the spots, and Jeff Bodine can't follow Darrell through. And they'll single file.
Clean pass. Now Darrell can head out after the next one.
Now here comes Bodine.
Yeah.
Starting to get a little racy again after Earnhardt. 130 laps to go at the Monster Mile of Dover Downs. TNN's coverage continues after this.
Monroe Sensatrack, road sensing shocks and struts. Designed to give you extra control during a swerve. Extra control over rough roads. Monroe Sensatrack gives you both extra control and ride comfort automatically. Monroe Sensatrack, like 2 shocks in one. Call 1-800-STRUT now for a Monroe Sensatrack dealer near you.
Hey, you know my crew spends hundreds of hours building those 5,000 horsepower motors. I can explode one in 5 seconds. And when that happens, nobody eats. That's why my guys won't run anything but Fram fillers. You know, Fram gets the nasty stuff out of the oil, so I can go to the other end with my candles lit. And you know, that's in about 5 seconds, nearly 300 miles an hour. You can look at these guys and see they eat pretty near every day.
Sprint cars, NASCAR, Indy cars, through the years, I've driven them all.
Haviland Formula 3 from Texaco.
One thing I've learned, no matter what you drive, you've got to take care of it. Haviland is the one.
No other leading motor oil offers more complete protection to help your car run better, last longer, even if you haven't been driving as long as Mario. Haviland Formula 3. Why add just any motor oil? Add more life to your car. Get a free Mario Andretti or Nigel Mansell cap when you buy a case of Haviland.
Buick Regal is winning the hearts of Americans who once drove imports. Now they're demanding Buick quality, and they appreciate Regal's unique features like remote keyless entry, dual-zone climate controls, and steering wheel radio controls, a combination of features unavailable on Toyota Camry and Honda Accord. In fact, many former import owners now look overseas, only because they enjoy the view.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Split Fire Spark Plug 500 on TNN is brought to you by Buick and your local Buick dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
375 laps. Here's the fight for the lead. Kenny Schrader is pulling down on Mark Martin.
That car is a rocket ship getting in the corner. It's not bad getting off the corner, as a matter of fact.
So Martin is first in the Valvoline Ford. The Kodiak Chevy of Schrader is second. And letting everybody filter through here. 21 cars on the lead lap. As you look for your favorite driver in the fray, lead change.
Kenny Schrader's got by him. It's his turn at the front.
Now we have 2 calls in the 800 number about motor oil, where they use synthetic oil. Both these cars use the same brand, and it's interesting. Mark's team runs synthetic. Schrader's runs the mineral-based oil.
I didn't know that.
Each individual engine builder. In fact, all 3 of the Hendrick cars run Valvoline, and Jeff Gordon's car and Terry Labonte's run synthetic, but Schrader's engine builders still prefer the mineral-based oil.
It's a personal preference.
That's right. Here's one, buddy. Jim from California. Are all the steering wheels the same size?
Well, no, and a lot of people like a different pitch on the wheel itself, but There is one thing that's really nice now. It's a quick coupling that you just pull out and the wheel will come off so they can get the drivers out. But the wheel...
Trouble turn 2. Bobby Hamilton is against the wall at turn 2. He was by himself and the car went up there, did not make a great impact. He was in 20th place, started 11th today.
No caution so far. They're looking it over right now. He's trying to get across the racetrack. You see all the sparks coming out of the back. It's rubbing pretty hard, but he is out of the way.
He will make it to the pits. Looks like he has little enough damage and sufficient momentum. And he does make it to pit road. We stay green.
Yeah, that right front's locked up on that car, too. You see the back wheels are turning, the front wheels just rubbing along.
We've seen that today on just about every car that's hit the wall. It's usually you don't see it that often, but boy, it's happened a lot today.
That right front tire is gone. Not sure if that's what caused Hamilton to climb the racetrack and go into the wall, but it is likely that he may have cut down a tire. Randy?
Yeah, it's definitely a cut tire, guys. It took about 5 crew members to try and lift the car up to get the jack under it. They're still attempting. They finally get the jack underneath. Right side tires, it looked like a right front may have gone from my perspective. They're going to take a little look at this. Bobby's obviously going to lose some laps, and the hood's going to go up as well. So tough day for Bobby Hamilton.
Yeah, quite likely gets his suspension damage on the right front as well for the Hoosier shod car, Bobby Hamilton. 117 laps to go.
Kenny Schrader and Mark Martin are starting to pull away from the field. They've really opened up the margin to third place of Darrell Waltrip.
Only 8 cars out of the race. Catch a look for your favorite drivers. They go by here down the back straightaway.
3rd and 4th and 5th. And 6th, I guess.
Terry. 6th. 21 cars on the lead lap. Back to the leader, Kenny Schrader. Out of the race, Brad Teague, timing chain failure. Jimmy Spencer is out. Greg Sachs hit the wall, and they were not able to repair his car. He's done for the day. Same with Jeff Burton and Joe Nemechek. Dave Marcus, engine trouble, and Dale Jarrett into the wall and out of the race.
They just have not been able to get Kenny Wallace's car where it was really up to the speed all day. I don't think the motor is having any problems whatsoever, but the car is not handling it at all.
This is a real tough racetrack when the car just doesn't feel good to you. You can't trust it and drive it hard. It's a long day at Dover.
Schrader got high in 3 and 4 just a second ago, and Mark Martin pulled down some 12, 14 car lengths on him. Now he's moved right on him.
I believe everybody's just inching up ever so slightly each lap, a couple of inches at a time. And right now they've got that groove that was only 8 foot wide, about 15 feet wide now as the race goes on.
Yeah, they're not going to get to the Harry Gant groove today.
No, I don't think so.
But now see Schrader, he's been diamonding the racetrack like that all day. He always gets back down to that white line in turn 2. But going into the corner, they're all pretty well up the racetrack.
I got to tell you from past experience, if you ever get in that outside wall, you'll hug that inside coming off over there. If you come off wide over there, that wall will get you.
I believe you.
Now you see Mark Martin making the pass on the bottom, just where you said they're diamonding. So Mark Martin's car just is working just a little bit better on old tires now.
But the two of them have pulled out a couple seconds on Darrell Waltrip. Who has pulled out a little bit on Earnhardt.
So we're 111 laps to go. Mark Martin now leading Kenny Schrader, Darrell Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Bodine.
In New Britain, Connecticut, people know how to make a home worth more.
The Hummels are doing a new deck.
Because New Britain is also the home of Stanley.
Frank is redoing his roof.
And nobody has more innovative ways to make a house more livable.
Liz is redoing her bathroom.
Or more valuable.
And the Sandelskis are redoing everything.
Ever wish you had a better house?
So, Arnold.
Why not get started on the one you've got?
What are we doing?
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy. Don't you think?
Skin Bracer Aftershave.
By men.
Napa, we're the most complete source for auto parts, and all Napa parts are backed by a nationwide warranty program. No wonder more Americans trust Napa to keep their vehicles running.
Keep America running.
It was here, at this place and this moment, when Pontiac became Pontiac Excitement.
What do you think she'll do? Well, let's just see.
Living up to that performance has taken us places we've never been, taught us things we'd never imagined, and set us on a journey that continues to this day. You can feel it in the supercharged power of Bonneville, the multi-valve response of Grand Prix, and the chorus of angels singing under the hood of every V8 Firebird. Now, most car companies would call this mission accomplished. But to Pontiac, the excitement is just beginning.
What do you think she'll do? Well, let's just see.
106 laps to go here at Dover Downs. Mike Joy with Buddy Baker and Chuck Bound. Glenn Jarrett and Randy Pemberton on pit road for TNN's live coverage today. Dick Trickle and Jeff Bodine.
They're going at it for 5th position. They've been going at it for a while.
I'm just fixing to say, for the past 50 laps, that they've been just like this. This isn't a repeat performance. This is now.
And they're not really that far behind Mark Martin.
Is it easier to race when you've got, in a long event like this, when you've got somebody to race with?
Oh, yeah, it's twice as easy. If you're trying to get away from a car, you're using different lines and you use your mind. But when you're out there with a big lead, the first thing you do is you start making little mental errors because you're no longer intense about doing anything that you hadn't already done.
Pass for 8th place. Terry Labonte takes it from Harry Gant.
Terry's playing his way up the leaderboard here all day.
It looks like we're starting to get into green flag pit stops. Tim Fiedel, the rookie, the Busch Series driver, making his Winston Cup debut, making his green flag pit stop. Fiedel was in 24th place and doing a good job today. Here's your interval back from the leader in seconds. They're running right now.
Yeah, just one little mistake here and you could be in that 5th place spot. If you got up there in the loose part of the racetrack and tried to get it back and had to go through the corner way out wide, you might be running 6 seconds back.
Here is the Cal Ripken Jr. of Winston Cup Racing. Terry Labonte starting his 469th consecutive Winston Cup race. Hasn't missed one in, what, 15 years?
I think so. He got injured one time out at Riverside, and he was out of a few races, but that's the only time I ever remember Terry Labonte missing any races.
And that was a long time ago. I remember that. That was quite a few years ago that wreck happened.
The Iceman is also the Iron Man of this sport.
A tough man.
You know, a lot of people have asked me over the years, what's the difference in a great race car driver and just a race car driver? And I've always thought the great race car driver was the guy that could keep his concentration and not lose what he was doing and keep that intensity all the way through, you know, start to finish. That's the difference in great and just average.
Jeff Gordon.
I'm just fixing to say we're riding with one of the great ones. This boy's going to write a lot of record books someday.
And not only do you have to have that concentration to be one of the great ones, but it helps a whole lot to have one of the best race cars out there.
Green flag stops have begun. Here's Morgan Shepherd and the Wood Brothers go forward. Getting tires and fuel. 100 miles to go. If it stays green, I guess that could be their last stop.
I think they can go. Once they, you know, with 100 miles to go, when they make a stop, they should be able to stretch it all the way to the finish. If they make it that far without a caution. We haven't went that far today without a caution.
We've gone about 77 laps since the last caution came out, and we are just 100 miles from the finish. TNN's exclusive live coverage from Dover Downs continues after this.
At AutoZone, most of our customers are folks who like to work on their cars themselves. But the ones who come in most often are those who work on cars for a living. Guys like Ed Graven. Now, Ed's garage is in Ogden, Utah, where most of the time you'll find him pulling an engine or sliding under a car. And just about every day, he drives past a half dozen other parts stores on his way to AutoZone. Because Ed knows that when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
The Miller Genuine Draft Rusty Wallace stock car. See it. Hear it. Feel it. Catch it, if you can.
Fuel. It's got to be the best, especially when you fire up. It's got to provide efficient turnover. It's got to be lean and have some rare qualities. A WD brand steak from Winn-Dixie. It'll definitely get your motor racing. Oh, the car? It takes high test.
This is $20,000. This is also $20,000. You'd take care of this, wouldn't you? You should take care of your car just as carefully, which is why you should bring your car to Jiffy Lube and ask for Pennzoil. Your car is worth thousands of dollars. Give it the quality of Pennzoil and the experience of Jiffy Lube.
We got experience at Jiffy Lube.
Jiffy Lube, America's favorite oil change.
93 laps to go, and we're just beginning green flag pit stops. Last caution came out at lap 325. We're now at lap 408. Jeff Bodine battling Dick Trickle, and Rusty Wallace coming up to be part of that. Riding with Rusty. Now listen as he comes off the corner.
I noticed just a second ago, getting into 3, you could hear him pumping the throttle just a little bit. I don't know.
I think all those guys are closing in on
Dale Earnhardt. Pretty good then, but a while ago, I guess he was just making the car set just a little more about popping the throttle just a little bit, but it sounds pretty good now.
It's hard for me to believe that at these speeds you can steer this car with the throttle as you do with the wheel.
Well, you can. Believe you me. That's all part of the game. That's why they call it driving. You got to use everything in there except you want to use that brake pedal least of all.
I can see that on a quarter or a half mile track, but at 150 miles an hour?
At 200 miles an hour it works.
I'll take your word for it.
You get one sideways and don't back off, see what happens.
90 miles to go. Lake Speed just ahead of Kyle Petty. They are racing for 11th place. Harry Gant is on pit road for perhaps the final time at Dover. 89 laps to go. He has made his stop.
He's staying way out there.
And comes back out. Brett Bodine, Bobby Labonte, Michael Waltrip on pit road. Brett Bodine fall off the lead lap with this stop.
I don't think Kyle's ever been back up to speed since he had that last altercation on pit road there. I don't know whether it may have knocked the toe end off on the car a little bit or what, but he just hadn't been back up to speed like he was before.
You know, as equal as these first 6 or 7 cars are, I think these final green flag pit stops are going to have a big effect on how this race turns out, unless we get another caution. But if it stays green, this pit stop is going to be the most important one of the day.
Here's how Mark Martin's day has gone. He started 4th. He's never been below 9th place. And took the lead at lap 174. He has led the last 24 laps.
Here he comes into pits as we speak. He turns into pit road. I'm sure the 3 car will come right behind him.
And Schrader. And Earnhardt.
Ooh, that slow pit stop. When you come down pit road, it looks like you're almost stopped, but that's the rules right there.
Speed limit on pit road for the safety of the crew members. Randy Pemberton.
Well, they will not said, keep the ether handy, guys. We ran it real close. Steve Meal on the right front. Richard Valentine on the right rear. Steve Spar works the jack right-hand side. He's back over to the left side already. They want to get every drop they can in. Left sides are on. Troy Martin already loose on the left side. Lug nuts, he tightens the right. Left rear, and they're down and away. 17.5 for Mark Martin. Good stop.
Jeff Bodine is in. Dale Earnhardt gets a chassis adjustment. Ricky Rudd and Rusty Wallace are on pit road.
Boy, that was a big chassis adjustment on that 3 car. They worked on it pretty hard.
No changes on Rusty's car, just tires and fuel. Same with Jeff Bodine. Ricky Rudd stopped, finished. Dick Trickle is in. Jeff Gordon, Kyle Petty, and Terry Labonte. Notice how quickly, once Mark Martin committed to pit road, how everybody else came in within a lap.
You see Rusty Wallace there. He gained almost a full straightaway on the 7 car on that one pit stop, that green flag stop there. Rusty's back up to speed again.
Darrell Waltrip, the old gas mileage king himself.
I guarantee you one thing. He's
the race
still out
leader.
there now. If that caution comes out now and Darrell's sitting in the catbird seat.
Pay the man.
But as he doesn't come in, I think these other guys are probably running faster lap times with their new tires. Darrell's going to give some of that up if he doesn't come in soon.
There are the pit stops on the lead cars. And old EW is going to try to economize it to victory lane.
So right now, here he comes.
Okay.
Yeah. He's running fast enough. I think that's a good move. Why try to out-strategize him when you can maybe outrun him, because he's running good today.
And folks, the fresh tires, here's Glenn.
Well, Darrell brings the Western Auto Chevrolet in. Scott Houston goes to the right side along with Pete Peterson to change the tires. 2 crew chiefs. Scott's crew chief on his father Tommy's push car. Pete Peterson, the crew chief here. Now, they went to lap 418, guys, because they checked with Steve Grissom, who's pitting just in front of him. Darrell's down and away. Steve was pitting on lap 416. They wanted to make sure he had plenty of time to get in and out before they brought Darrell in so he'd have a clean pit road.
Thanks, Glenn. And buddy, you're right. He couldn't wait too long to pit because those other leaders on fresh tires would really begin to pile up an advantage if he stayed out there.
Oh, yeah. Well, like he said, when you're running the way he is right now, you don't need to beat him by just stretching down the stop or anything. He's got a race car to win the race. He wants to get back up there and try to win it under the green. Bobby Labonte extremely high there. He didn't hit the wall, I don't think, but he went up and looked at it awfully good.
Well, he got it yesterday with his Dentine Pontiac in the Busch race. Ricky Rudd moving underneath Dale Earnhardt.
I don't think people really, when you talk about what Ricky Rudd's done this year, first year owning the car, putting together a team, building the shop, doing all they do, how consistent this race car is, race after race. Ricky Rudd has done something not many people have ever been able to do.
Not only is he consistent, he's been to victory lane this year. He's really doing a job.
Climbed out on a limb and got the saw.
You got it.
And built himself a log cabin or something. It's turned out real well for Ricky and Billy Engel.
So we're back to about the same order we were before the green flag pit stops, aren't we?
Pretty
Mark
close.
Martin, Ken Schrader, Darrell Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt, and Jeff Bodine. 5 cars.
There's Martin, your leader.
Boy, that car is really sprung light. You could see the chassis moving up and down going into that corner. That thing's getting tremendous side bite getting in the corner.
Martin in front, Schrader second after this round of stops. And there is Kenny Schrader. That's a look at first back to second. And third, Darrell Waltrip with Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt. 77 laps to go at the Monster Mile. We'll be back to Dover after this.
Right. Ain't nothing that I love like a dance floor. Good country music brings you back for more. Stepping out fancy with your favorite one. You can bet your boots you've never had so much fun. Line up for a club dance. Boots scoop every time you get the chance. Every weekday afternoon and night.
Men out of the picture.
She's telling me I'm over you. She's got the rhythm, and I got the blues. Yeehaw.
Men out on a limb.
Tonight we just might fall in love again.
Men out of their minds.
Yes, I admit I've got a thinking problem.
Video PM on TNN. It hits home.
Green flag pit stops are completed, and Jeff Bodine's the man on the move. They're all chasing Mark Martin. Bodine has passed Dale Earnhardt and moved up into 4th place. So it's Martin, Schrader, Darrell Waltrip, Bodine, and Earnhardt. There's the interval back, Schrader, and there's the pack. Darrell, Jeff, and Dale. Ricky Rudd is a lap down. He was running up with that group, but got lapped on the racetrack prior to the green flag pit stop. So he's one down.
And that 3-car race there is for the 3rd position.
Earnhardt's running really well, but he's not able to keep that car down where he needs to make a real good time around the corners right now. I think he's got a pushing condition on that car.
These cars are 7 seconds behind the race leader. We've had a number of questions about the impact wrenches the crews use and about how the lug nuts stay on and don't fall off on pit stops. We've got a lot of new fans watching. Glenn Jarrett will update us.
Well, Mike, I'm in Darrell Waltrip's pits. Now, this is a set of tires that's ready to go on the car. Look right here. This is set number 13. Now, the last price I got, they were about $1,200 a set. A little quick arithmetic tells me that's about $15,600 worth of tires for 13 sets. Now, what they do when they bring a tire in, they use this thing here to clean off the glue where the lug nuts were. You can see these lug nuts are glued on this tire. They're glued on with this stuff right here, yellow weather strip adhesive. Put the lug nut on, glue them on, then you put this weight on there, weights them down, make sure they all dry securely on there. Now, when you put the tire on the car, the lug nut, the stud has an extension on it, so when you fit it up over there, the tire goes up against the wheel, and the wheel goes against the wheel assembly. These lug nuts hang right on the end of the stud. And the guy just zaps them with the air wrench, puts them all on there. That's how they stay on. The studs are extra long. That end of it is not threaded where the lug nut hangs on to.
Thanks, Glenn. Those air wrenches are not the kind you see at your corner garage or that you can buy at the local store. A fellow named Howard Hurd has been hopping up air wrenches for NASCAR teams for about half a century. And they run at about twice the speed and twice the impact. That's why they don't get stuck. 68 laps. Can any one of these 3 cars run down Mark Martin or Kenny Schrader?
You were talking about those air guns just now. The guys that use those things, when the race is over, they wrap them up, put them away. It's like a singer with a Gibson guitar. I mean, they really take care of those things. You drop one of them, you got something on your hands there.
And when the driver's on pit road, he better be holding the steering wheel straight so they can get those tires on and off the hubs, and he better have the brake on so that they don't spin around and miss the lug nut, so they can make those 16 to 17 second 4-tire stops.
Folks, there are a number of stops around the country where in show car appearances or there are different competitions where perhaps you might get a chance to try your hand at changing tires. It's not easy not to do it quickly. Never mind when cars are whizzing around you on pit road. Tough job. First, second is Schrader. Here's the fight for 3rd.
3-way fight with Darrell Waltrip, Jeff Bodine, and Dale Earnhardt. I can't tell which one of those 3 cars is better right now. They seem kind of equal.
Neither. They move around on the racetrack. Right now they're trying to find somewhere that their car works the best. And they'll move up, they'll move down. Looks like Earnhardt's just having a center of the corner problem, but he really runs well off the corner.
Waltrip's on Goodyears. He started the season on Hoosier tires. He's on Goodyears. Bodine is on Hoosiers. Earnhardt on Goodyears. Earnhardt got under Waltrip, loosened him up just a little.
You can see DW wrestling in that wheel just a little bit. When a car gets right up under you like that, the back car tends to make the front car just a little bit loose when you're right up under them like that.
Now back behind these cars, Rusty Wallace is closing in.
Coming into the picture there.
Now it's 3rd through 6th.
Well, it's getting worse. Time to go. This is when it starts to count.
Yeah, the big pictures now win the race. You quit worrying so much about points when you get down to the waning laps.
They've changed the view of the big picture.
Yeah, they're going to need a big picture frame because the 2 leaders are almost half a lap in front of them. Rusty looks pretty stout right here.
I'd say they made some kind of adjustments on that car. It is extremely fast right now.
Now this group is running about 0.2 of a second faster than race leader Mark Martin. Here's Mark Martin, the race leader.
But it's nice to have that cushion out there where he can ease back a little bit and not wear his tires out and all. He knows exactly. That spotter's telling him every lap how far he is, back to second, back to third. He knows everything on that racetrack, so he's taking himself around there right now not to give this race away.
And a big reaction from the crowd as Wallace moved past Earnhardt that lap.
Ooh, both of those guys are wearing those cars out in the corner. You seen Rusty go up, Dale running them so hard he had to go up.
That's 5 points right there. It looks, unofficially, it kind of looks like Jeff Bodine's going to get the 5 points for leading the most laps today. Because during the first half of this race, almost nobody else led any laps under green. Jeff's led 170. So that doesn't figure into the title chase.
I wonder if Jeff Bodine has any left. You know, he runs so strong the first 250 laps. But it's time to start using it, I guess, if he does.
I think you'd see it right now. If he could get by Darrell.
Well, he's still got to remember all those cars that have been in the wall with those things. I wouldn't make a move yet. I'd wait on the caution because I don't think if he really had a great race car right now, he could run the leader down under the green. So he's going to have to bide his time, stay in the fray there. And maybe, you know, if they have a caution, then he'd be right into it.
Got the caution for the race.
He would be, oh, well, yeah, exactly. That's what you pray for a lot of times when you're way back, a caution, but you don't want to be out.
Looks like Mark Martin and Ken Schrader are just kind of settling in and holding their own. Every now and then I think Kenny's gaining on him a little bit, and then it looks like, no, I guess he's holding his own.
Saw Earnhardt's win stats for the season, but he's not had a victory in his second half of the season yet.
You know, early in the race, we've seen Jack Roush down here in the corner, way up in watching his race car. What he does down there, he'll time every lap and tell him, okay, it's 14 seconds back to third place, 5 seconds back to second, and he'll keep that interval.
Rusty trying to make the move outside of Bodine.
Power. That kind of takes some wind out of your sails when you get past here on the outside.
Well, that's 10 points.
It's pretty impressive.
10 points, that is more than Earnhardt would get if they finished right where they are. 5 per position. Darrell Waltrip, the third place car, just ahead of Rusty's Ford.
Rusty's going under Waltrip down the front straightaway. That car is really stout.
Who rang the dinner bell?
Bodine's coming right with him on the bottom.
Earnhardt's car is not quite there. I think he would have capitalized right with them.
Yeah.
But it was all he could do to close up on the back of Darrell that time.
Darrell will have his work cut out, or Dale will have his work cut out trying to beat Waltrip, I think.
So that's now 15 points. Difference between what Rusty and Dale would collect today. We'll be right back to Dover Down. Some 50 laps to go.
It's chasing after something you may never catch. It's hit or miss. And some days it's more miss. It's disappointing. It's dangerous. It's never, ever boring. In other words, it's exactly like a cowboy's life. At Wrangler, we know cowboys. Our jeans were invented by them. Wrangler, the Western original.
At Pep Boys, we'll fit this Ford Taurus with a top-quality Niapco half shaft for about $191. Your dealer could charge around $400. Once again, deal? Dealer. Come to Pep Boys and drive away happy. At Pep Boys, top-quality Niapco half shafts come with our lifetime warranty. At other places, you may only get 90 days. Let's see, lifetime or 90 days? Get a lifetime. Come to Pep Boys and drive away happy.
There's no place on earth that I'd rather be than out in the open where it's all plain to see that the land is pure, untamed and free. There's no place that I'd rather be. So come on along and head for the mountains of Bush, Deer,
Peerless Faucet didn't come up with the idea for a spout long and high enough to reach over and into large objects. We merely adapted it for the kitchen. High-rise faucet designs by Peerless. Get more out of your faucet than just water.
Monday, Radney Foster.
Just call me lonesome, heartbroken and some.
Wild Horse Saloon Concerts. TNN Monday. The winners. The heroes. The classic battles. For complete up-to-the-minute coverage from the world of Winston Cup and Busch Grand National Racing, you gotta go inside. Inside Winston Cup Racing, the source for NASCAR news and information. Saturdays and Sundays, only on TNN Motorsports.
Welcome back to Dover Downs. 48 miles to go. Mark Martin leading Ken Schrader, with Rusty Wallace third. Jeff Bodine, Darrell Waltrip, and Dale Earnhardt now sixth. Dick Trickle is seventh. Terry Labonte eighth. Kyle Petty ninth. As we look all the way back to that battle, and there is Earnhardt trailing that pack for the moment that had been racing. Here's Waltrip to the inside. Can't get Jeff Bodine that time. Here's Randy.
Well, the cloud that has just come over, covering part of the front stretch and turn one at least, is what Dale Earnhardt is looking for all around this racetrack. The car is now loose getting in, and it's loose coming off. They would like a caution flag to tighten it up.
And that's why he's going out in the center of the corner to keep it from being loose in the center of the corner also. When you go in loose, one thing you have to do is go up the racetrack to maintain any kind of control at all. You watch him down in the corner. You watch him go in low here. See the car go up right there.
What you call diming the track there.
What he's doing is catching back up. The car takes over about that time, and you have to go with it.
You enter low because you're afraid to turn the steering wheel, and you just kind of let it run up the racetrack.
He's not quite as bad in 3 and 4. I don't think 3 and 4 has been quite as loose as getting into 1. This racetrack will be repaved after this event, so what you're looking at here, yeah, it'll be neat, won't it? One thing about it, sun does not have any effect whatsoever on concrete. That blacktop right there, if it's a real hot day, it feels like it's moving under the car when you turn in the corner.
I think it is.
Here comes Earnhardt.
Right up and under Darrell that time.
Whoa, whoa.
And into.
They make it.
Well, that's two professionals. A lot of little give and a lot of take right there to make that work. Not end up in the fence. So Earnhardt moves up a notch and cuts Rusty's gain in points in this race to 10 at the moment.
It'll take a long time to catch Earnhardt 10 points at a time, too.
Right. Got a lot of new fans watching today. Cindy from Alabama wants to know, do the drivers have to keep racing until they complete all 500 miles?
No, there's some of them out there that have to stay till midnight if that was true. They've been in the pits for a long time today.
Well, Rusty has really picked the pace up. He has run Ken Schrader down, and he's heading for second position.
He's just driving right under him. That's like another car now. He is really getting around this racetrack.
They're 5.8 seconds behind Mark Martin. Remember, Rusty Wallace and this car have won the last 2 races here at Dover.
You know, we were just talking a while ago. It hadn't been but about 10 laps ago that nobody was going to catch first or second. And here, Rusty has made such a move on Schrader, it looks like he's going to overhaul him. I wouldn't say that the 6th car right now, Mark Martin, could just lay on his laurels right now.
No, but I do think Schrader's backing up somewhat. He was holding his own with Mark Martin, but that distance is about doubled in the last 15 laps. I'm not sure if Kenny's tight or loose, but his car is backsliding a little bit.
You know, in the early days of auto racing, a 500-mile race, you had to complete the whole 500 miles to be a finisher, and they'd keep the course open as long as cars were running. Now, were they still to do that here, they'd have some guys finishing the September race when the June race was ready to start, you know, just for mechanical problems and damage and so forth. But no, when the winner takes the checkered flag, everyone else comes around and takes the checkered flag, and the race is over. You get to finish your lap you're on after somebody wins it, and that's it.
You see Schrader went in high there. He didn't cut down on Rusty, give him plenty of racing room, but he's still going to race him hard. Even though he knows Rusty's a little bit quicker now, he's giving him that inside line. You see him moving in under
He
him.
wiggled it. He went way up the racetrack.
Way up.
Yeah, he went in there a little too hard. It wiggled on him. He got up to the loose stuff. Trying to hold Rusty off. It just didn't work.
He's got the outside wall getting ready to go into one there.
So let's see what happens. Rusty Wallace is now 7 seconds behind Mark Martin. He has 36 laps to work with. He's got to gain half a second a lap to catch him. Never mind.
Boy, that's a big order. Mark Martin he's hard to catch a thousandth of a second a lap, much less 2 tenths, 3 tenths, 4 tenths a lap.
Trouble on Brett Bodine. The Kenny Bernstein car, a lot of smoke and perhaps fluid coming out the exhaust pipes. 6.8 seconds first to second, so that's 3 tenths a lap. That wouldn't be enough.
The question is, will the caution come out?
I don't think it'll come out. It looked like Brett's running fast enough to get back to pit road.
Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt.
I think Jeff's car has given up quite a bit. You see Earnhardt just reeling him in there. At one time, Bodine's car was the class in the field, but right now I think he's being very, very conservative on his car.
And Earnhardt has a look on the outside.
Dale has pulling away from Darrell Waltrip a little bit, so maybe he's figured out a way around this racetrack that works a little bit better with the loose race car. Whoa, a little touch.
I was just fixing to say, if you give Earnhardt that lower lane, you better not pull back down in there. Once he sees daylight, he pretty much wants to go for it.
I think Kenny Schrader's car has given up a lot because soon he's going to lose third and fourth positions as well.
He's going to fall right back into the clutches of these two. 6.7 seconds. Rusty Wallace is cutting hard into Mark Martin's lead.
And the laps are winding down.
But he's gaining almost half a second lap. There is your leader, Mark Martin. Rusty Wallace trying to run him down.
You want to know the secret to choosing a motor oil? You wait till the sun goes down. You take a ride to your local garage and then get a real close look at what the mechanic puts into his own car. Fact is, more top mechanics in America choose Valvoline over any other brand. Valvoline can help keep cars on the road for 100, 200, 300,000 miles and more. So before you buy a motor oil for your car, know the one more top mechanics put into theirs. People who know use Valvoline.
At Pep Boys, we'll fit this Honda Accord with top-quality Gabriel Pro Rider struts for about $279. Your dealer could charge around $580. Once again, deal? Dealer. Come to Pep Boys and drive away happy. At Pep Boys, top-quality Gabriel Pro Rider struts come with our lifetime warranty. At other places, you may only get 90 days. Let's see, lifetime or 90 days? Get a lifetime. Come to Pep Boys and drive away happy.
You want to be champions? Then play like champions. You got to be relentless. You got to be clever. You've got speed. Use it.
One car company has won more races in the history of NASCAR.
Winning isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Genuine Chevrolet.
Some people are naturally faster than others. In fact, everything they do is fast. Fast, 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 fast. Now, not everyone appreciates that. But if you're looking to get a new GM car or truck financed, fast is exactly what you want.
Mac will take care of your financing.
And the folks who arrange GMAC financing and leasing are faster than just about anyone else. GMAC, the expressway home.
You forgot your sunglasses.
26 laps to go. While we were away, Michael Waltrip's Pennzoil Pontiac caromed off the turn 2 wall and continued. No caution. Mark Martin's lead now stands at 7.3 seconds.
The spotter said, you lost a little bit of time, and Mark said, well, let me just make it right back up here. He's on the go.
And with 26 laps to go, I think he's got a real good chance of win number 2 for 94.
Kenny Schrader has been caught by Jeff Bodine for 4th place.
Darrell Waltrip, I think, is even catching Kenny Schrader.
Schrader's car was really able to stay right on the bottom of the racetrack. You know, we pointed that out a while ago when he went by Earnhardt. Now he cannot stay down there.
Let's go to Schrader's pit. Glenn?
Well, let's ask Ken Howes, the crew chief. Ken, you had a good car for a long time today, but he's backing up now. What's wrong?
We've got too tight in right at the end. The car's starting to push pretty bad. Nothing we can do, just hope for a caution, ride it out.
Well, I'm sorry to have him trouble, but gosh, I like to hear him talk.
Let's show you the separation. Rusty 7.6 seconds back now. Earnhardt 9 seconds. And from the leader, Schrader and Bodine 10 seconds.
See Darrell Waltrip there. He's fixing to make a move on Jeff Bodine. He's working him over pretty hard trying to get this 5th spot.
Darrell says, I've worked too hard today not to be in that top 5.
We have
Ricky
a car.
Rudd hit the wall. And is going to come pit side.
I still don't see him reaching for a caution.
Nope.
It's the 3rd caution bullet we've dodged.
Looks like the rear end houses moved over in that car a little. Oh, there's the reason. Look how that back end on that car is torn up.
Invariably, in a case like this, the leader will get on the radio and say, the track's fine, the track's fine. And the 2nd place guy will go, oh, no, no, we need a caution.
Debris everywhere.
And Mark Martin, who did he get into?
That might be the case right there. You know, there's a lot of good things in that left front corner up there. That's where the oil cooler is, brake coolers, a lot of good parts that make a race car run well, and it messes up the aerodynamics too, so this race isn't over yet, folks.
I can't believe that tire is not smoking in the corners. There's a lot of sheet metal damage on the left front of that race car. That's nail-biting time for Mark Martin and the team, I think.
Oh, yeah.
His lead is down to 5 1/4 seconds. Randy?
Well, the spotter's taking a good look at it. Says no tire rub, so Mark's still digging. That's all I can tell you from here.
The one thing that does, when you knock that front end back like that, it takes that much spoiler off the front of the car and make the car push a little bit. As a normal rule, he'll start moving up on the racetrack. Now, if he was loose, it'd be something you'd like, but it's going to hurt the aerodynamics of that car somewhat.
We were watching the other battle, didn't see what happened, but here's a look at it from Mark's in-car camera. Thank you, videotape.
Whoa.
There was smoke from the right front of Ricky Rudd's car, the right front tire, just before the impact.
That may have it. Ricky may have cut it right in front and slipped up in front of Mark. I mean, I'm sure Mark planned to be high enough to clear him.
There's Darrell Waltrip trying to take that 5th spot from Bodine.
What a lucky break for Mark Martin that the contact was not more severe.
You see Schrader's got back there where Darrell Waltrip may move up to 4th if he can get by the 7th car of Bodine.
16 laps to go. Things get curiouser and curiouser.
Yeah, it does. That was a weird shot there, getting off that corner over there. It looked like somebody had a problem. Mark was going on the outside there, and all of a sudden he was just presented with the back end of the race car.
Well, as slick and fast as this racetrack is, it's just not hard for things like that to happen.
Mark Martin's lead now down to 4.1 seconds. Ooh, Darrell's got a run on Bodine as they lap past the Fingerhut car.
He's trying really hard. He's got that spot.
Yes.
Going to get it.
And that was a great strategy move. Jeff Bodine had to check up just a little bit to get a line to get past this car of Jeremy Mayfield. And Waltrip just got right in the throttle, and he went and found the hole on the bottom.
Well, that's a lot of short track experience on Darrell Waltrip's part. He's won a many a race by making the right move at the right time. When it presents itself, you can't wait.
Anticipate.
You got it.
He did.
I think he'll get by Schrader. That car is really working well. The one thing you don't want to do, though, is try too hard and get his tires in the same shape that Schrader had.
Yeah, I think Schrader has backed off and sacrificed those positions, and his car's actually picked up a little bit, I think, and went a little bit faster. But I don't know if he'll be able to hold off Darrell or not.
And up front, 2.7 seconds is now Mark Martin's lead.
You know, just a few laps ago, Mark was pretty well home free, but just a little wrinkle to the fender puts new light on him with 12 laps to go.
There's Mark Martin. He is losing 0.6 of a second a lap.
Ooh, that's not good.
2.5 is what he leads.
I'm sure it's
by right now.
The handling has gone away with that aerodynamic damage. That it's surely it's pushing or something. It's definitely wrinkled up, catching a lot of air.
2 Fords leading Earnhardt, Schrader's, and Waltrip Chevrolets.
The one good thing about Mark Martin's car is he is still able to get in the corner fairly well. But you see Rusty is moving right up. I mean, they're in the same corner together now, where it was almost a full straightaway and a corner not long ago.
Hey, give a call to Tim Fiedel in the 55. He is in 23rd place in his Winston Cup debut, one of the few unmarked cars today.
There's Earnhardt. He's running in 3rd place. He's doing quite a good job. Oh, no.
Great run all day with Dick Trickle. Looks like he's hit it pretty good. The left rear wheel's hanging out.
Still no caution. 10 laps to go.
He is hit the wall somewhere. Right front tire looks a little shredded.
Oh, that's a shame. He worked so hard. 10 laps to go to get in that kind of trouble.
Easily a top 10 car, and he's cut it right front.
And has been for 491 laps, a top 10 car.
Yes.
And now it's going to go away.
Mark Martin's lead is now under 2 seconds. Waltrip has passed Schrader, so moved Darrell up to 4th.
Oh, what a great run.
Oh, yes.
Started in the very back of this race traffic and just moved up through there. That's a real professional job there.
And so did Earnhardt.
Well,
started way back.
I know that DW's just got to be happy with his run today because he's done everything you can do with that race car. He had one, he led a while, he's been up front all day.
Well, Rusty can see the leader now, Mark Martin. He is that close. It's just, you know, he's got him on focus and he knows he's catching him in a hurry. This is really going to be interesting.
1.1 seconds. There's Mark, there's Rusty.
That's getting a little close for comfort there. Nothing you can do about it when you have a damaged race car.
No, the most telling number is the one on the scoreboard. Because as they come around, it's 490. Mark in the wall.
Oh, man.
Hard with the right front. Sliding down the racetrack, and everybody gets by. And a great drive.
Oh, that's a
Ends
shame.
up clambered in the concrete. And here's the new leader as they come to the caution with 5 laps to go.
And this could be the end of the race right here.
Steve Meal came running over to Mark, who, as you can see, is okay. He led 158 laps and nearly posted his 2nd win of the year, coming just 5 laps short.
Oh, this racetrack has bent some race cars today.
You look at him, he's surveying the damage. He's 3rd in the points. He wants to get back out there if they can fix the car. I don't think so.
I don't think there's time, buddy. He's going to try to drive it. Is he? No, they're going to hook it up. Well, let's see. See, there's 5 laps left. If he stays on the lead lap, the worst
he got it cranked. You see the tack come up.
Buddy, the worst he can be is 8th if he stays on the lead lap here.
He's wanting somebody to push him. He's in the mud.
The grass there. I think he's gone down 1 lap already, getting almost here, going down 2 laps. As the leaders are coming to the line for 4 laps to go.
Well, out he comes again. 4 to go. Well, There isn't enough goodies. Give him the award, but there isn't enough that goodies headache powder to go for Mark Martin. So what's happened to him today?
We have a replay here. He's coming off the corner. You see the tire right there. It lets go right into the outside. You know, there was one thing there. It looked like he might have just come off a little bit wide there. I didn't see
I didn't see any smoke. I don't know. I didn't see it happen live. I just saw it on tape here myself, but I didn't notice any smoke. I'm not sure. He was having problems with that left front fender so wrinkled up, no question.
Look at Harry Gant right there. You talk about some driving. Those guys underneath there, that could have been ugly.
And the last of those was Earnhardt, who he almost clipped coming back down across the track. Here's another look.
Right here. See the cars out of the gray? That looks like the tire might have been going down because he just started out so easy. I don't think it blew out. I think it was going down because the car didn't look like it was even turning.
And once you get out of that groove, if nothing's wrong, you have a very hard time holding onto that car and keeping it out of the fence.
I don't think he could drive it, buddy. Look, the rear end's way moved over.
Yeah.
So even if he could get in it. From the in-car, real time.
See how far his head jumped with impact there? That's a hard hit.
That tire had already started down. You could see he had his hands turned to come off the corner and then just started up the racetrack. There comes Jack Roush down from the perch on top up there.
How hard sick can you feel for Mark Martin?
You think you had it won and now your car's nearly destroyed and you're out of the race.
There's no such thing as having a race won until it's over. We've seen people run out of gas on the white flag lap here, so that's never won until it's over.
Randy Pemberton.
Well, Mark Martin's walking along. We'll try and get a word. Mark, I know, tough break. What a great car today. What happened?
I don't really know. It was all looking really good, and Ricky Rudd had a problem in front of me down here in this corner. Slipped right up in front of me, and I bumped into him, and the front end started pushing real bad, and then a tire blew out. Probably to do with whatever happened there with Ricky. I just never, he had some kind of problem and wobbled up in front of me, and I couldn't keep him hitting. That's it.
They will restart this race. They will restart this race with 1 to go.
Oh. The 2 car of Rusty Wallace is running the flat part of the racetrack because the pickup on these cars, sometimes the fuel gets away when you're on this bank. See where he's running there? He does not want to take a chance of running out of fuel.
But if we're going to get the green and white flag, you better get those tires cleaned off so that thing will hold down there in the first turn, because Dale Earnhardt will beat you if you don't.
They will restart this race.
Green and white.
The longest race of the NASCAR season will restart with 1 lap to go if Rick Mast doesn't stall down on the apron there.
Rusty's must be sputtering and trying to run out, otherwise he'd be up there cleaning his tires off.
Rick Mast has stopped on the back straightaway.
Maybe this will keep the
restart.
Yellow. Keep the yellow.
The yellow will stay out so that if Wallace can sputter around 1 more lap under caution, he'll win it. Now, remember from Pocono, now Bill Elliott's giving Rick Mast a shove. That's a nice neighborly thing to do. Not allowed any assistance on the final lap of the race, however, so he'll probably go pit side. Remember Pocono when Jeff Gordon spun off into the grass. As long as Rusty's making forward progress, he cannot be passed. But if his car stops, under the caution, they can go right by him. White flag, 1 to go.
There's a bunch of cars worried about running out of fuel. Look at all the cars going down on the flat part of the racetrack here.
But none of them are worried quite as much as Rusty. This is his race. If
I
he
think
can just make it around.
Everybody else is doing that. I am too.
Can Wallace make it around? Now, if Earnhardt even bumps him, that might be construed as help, and you can't have any help on the last lap. There, Earnhardt gets far enough away as possible.
Why would Dale help him?
I don't think anybody in the right mind would construe that.
Well, I meant accidentally, buddy. He's right down on the apron.
Rusty's on his own on this deal.
Yeah.
Trying to get all the fuel picked up.
But it looks like he's going to handle it.
Yeah.
You see a fuel pressure gauge in there?
I guarantee you, whether it's sputtering or not, he thinks it is.
And look at the left rear.
That's why.
Left rear
That's
tire.
another reason.
But as long as he's going forward, they can't pass him. Can you believe it?
He could coast there.
Checkered flag. 38th career win for Rusty Wallace and the 7th this season. Hard to believe. We'll be back to talk to the winner and everybody else after this.
Monday, Radney Foster.
Just call me lonesome, heartbroken in some.
Wild Horse Saloon Concerts. TNN Monday.
Ain't nothing that I love like a dance floor. Good country music brings you back for more. Stepping out fancy with your favorite one. You can bet your boots you've never had so much fun. Line up for a club dance. Boots scoot every time you get the chance. Every weekday afternoon and night on TNN. Line up for a club dance.
The winners. The heroes. The classic battle. For complete up-to-the-minute coverage from the world of Winston Cup and Busch Grand National Racing, you've got to go inside. Inside Winston Cup Racing, the source for NASCAR news and information. Saturdays and Sundays, only on TNN Motorsports.
Rusty Wallace has just sputtered his Ford into victory lane, and I mean sputtered. Lit Fire Spark Plug takes you to the winner's circle. Glenn Jarrett.
Rusty Wallace getting congratulations from everybody, and looking for a gas pump right now, Rusty.
Oh, I tell you, we really got lucky, man. We were really lucky. I tell you what, the car ran great today. We just had a couple miscues. I started the car super loose, and the racetrack finally came to me. Hey, Ernie, we're thinking about you, buddy. Going to come see you tomorrow. Hope you're doing good. This win's for you, man. But what a deal. I felt so sorry for Marcus. He was so good throughout the day, and something happened in the left front corner, and I was catching him. I really thought maybe I could catch him. I didn't want him to get into trouble, but it was sure was hair-raising. But I'd like to thank Miller, Mobile. Goodyear had a great tire today. Just flawless. I noticed all the Hoosiers blew out again. But the Goodyears were beautiful today, and just like to thank all my sponsors, Bosch, Mobile, Ford Motor Company, all of them.
Rusty, I know it's academic now, but do you think you could have caught Mark before he had the tire blows?
Well, yeah, I really could have. I was just, hey, who knows? Getting there and getting around is two different things. I know I could have got to his bumper. I don't know if I could pass him, though. He was awful tough today.
Rusty Wallace is awful tough every time we come to Dover. Second time he's won here this year.
And Dale Earnhardt finishes second to maintain a stranglehold on the point lead. Let's show you again what got Mark Martin out of this race. Climbing the hill and hard into the wall at turn 4. 5 laps from the finish. We'll be right back with more from Dover Down after this.
The amazing split-fire spark plug won a United States patent. Does it really work? Is it that much better? It's guaranteed. 5 extra horsepower by merely installing these plugs. You'll feel it work. Guaranteed. A 4.8% gain in mileage. You'll save because it works. Guaranteed. There's nothing like a split fire. You'll get more power and more mileage for your money back. You'll get more here, and you'll spend less here. Guaranteed.
When you're driving in the rain, water on the road can make you feel like you're riding on marbles. It gets under your tires and you can lose traction. So, Goodyear created the award-winning AquaTread. Its deep groove aqua channel moves over a gallon of water away per second to help keep more tire in contact with the road for outstanding wet weather traction, especially in braking. The all-season AquaTread, only from Goodyear. We say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
This is the place.
Told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy.
There they are.
Cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft. The cold one. So get out of the old and get into the cold.
I bought my car new in 1970.
I drove a hockey team a 190-mile round trip 3 times a week.
Haviland Formula 3 from Texaco.
When I reached 300,000, I thought, I've got to be a pretty good car.
No other leading motor oil offers more complete protection to help your car run better, last longer.
At 600,000, I thought, maybe it could be the Haviland.
Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car. Get a free Haviland racing cap of your choice when you buy a case of Haviland.
Today's exclusive coverage of the Splitfire Spark Plug 500 presented by Pep Boys on TNN has been brought to you by Splitfire, the patented performance spark plug. It only costs more till you use it. By Goodyear, #1 in tires. By cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft and Miller Genuine Draft Light, taking the country by storm. By GMAC Financial Services, the expressway home. And by Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
Unofficially, here's how they finished today. Rusty gains only 5 points on Dale Earnhardt. Darrell Waltrip, Kenny Schrader, Jeff Bodine, the top 5. Kyle Petty, good run today. Terry Labonte, Steve Grissom, Morgan Shepherd, and Lake Speed. Second straight top 10 for Grissom. Harry Gant, 11. Jeff Gordon, Derek Cope, Ted Musgrave on the lead lap. Rick Mast, Todd Bodine, Bobby Labonte, then Ricky Rudd, Mark Martin, credited 19th, and Kenny Wallace. Dick Trickle, Loy Allen, Tim Fedewa in his debut. Good run. Jeremy Mayfield, John Andretti. And Brett Bodine, Ward Burton, Bill Elliott, Mike Wallace, Bobby Hamilton. Sterling Marlin, Hut Strickland, Mike Waltrip, Dale Jarrett, and Dave Marcus. Joe Nemechek, Jeff Burton, Greg Sachs, Jimmy Spencer, and Brad T. Glenn?
Well, Buddy Parrott finally made it to victory lane. I think a little overcome with excitement, but we're presenting him with the Miller Genuine Draft Pit Crew Award for the umpteenth time. What a great job you guys did.
I tell you what, this whole crew did a great job. You know, we had a little miscue in the pits, but these guys have done a great job all year long, and everybody's going to make a mistake. But I tell you what, Rusty covered us big time today, and this was a team effort, and that's what it's all about.
Congratulations again to Buddy Parrott and all the crew. Mike?
What a wild show.
Great show. See you guys later. We enjoyed it.
It was a lot of fun, exciting, wild finish.
That it was. Thanks to Glenn Jarrett and Randy Pemberton, Chuck Bound and Buddy Baker. I'm Mike Joy, congratulating Rusty Wallace on his victory today at Dover. So long, Ernie.
300 acres in Montana.